Chapter 1455. Fine. I'll enter the demon bear realm and kill you. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger. The power of countless stars surged and entered the outer regions of the starfields, causing many stars to descend from the sky and fall directly toward the demonic bear domain. This is a supreme secret method that can destroy a realm, starfall. Once those stars fell on the devil bear domain, they would be able to kill all the intelligent lifeforms in the devil bear domain, leaving not a single one alive. An Eternal's wrath can destroy a realm. Eternal Edge, you're going too far. The eyes of a black tortoise flashed fiercely, countless runes shone on its body, and it pulled the mountain force of the demon bear realm. The tortoise shell on its back flew out and formed a giant shield. A gigantic azure serpent that was tens of thousands of kilometers long opened its mouth and shot out beams of azure light into the sky, directly devouring the stars in the sky. The Eternal Sovereigns used their own secret techniques to attack the stars in the sky, shattering them one by one. Lord, I'll kill them. Zero's eyes flashed fiercely, and she turned into a stream of light, flew into the demon bear realm, and slammed the ruler's whip into the tortoise shell of a black tortoise. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the tortoise shell on the back of the black tortoise collapsed, and the ruler's whip lashed out and blasted the black tortoise into pieces. The ruler's whip swept towards the black tortoise's flesh and forcibly pulled out the eternal imprint of the black tortoise and crushed it. No! There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the black tortoise, and it screamed miserably. Its mutilated body fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, all living things grieved, and other phenomena appeared in the flying star sky. An Eternal has fallen. This is the Eternal Edge. He's attacking the demon bear realm. That's the realm of a fourth firmament Eternal rank powerhouse. He dares to attack it. In the demon bear realm, the 9 fierce devil bear can even contend against 6th firmament Eternal rank existences. To attack the demon bear realm, he's courting death. The phenomenon of the death of an Eternal attracted the attention of countless powerhouses of the flying star heaven. The Eternals cast various secret methods, crossed realms, and spied on everything happening in the devil bear realm. Damn you! Kill him! The 9 fierce bear devil roared furiously when he saw the black tortoise Eternal Sage fall. The 25 Eternals unleashed their secret techniques and attacked Zero. Zero's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ripples appeared in the air, and the 12 sovereigns appeared. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the 12 holy followers erupted with 4th firmament Eternal rank aura and attacked the 25 Eternal sovereigns. For heavens of Eternal realm! How could this be? How could there be so many experts at the 4th heaven of the Eternal realm? A sword light flashed, and a wisp of fear flashed in the eyes of the greenhorn snake before it was chopped into countless pieces. A whip of the ruler swept out, pulled out the eternal mark of the greenhorn snake, and crushed it. Devour runes emerged and devoured the eternal mark of the greenhorn snake. Besieged by Zero and the 12 sovereigns, one after another, Eternal sovereigns exploded. Eternal Edge, you deserve to die. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil flashed fiercely, he roared, and took out a bone scepter. As soon as the bone scepter appeared, the power of the entire demon bear realm converged on it from all directions. Below the demon bear temple, the earth cracked, and a 100,000-kilometer-long demon bear devil skeleton exuding an overbearing aura emerged. The demon bear devil skeleton exudes 7th firmament Eternal rank fluctuations of power. The demon bear devil skeleton is a treasure obtained by the 9 fierce devil bear devil during a fortuitous encounter. It is a complete 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton. This is the ultimate trump card of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. In order to maintain the eternal force of the 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton, the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton has to spend a large amount of eternal origin stones to maintain it every year. Every year, 30% of the demon bear realm's output is absorbed by the demon bear devil skeleton to maintain its eternal spirituality. At this moment, the demon bear devil skeleton trembled slightly, countless runes appeared, and seventh firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused. This is your trump card, not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Go to hell. A torrent of time emerged in front of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton, and Yang Feng jumped out of the torrent of time. Eyes flashing fiercely, he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent a fist barreling towards the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. Countless Devour runes appeared and formed an invincible, all-conquering spike that pierced through the sky barreling towards the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. Although the 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton is extremely powerful, but it is just a skeleton after all. The power of the 7th firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power inside it diminishes. Moreover, compared to eternal sovereigns, it takes longer to mobilize. 9 fierce great millstone. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton flickered fiercely, and he extracted the power of the entire demon bear realm and sent a palm barreling out. 9 incomparably ferocious demonic bear phantoms suddenly appeared. They devoured the heavens and spat out the earth, and they overturned the sun, moon, and stars. Their ferocious might was matchless, and they directly fused into one to form an invincible demonic bear that suppressed the world. The eyes of the 10,000-kilometer-long invincible bear devil that has gathered the power of a world flickered fiercely, and he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the invincible bear devil that has gathered the power of a world was run through by the Devour Heaven spike. The invincible demonic bear let out an earth-shattering roar of rage. His body became slightly blurry before he exploded. The fearsome explosion spread in all directions and sent Yang Feng and the 9 fierce devil bear devil flying. Haha! Eternal blade, even you won't be able to kill me in the devil bear domain. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil shimmered with a carefree shade, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. A steady stream of eternal force entered his body and healed his injuries in an instant. Although the 9 fierce devil bear devil is a 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, but in the eternal realm, with the help of the realm's power, even a 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouse cannot kill him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Is that so? What a pity. You're going to die. When the 9 fierce devil bear devil saw this scene, an ominous premonition welled up inside him. An afterimage flickered, and almost in an instant, a ruler's shadow spear pierced through the 9 fierce devil bear devil's magic barriers and stabbed into his heart. Countless shadow runes emerged, pervaded the 9 fierce devil bear devil, and eroded his body. 9 fierce devil bear devil, you dare to speak rudely to my lord. Please go to hell. Ing stood behind the 9 fierce devil bear with a smile on her face. She was a peerless beauty. No. With a flash of despair in his eyes, the 9 fierce devil bear devil roared furiously and waved his paw at Shadowy. With just one step, as long as the 9 fierce bear devil unleashes the 7th firmament eternal bear devil corpse, it is possible to defeat Yang Feng and his mechanical legion. But everything was pierced by Shadowy's spear. Yang Feng teleported, appeared in front of the 9 fierce devil bear, stabbed his hand into the 9 fierce devil bear's body, and forcibly pulled out the eternal imprint. Eternal edge, don't kill me. Spare my life, and I will serve you. I will submit to you and serve you. Spare my life. When the 9 fierce devil bear devil saw his eternal mark pulled out, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he screamed miserably. Everyone here can live, but you must die. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled coldly and crushed the eternal mark of the 9 fierce devil bear devil. No. With a flash of despair in his eyes, the 9 fierce devil bear devil screamed, lost all spirit in his eyes, and turned into a corpse. If the few of you submit to me, swear to serve me for eternity. Then I will spare your lives. Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns fighting Zero in the void and uttered coldly. In terms of strength alone, after the 9 fierce Bear Devil died, the other Eternals can only be killed by Zero and Yang Feng. But once the dozen-plus Eternals are forced into a desperate situation, they will burn their eternal mark and launch a shocking attack, which will definitely cause huge losses to Yang Feng. You killed my lord, invaded my realm, and now you want me to surrender and serve you? Wishful thinking. Let's die together. The eyes of an ape Eternals shimmered fiercely, and he began to burn his eternal mark, and a vast force pervaded his body. If you want to die together, you need to have the capital to do so. You're a bit late. Accompanied by a bell-like laughter, a ruler's shadow spear pierced the Ape Eternal One's heart, and countless shadow runes emerged and sealed the Ape Eternal One's eternal power. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky and lashed out at the head of the Ape Eternal, smashing it into pieces. Then, the whip of the ruler swept out and crushed his mark of eternity. I, the Lord of the Flying Python, surrender. Seeing the second firmament Eternal Ape Eternal die, the eyes of the remaining 14 Eternals shimmered with fear, and they hesitated for a moment before choosing to surrender. Among the 14 Eternals, there are Eternals who don't belong to the Devil Bear realm. They are also worried that after they are killed by Yang Feng, they will go to their own realm and kill them again, causing them to die for real. Chapter 1456. Eternal Sovereigns of the Flying Star Firmament, listen up, Sir Eternal Blade is going to hold a 1,000-year birthday banquet. Quickly prepare gifts to congratulate His Majesty Eternal Blade on his birthday. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. That's right, remember to bring your treasures and present your 3 most precious treasures when you attend the birthday celebration. You won't need to offer a second birthday celebration within 100,000 years. An eternal sovereign that looks like a furious lion roared, and a fearsome sound wave spread in all directions. Birthday celebration. The Eternal Blade wants us to demand resources. What do we do? If we don't give them, I'm afraid that we will really be flattened by him. The 9 fierce Bear Fiend, the Morning Death Star Lord, and the Shadow Fiend Lord have all died. There is no one in the Flying Star Firmament who can contend with him. The 9 fierce Bear Fiend was slain by the Eternal Blade even though he hid in the Devil Bear realm. What right do we have to fight him? Fortunately, he only plunders resources once every 100,000 years, so it's bearable. In the Flying Star Firmament, tyrannical eternal wills reverberated, and they finally surged with helplessness. A few days later, in the Devil Bear realm, Yang Feng held a grand birthday banquet. The eternal sovereigns of the Flying Star Firmament attended the birthday banquet and offered the most precious treasures they have. After Yang Feng plundered the resources of the Flying Star Firmament in the name of the birthday banquet, he left the eternal sovereigns he subdued in the Flying Star Firmament without hesitation, and then left the Flying Star Firmament with Zero and the other eternal sovereigns. This is the crystal sky wall of the Boda Holy Heaven. A month later, at the border between the Light God Heaven and the Boda Holy Heaven, Yang Feng looked at the dazzling crystal sky wall in the distance with shock in his eyes. The Boda Holy Heaven is located above the Light God Heaven. The crystal sky wall is extremely dazzling, and each crystal sky wall exudes eternal breath. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng asked solemnly, Magic Note Lord, are you sure you can crack the crystal sky wall? Along the way, Yang Feng relied on the realm-traversing shuttle refined by the Magic Note Lord to pass through the crystal sky wall of the Boda Holy Heaven. The Magic Note Lord replied frankly, I'm not sure. This was the sacred sky wall. Only experts at the 9 heavens of the eternal realm could enter the crystal wall with their bodies. In addition, one must have a special boundary-traversing shuttle or other secret treasures. My alchemy has not reached that level yet. If I study here for a few 100,000 years, I might be able to refine a realm-traversing shuttle that can pass through the crystal wall of heaven. But right now, I can't. The crystal sky wall of the 10 great sacred heavens was a precipice that trapped countless geniuses. Many eternal geniuses yearned to enter the 10 great sacred heavens to cultivate and search for the path of the eternal king, but they were all blocked by the crystal sky wall. In the eternal world, one could cultivate to the eternal 9 heavens anywhere. But to advance to the eternal king or the legendary eternal divine emperor, only the 10 great sacred heavens contain such a great opportunity. Looks like I can only think about it at length. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and disappeared. In the back garden of a luxurious villa in the light god sky's mystic light realm. Ripples flickered, and the flower moon heavenly maiden walked out of the void and came to Yang Feng's side. Lord. Yang Feng asked flatly, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? The flower moon heavenly maiden replied, Lord, in the light god sky, only one force is qualified to enter the Borda holy heaven, and that is the glorious light faction. A month later, the glorious light faction's young master will return to the Borda holy heaven with 300 eternal servants. In fact, the glorious light faction is a major force in the Borda holy heaven. The glorious light faction in the light god sky is just a branch of it. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, 300 eternal servants, in the 10 great sacred heavens, eternals are everywhere. Each eternals is a peerless genius of a universe, a terrifying existence that can run amok in a universe. However, the profound light faction's young master has 300 eternals as his subordinates, which is simply terrifying. Yang Feng uttered flatly, then let's proceed with the next step of the plan. The flower moon heavenly maiden replied respectfully, yes. Lord. The mystic light realm's #1 brothel, the Fragrant Moon Pavilion. In the Fragrant Moon Pavilion, there are countless handsome men and beautiful women. As long as there are enough eternal source stones and eternal source energy pools, even eternal sovereign rank handsome men and beautiful women can spend the night together. The flower moon heavenly maiden strode into the Fragrant Moon Pavilion, and first firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power spread from her. In an instant, 2/3 firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power spread from the Fragrant Moon Pavilion and locked on the flower moon heavenly maiden. Ripples flickered, and a tall, burly, and handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out of the Fragrant Moon restaurant. He smiled and said, Little sister, I am Owen. May I ask why you have come to our Fragrant Moon restaurant? The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled sweetly and stuffed tens of thousands of eternal source stones into Owen's hand. Hello, Owen. My name is Bailan, and I came here to see Sir Luoda. I hope to become one of the 300 servants of the profound light faction's young master and enter the Borda holy heaven. Owen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he smiled and invited, Please come in and wait a moment. The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled faintly, walked into the Fragrant Moon Pavilion, and came to a room. Not long after, a handsome young man with blonde hair, a dragon horn on his head, and a black cloak walked into the room. A haughty expression on his face, he sat in front of the flower moon heavenly maiden, his eyes flashed with derision, and he said coldly, Bailan, I heard that you want to become one of the servants of my young master and enter the Borda holy heaven. The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled and flicked her finger, and a spatial ring flew into Luoda's hand. That's right. Please help me once, Sir Luoda. This is a level for Eternal Source Energy Pool, please accept it. Eternal Source Energy Pools are also divided into grades. A Level 1 Eternal Source Energy Pool can allow a first firmament Eternal to be reborn. A Level 9 Eternal Source Energy Pool can allow a 9th firmament Eternal to be reborn. The level for Eternal Source Energy Pool is a treasure Yang Feng refined after plundering the Flying Star Heaven. He only had 3 of them in his possession. A level for Eternal Source Energy Pool. A trace of emotion flashed in Loda's eyes. He was only an Eternal at the 3rd heaven of the Eternal Realm. The level for Eternal Source Energy Pool can allow him to be reborn 10 times. Luoda put away the level for Eternal Source Energy Pool, glanced at the flower moon heavenly maiden with a look of derision in his eyes, and said solemnly, Okay, I promise you that I will help you speak to the young master. Idiot. I'm just a servant of the young master. How can I let you join and become a servant of the young master? With a flash of derision in his eyes, Luoda looked at the flower moon heavenly maiden as if she was an idiot. Who knows how many Eternals are eager to enter the Borda holy heaven in search of more powerful opportunities. At the time, Luoda exhausted countless resources and took the initiative to sell himself to be a servant of the Black Light Sect's young master for 100 million years before he became a servant of the Black Light Sect's young master. Naturally, he doesn't have the ability to make the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden a servant of the Black Light Sect's young master. In an instant, an afterimage flickered, and a ruler's shadow spear pierced into Luoda like a poisonous dragon. Countless runes emerged and entered Luoda's body. Terrifying shadow runes emerged, easily crushed Luoda's resistance, and sealed and suppressed him. With a flash of ripples, Yang Feng appeared in front of Luoda and spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes appeared, pierced into Luoda, sealed him, and threw him into a jade box. The Dawn God armor Yang Feng wore twisted, and he turned into Luoda. Even his soul fluctuations are identical. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing, it's really the same. As an eternal sovereign, the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden can easily see through many illusions and disguises. However, although she saw Yang Feng turn into Luoda in front of her, the eternal fluctuations and soul fluctuations are identical, which is simply terrifying. Shadow smiled sweetly, retracted her aura, and jumped into the shadow behind Yang Feng. Hehe, little beauty, these resources aren't enough. How about this, be my slave for another 10,000 years, and then I'll help you become the young master's slave. Yang Feng suddenly smiled frivolously, his words full of malice. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden gritted her teeth and uttered, 10,000 years. Absolutely not. In that case, give me back my eternal mark source energy pool. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, since you don't want to accompany me, then scram. Otherwise, don't leave. Just stay in the fragrant moon pavilion. Fine. I'm leaving. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden gritted her teeth, a look of unwillingness on her face, and then walked out. Congratulations, Lord Rhoda. You've killed another fat sheep. With a flash of ripples, Owen appeared in the room and uttered with a smile. Yang Feng waved his hand, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones entered Owen's hand. This is yours. I'm leaving first. Goodbye, sir. After leaving the fragrant moon pavilion, Yang Feng returned to the territory of the glory of profound light. Although Luoda is a servant of the profound light young master, but he is a third firmament eternal sovereign after all. He has his own palace and servants in the glory of profound light. The number of emperors serving Luoda alone is as high as 23,000 holy sovereigns. Disguised as Luoda, Yang Feng lurked in the glory of profound light, studied Luoda, and quietly waited for the opportunity to enter the Borda holy heaven. Time elapsed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng and 300 other eternal sovereigns gathered in a square. In the square, there is a 1,000-kilometer-long boundary-traversing shuttle engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Chapter 1457. In the huge square, there are 300 eternal sovereigns, 30,000 emperors, and 1 million Holy Spirit warlocks. The Holy Spirit warlocks are like dogs. In the lower heaven realms, Holy Spirit warlocks can become overlords, and emperors can become lords of states. But in the 10 holy heavens, whether it is Holy Spirit warlocks or emperors, they are just slaves, and inferior slaves at that. Beams of light flashed, and a handsome young man with long black hair and an entire body enveloped in a layer of sparkling divine light walked into the hall step by step, treading on the eternal divine light. Behind the young man stand 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men have horns on their heads and ferocious expressions. The 2 women, on the other hand, are outstanding beauties. The 2 men and the 2 women emanated forth firmament eternal fluctuations. They are clearly fourth firmament eternal powerhouses who can become middle heaven tycoons. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, so that's the profound light sex young master. To be able to recruit fourth firmament eternal powerhouses, he really has a deep foundation. A fourth firmament eternal powerhouse can dominate a lower heaven. If a fourth firmament eternal powerhouse came to a lower heaven like Yan Ju Tian, they can sweep away a lower heaven. Only a lower heaven eternal sovereign who burns their eternal mark can seriously injure them. Greetings, young master. The 300 eternal sovereigns bowed slightly and saluted the profound light sex young master. The 30,000 emperors and 1,000,000 Holy Spirit warlocks knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Let's go." The profound light sex young master walked to the dais, glanced at the people below with a dignified look, and then strode into the realm-traversing shuttle. Yang Feng and the others entered the realm-traversing shuttle. The space inside the realm-traversing shuttle is extremely vast, even larger than that of the Earth. Many exquisite palaces were situated in the center. Each eternal sovereign can occupy a palace to rest in. The servants who serve the profound light sex young master are eternal sovereign rank servants. However, Loda has followed the young master for less than 1,000 years. Although he has a third firmament eternal cultivation base, but he is still not qualified to become the young master's personal servant. Yang Feng doesn't care, and quietly stayed in the palace to practice cultivation. A few days later, the realm-piercing shuttle arrived in front of the crystal wall of heaven. The realm-traversing shuttle flashed with light, and a mysterious rune appeared. A hole was opened in the crystal wall of sky, and the realm-crossing shuttle flew in. This is a travel mark bestowed by an eternal ninth heaven expert in Borda sacred heaven. Without that passage mark, that realm-traversing shuttle wouldn't have been able to enter. Inside the realm-traversing shuttle, Yang Feng watched this scene quietly with a dignified look in his eyes. Originally, Yang Feng planned to use the opportunity of entering Boda Holy Heaven to figure out the structure of the realm-crossing shuttle, and then refine his own realm-crossing shuttle to travel freely in the eternal world. But when he saw the passage imprint, Yang Feng understood that it was impossible. Even if he refined an identical realm-traversing shuttle, he would not be able to enter Boda sacred heaven. After passing through the crystal sky wall, a huge and almost endless star appeared in front of Yang Feng. That boundless, almost boundless star was Boda saintly heaven's true body. Outside the wave's sacred sky, there were also countless stars, and within those stars, there were also various great clans. The realm-traversing shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew into Boda Holy Heaven. As soon as the realm-traversing shuttle entered Boda Holy Heaven, it flew until it landed above a palace complex. Black light sex young master, this way, please. A beautiful woman with a first heaven eternal realm cultivation base appeared above the palace complex and smiled sweetly at the realm-traversing shuttle. The black light sex young master and his 4 personal servants walked out of the realm-traversing shuttle and followed the beautiful woman into the palace complex. The realm-traversing shuttle landed directly in a port and stopped. So this is Boda Holy Heaven. As expected of a holy heaven. The source energy of life is really rich. If I can practice cultivation in this environment, I can easily advance to the Empyrean realm. When Yang Feng walked out of the harbor, he took a deep breath, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Boda Holy Heaven's source energy is extremely rich, far beyond Yang Feng's imagination. Yanju Heaven's source energy is 100 times richer than Sangji Plains. Light God Heaven's source energy is 100 times richer than Sangji Plains. Boda Holy Heaven's source energy is 10,000 times richer than Sangji Plains. This means that Boda Holy Heaven's source energy is 100 million times richer than Sangji Plains. In the center of Sangji Plains' Devour Imperial Court, Yang Feng has set up a large array that can absorb Sangji Plains' energy. The energy concentration here can be rated as the highest in the world of warlocks. However, the density of origin energy there couldn't even compare to the density of Sage Heaven's life force, it couldn't even compare. No wonder eternal sovereigns want to enter Buddha holy heaven even if they have to sell themselves as slaves. This is really a holy land for cultivation. There must be many good treasures here. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he looked around, and countless eternal nanoparticle robots floated around him. These eternal nanoparticle robots are robots refined from zero evolution. They have all kinds of wonderful functions and can easily devour all kinds of barriers. A beautiful fourth firmament eternal realm cultivator who is following the black light sex young master walked over, glanced at the 300 eternal sovereigns with an aloof gaze, and said flatly with a flash of arrogance in her eyes, Luo De, Fu Zhen, Zhu San, Jiu Ling, Anda, the young master has summoned you. Come with me, you lot. Yes. Miss Xingzhu. Yang Feng's group of 5 responded respectfully. The beautiful fourth firmament eternal realm cultivator is called Xingzhu. Not only does she possess a fourth firmament eternal realm cultivation base, but she is also one of the most favored women of the black light sex young master. If she is angered, even these eternal sovereigns will be killed. Following behind Xingzhu, Yang Feng passed through winding corridors and came to a hall. In the main seat of the hall, there was a peerless beauty dressed in black. She had a head full of black hair and a horn on her head. Her expression was fiery and sexy, and she exuded the aura of a royal sister. She was a peerless beauty. This is the ethereal fairy of the ethereal mountain. She's so beautiful. When Yang Feng saw the peerless beauty sitting on the throne of the hall, his eyes lit up slightly. The black light sex young master entered the Buddha holy heaven to propose to the ethereal fairy. As one of the top races in the Buddha holy heaven, the flying cloud ogre race has a 9th firmament eternal realm old monster keeping watch. It has a deep underlying strength and is one of the most terrifying races in the Buddha holy heaven. The ethereal fairy is a direct lineage descendant of the flying cloud ogre race. The ethereal fairy is a force founded by the ethereal fairy. The ethereal fairy spread the news that she wants to recruit a husband. Countless heroes in the Buddha holy heaven, including the black light sex young master, came to propose marriage. Young master of the mystic light sect, this is your strongest battle slave. They look like a bunch of trash. Slaves are trash, and so is the master. On the side of the hall, a handsome man with long purple hair and a mysterious lightning rune engraved on his forehead glanced at Yang Feng and company and said with a cold smile. On both sides of the hall, the young masters of the Buddha holy heaven's major forces who came to propose marriage smiled coldly and watched quietly. The black light sex young master uttered coldly, young master Lei Sha, we'll know who's the trash after we fight. The 5 of you go and kill them. As long as you can kill them, I'll give you an eternal heaven method that can help you cultivate to the 4th firmament eternal realm. The black light sex young master pointed to the center of the hall and said coldly. In the center of the hall, there is an arena big enough to accommodate eternal sovereigns fighting each other. In the eternal world, aristocratic eternal sovereigns like to watch their eternal battle slaves kill each other for fun. Most of the 300 eternal servants under the black light sex young master are eternal battle slaves cultivated by him. They are a terrifying fighting force. Thank you, Lord. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns shimmered with ecstasy, and they knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Only Yang Feng's avatar Loda still stands proudly in front of the many eternal sovereigns. Black light sex young master, I'm not your battle slave. However, thank you for giving me a ride and letting me enter Buddha holy heaven. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in front of the many eternal sovereigns and said flatly. The young master Lei Sha's eyes shimmered coldly, and he laughed wildly, haha. Black light sex young master, you're really a trash. You don't even know that your servant has been replaced. What a trash among trash. How dare you? How dare you lie to me? You deserve to die. The black light sex young master's gaze flickered like lightning. When his gaze fell on Yang Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, he pointed with a finger, and an eternal heavenly sword containing the essence of extermination slashed towards Yang Feng. Idiot! These lowly things want to sneak into my Borda holy heaven, how reckless. He's dead. The young masters of the major forces watched this scene with a smile on their faces, as if they are watching a show. The Black Light Sect's young master is a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. When he takes action, few people can resist him. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "It's rare for me to have a good talk. Why is it so difficult?" Behind the Black Light Sect's young master, Shadow jumped out and stabbed with the ruler's shadow spear. The spear pierced through the young master's barrier and stabbed into his body. Chapter 1458. Let the young master go. The eyes of Xingzhu, Yumei, and the two eternal sovereigns beside the profound light sect's young master shimmered fiercely, and they unleashed powerful offensive spells barreling towards Yang Feng. Scram! Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, an invincible domineering aura spread from him, and he sent two punches flying. Two stars suddenly appeared, radiated destructive light, and slammed into Xingzhu, Yumei, and the other two eternal sovereigns, sending the other two eternal sovereigns flying. With a flash of queer light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the profound light sect's young master and grabbed him. Almost in an instant, the profound light sect's young master fell into Yang Feng's hands. Can we talk properly now? Yang Feng grabbed the profound light sect's young master, smiled faintly, looked around, and spoke domineeringly. In the reception hall, the young masters and god-sons of the major forces stared at Yang Feng with enigmatic light in their eyes. As a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, the profound light sect's young master is ranked in the top 10 among the many young masters. For Yang Feng to suppress the profound light sect's young master so easily shows his terrifying strength. Profound light sect's young master, I'm here to save you. Lowly slave, go to hell. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, the young master Lei Sha suddenly unleashed the secret method lightning kill heavenly method. In an instant, a terrifying world full of lightning appeared behind the young master Lei Sha, thunder rumbled, and lightning danced. Countless living beings born from the lightning emerged from the lightning and shouted. A lightning sword shrouded in the essences of destruction and creation flew out of the world of lightning, pierced through the sky, and slashed towards Yang Feng. Lightning kill heavenly method. The lightning kill city's eternal heaven method is really extraordinary. This sword strike can slay a sixth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. As expected of the young master Lei Sha. When the young masters and god-sons in the reception hall saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Only a few people in the reception hall can receive this sword strike from the young master Lei Sha head-on. Young master Lei Sha, are you going to kill the profound light sect's young master? How dare you? Yang Feng smiled faintly. Following a strange force, the young master of the profound light sect flew out and blocked in front of the lightning sword that can slay sixth firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Not good. Young master Lei Sha looked at the young master of the mystic light sect in front of his sword and his heart turned cold. Although he didn't get along well with the young master of the profound light sect, and the two of them often used their eternal war slaves to fight each other, they weren't willing to shed all pretense of cordiality. If young master Lei Sha killed young master Xian Guang in front of everyone, there would be irreconcilable enmity between the two sides. If the young master of the mystic light realm died here, he would be able to use the eternal origin energy pawn to be reborn, but his physical body and soul would be weaker than when he was alive. If the young master of the mystic light realm perished, even with the eternal origin energy pool, he would need to cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years if he wanted to stabilize his foundation and return to a perfect state so that he could break through to the seventh heaven stage of the eternal realm. A series of thunder seals appeared as that incomparably terrifying thunder sword disintegrated immediately. When Yang Feng punched young master Lei Sha, a fearsome force erupted and blasted the young master Lei Sha away, and he slammed into the reception hall, breaking countless bones. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. He wasn't blasted apart. This young master of holy heaven is really extraordinary. I want you to die. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded him, and in an instant, the injuries on young Lord Thunderkill's body were completely healed. He was like an enraged beast. Countless bolts of lightning surged, and a terrifying killing intent surged out like an ocean, sweeping in all directions. Having lost face in front of everyone, the young Master Lei Sha began to go crazy. No longer caring about the life of the young master of the profound light realm, he just wanted to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and a fierce and domineering killing intent flashed in his eyes. Everyone, listen to me, stop. A bell-like voice came from the reception hall and entered the minds of Yang Feng and the young Master Lei Sha like a clear stream. Amazing! What secret method is this? Yang Feng's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. He clearly felt his killing intent disappear along with the clear stream of voice. She's very strong. Yang Feng looked at the ethereal fairy in the center of the palace with a dignified look in his eyes. The ethereal fairy smiled, looking extremely beautiful. I am the ethereal fairy. How do I address you? Yang Feng replied with a smile, I am the eternal blade. The ethereal fairy uttered with a sweet smile, Eternal blade, please release the young master of the profound light realm. Young master of the profound light realm, there is no irreconcilable enmity between you and the eternal blade. Why don't you let this matter go? I can give you a bottle of ethereal dew. The eyes of the young master of the profound light realm flickered, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, but he finally restrained it and said lightly, Okay, ethereal fairy, for your sake, I'll let this matter go. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, Shadow withdrew the ruler's shadow spear and stood behind him with a smile. In the palace, the gazes of many young masters and god-children fell on Shadow, and their eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. Among these young masters, the young master of the profound light realm is a top powerhouse, a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. For Shadow to be able to assassinate him so easily, this kind of strength is simply terrifying. In addition to Ying's stunning beauty, her unique demeanor deeply attracted the attention of many young masters of the various forces present. After the young master of the profound light realm was released by Yang Feng, a fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Yang Feng before returning to his seat and sitting down. Eternal blade, please take a seat. The ethereal fairy waved her lily-white hand, and green light flashed, and a green crystal table appeared. The green crystal table is covered with all kinds of divine fruits and demonic wine. These are eternal divine fruits. As expected of the Borda Holy Heaven, they're so extravagant. After Yang Feng took his seat, he swept the divine fruits with his gaze, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. In the world of warlocks, eternal divine fruits are treasures that are virtually extinct. Once they appear, they will cause countless powerhouses to fight over them. In the Borda Holy Heaven, however, eternal divine fruits are just fruits that the ethereal fairies use to entertain distinguished guests. The gap between the two worlds is evident. In the world of warlocks it is very difficult to give birth to an eternal sovereign. But in the eternal world, the young master of a major force has 300 eternal servants. This is because the gap between the two worlds is too great. They are not on the same level. After Yang Feng took his seat, he ate and drank to his heart's content. He left the eternal divine fruits cores behind and threw them into his world. In the world of warlocks, eternal god trees are unique existences. Unless they were destroyed, their seeds would never become the second eternal tree of God. However, the eternal world is different. As long as there are enough resources, an eternal god tree's core can be cultivated into another eternal god tree. Of course, the time, energy, and resources required to cultivate an eternal god tree's core into an eternal god tree are tremendous. Only the top major forces can cultivate an eternal god tree. The fire god's divine son is here. A voice came from outside, and a handsome young man with long crimson hair and snow-white skin stepped into the hall. Behind the fire god's divine son are 4 servants, each of whom exudes a fearsome aura. The fire god's divine son. That's a divine son of the supreme profound holy heaven's fire god race. The fire god's divine son is one of the strongest supreme geniuses of the supreme profound holy heaven. According to legend, he has hopes of advancing to an eternal tyrant. When they saw the fire god's divine son, the eyes of many young masters present shimmered with dignity. In the eternal world, powerhouses of the 9th firmament eternal realm are called eternal tyrants. Each of them is the underlying strength of an eternal force. The greatest dream of many young masters present is to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. As for advancing to the 9th firmament eternal realm, they have almost no hope. Yang Feng's face flickered, mysterious runes emerged, his aura slowly disappeared, and his face changed, the fire god's divine son. Shit! Behind the fire god's divine son, a person suddenly raised his head and took a deep look at Yang Feng with endless resentment in his eyes. It is Yan Hai. Yan Hai smiled ferociously at Yang Feng and transmitted his voice to the fire god's divine son. The fire god's divine son swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng and revealed a queer smile. The fire god's divine son uttered with a faint smile, "Ethereal fairy, I want to ask you for someone. This person is a mortal enemy of the fire god race. Please hand him over to us. As long as you hand him over to us, the fire god race will owe you a favor and give you the opportunity to enter the giant steel forest." Giant steel forest. When they heard this, the complexion of the young masters present changed dramatically, and greed shimmered in their eyes. The giant steel forest is a holy land for cultivation. There are inheritances left behind by countless Bodha holy heaven's tyrants after they died. Even a top force like the Flame God clan had to make countless contributions and could only enter once every 500,000 years. The opportunity to enter the giant steel forest is extremely precious to the fire god race. It is virtually impossible to give it to others. Now that the fire god's divine son wants to give this opportunity to the ethereal fairy, her eyes burst out with dazzling light. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered decisively, "Okay. I promise you." Chapter 1459. For my sake, please surrender, okay? The empty fairy glanced at Yang Feng, mysterious ripples flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she pleaded softly. In the blink of an eye, the originally beautiful and moving ethereal fairy's charm increased by 10,000 times. Okay. Yang Feng looked at the empty spirit fairy with a look of intoxication in his eyes. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the empty spirit fairy step by step. The empty fairy heaven method deserves its reputation. The empty fairy heaven method can make people happy, but it can also make people addicted to it forever. The complexion of the young masters flickered, and they lowered their heads and barriers appeared around them. They didn't dare to take another look at the empty fairy. Although the young masters want to become the empty fairy's husband, but they don't want to fall for the empty fairy heaven method, succumb to her charm, and become her puppets. The empty fairy heaven method is really extraordinary. Within the hall, only the handsome divine son of the Flame God clan was looking at the empty fairy maiden with admiration. He completely ignored the empty fairy maiden technique and displayed his terrifying strength. When Yang Feng passed in front of the young master Lei Sha, his eyes suddenly flashed with clarity, and he showed a playful smile. He spread the fingers of a hand and shot towards the young master Lei Sha like a bolt of lightning. Eternal Edge, you've got guts. The young master Lei Sha suddenly raised his head, his eyes flickered fiercely, and a hand shrouded in a whirlpool of lightning barreled towards Yang Feng. A shadow jumped out from behind the young master Lei Sha. The shadow tore through the firmament with the ruler's shadow spear and stabbed into the young master Lei Sha. Countless shadow runes spread and suppressed and sealed the young master Lei Sha's power. How is this possible? A look of incredulity on his face, the young Master Lei Sha looked at the place where the shadow was. There is another shadow there. That figure flashed a smile at young Lord Lei Sha before turning into a black shadow and disappearing. The young Master Lei Sha shuddered inside, shadow doppelganger. Yang Feng extended his hand, grabbed the young Master Lei Sha, and barked, "Young Master Lei Sha is in my hands, let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill him." The empty fairy's pretty face flashed with a touch of coldness, and she said coldly, "You weren't bewitched by my empty fairy heavenly technique? How is that possible?" The ethereal fairy's heavenly art was profound and extraordinary. It was an eternal heavenly art that the ethereal fairy had comprehended from several eternal heavenly arts. She had created her own path. Even the young masters of the various great powers found it difficult to resist the ethereal fairy heavenly technique. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Because you're too ugly. Too ugly. Eternal blade, you deserve to die." When the empty fairy heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, her beautiful face distorted slightly, and she erupted with sixth firmament eternal firmament rank power and pointed at Yang Feng. In a flash, the void distorted and collapsed, and a power containing the power to destroy everything shot towards Yang Feng. The power of that finger was terrifying beyond compare, but it was so beautiful that it made one despair. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng was captivated by the finger and indulged for a moment. A thread of shadow pricked Yang Feng's ear, and a sharp pain pulled him out of the ethereal fairy heaven method. "If you have the guts, then kill the young Master Lei Sha." Yang Feng smiled coldly and suddenly retreated. He grabbed the young Master Lei Sha and blocked the ethereal fairy's finger. "You, shameless!" The ethereal fairy's face flickered, and she clenched her teeth, and the finger that can suppress eternals collapsed. Boom! Ing Yi's spear pierced the wall of the hall, blasting a huge hole in it. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he turned into a stream of light and fled into the big hole. At the entrance of the hall stood the divine son of the flame divine race. The strength of this divine son of the flame divine race is unfathomable. When Yang Feng saw him, a premonition of danger welled up in his heart. He didn't dare to flee in that direction. "Ethereal fairy. I shouldn't have acted in your immortal palace. But this person is too important to the flame divine race. I can only be rude." The handsome Shensi of the flame god clan sighed slightly and took a step forward. A terrifying demonic flame surrounded his body, and a vast and boundless aura of the seven heavens of eternity gushed out. With a flash of fire, the divine son of the flame divine race appeared in front of Yang Feng in a flash and sent a fist barreling towards him. When the fist barreled out, suns and moons collapsed, stars were destroyed, and 1,000 suns burst out in an instant. Some slightly weaker universes may be crushed by the fist of the divine son of the flame divine race. Seventh firmament of the eternal firmament. Curses. Yang Feng's face fell. He waved his hand, and the young Master Lei Sha appeared in front of him and collided with the fist. "I'm sorry, young Master Lei Sha. The flame divine race will compensate you for your losses in the future." The flame god Shensi sighed faintly and mercilessly punched young Lord Lei Sha's body, blasting him into pieces. Young Master Lei Sha was incinerated by the terrifying flames of destruction and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. As if fueled, the fist that killed the young Master Lei Sha became even more fearsome and ferocious, and it barreled towards Yang Feng. "Xing Ji." Yang Feng frowned and said coldly. Ripples flickered, and Xing Ji appeared in front of Yang Feng. The giant shield in her hand drew the power of hundreds of millions of stars and gathered the essence of stars and blocked in front of Yang Feng. "Break." With a cold look in his eyes, the divine son of the flame divine race slammed his fist into the star shield. It was as if hundreds of millions of suns had exploded in an instant. A vast and terrifying force directly smashed the giant star shield into pieces. Fearsome flames of destruction enveloped Xing Ji and Yang Feng and blasted them away, ignited, and burned them. Amazing! So this is the divine son of the flame divine race, a powerhouse of the seventh firmament of the eternal firmament. He's really strong. The fearsome flames of destruction burned inside Yang Feng. Countless black holes have just appeared, when they were burned away by the flames of destruction. To be able to block a blow from me, you have some skill. Unfortunately, you offended the flame divine race. Now, only death awaits you. The eyes of the divine son of the flame divine race flashed coldly, and he took a step forward and slammed his palm towards Yang Feng. Endless flames of destruction appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng, suppressing everything. Seeing that Yang Feng was about to be suppressed by the divine son of the flame divine race, black light shone, and a demonic bear skeleton exuding the fluctuations of power of the seventh firmament suddenly appeared. A huge bear paw slammed towards the divine sun, suppressing the sun, the moon, and the stars and destroying everything. How dare you! The eyes of the divine son of the flame divine race flickered fiercely, and he roared and slammed his palm into the huge demonic bear skeleton. Boom! As the strongest trump card of the 9 ferocious demonic bear, the demonic bear skeleton was blasted 10,000 kilometers away. Cracks appeared on the skeleton, and large tracts of flames of destruction burned the demonic bear skeleton. In that split second, Yang Feng had already fled 10,000 kilometers away. The divine son of the flame divine race was about to give chase, when he saw countless runes appear on the demonic bear skeleton, and a vast force of destruction burst out and engulfed the ethereal immortal palace in an instant. Curses! A skeleton of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse exploded. That bastard from the eternal edge deserves to die. Within the ethereal immortal palace, furious voices rang out one after another, and powerful defensive barriers opened up one after another. But the demonic bear skeleton is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and it has been modified by Yang Feng and the magic note lord. The power of its self-detonation is truly earth-shaking. The barriers collapsed and turned into nothingness. The eternal sovereigns were swallowed by the terrifying self-detonation and turned into dust. After the light of the self-detonation dissipated, a flame emerged. Inside the flame, the divine son of the flame divine race was unscathed, as if the self-detonation didn't cause him any harm. However, of the 4 eternal servants who came with the divine son of the flame divine race, 2 have turned into ashes and disappeared. Only Yen Hai and another servant of the 5th firmament eternal realm survived. With a flash of light, the ethereal fairy flew out of the ruins. Looking at the ruins of the ethereal fairy palace, which was originally like a paradise on earth, her beautiful eyes emitted bursts of resentment and hatred. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Flame god Shensi, you have to give me an explanation, otherwise, I won't let you off." In the ethereal immortal palace, there are many young masters and eternal battle servants of powerful forces gathered. The self-detonation of the demonic bear skeleton enhanced by Yang Feng killed many young masters of powerful forces who were caught off guard. Even though the young masters of these forces didn't really die, but they still suffered heavy losses. It will take them hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and countless resources to restore their peak state. The ethereal fairy can't resist the wrath of the dozens of forces. Yang Feng has fled without a trace. Now the only one who can make the ethereal fairy vent her anger is the flame divine race. The flame divine race frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "Ethereal fairy, please rest assured. As long as you cooperate with me, the flame divine race will solve this problem with you in good faith. However, the top priority is to find that little bastard Yang Feng. Please lend me a hand. This is the Poda Holy Heaven, not the Tai Profound Holy Heaven. The flame divine race possesses heaven-defying strength, and his cultivation base is at the 7th firmament eternal realm. However, he also needs the help of a force like the ethereal fairy. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to move around in the Poda Holy Heaven." Chapter 1460. There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the ethereal fairy, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "That bastard Yang Feng dares to destroy my ethereal immortal palace. I won't let him off. The young masters of the major factions had all died in the ethereal celestial palace, causing the major factions to be enraged. The flame god race and the ethereal immortal palace paid a huge price to appease the major forces. Enraged by Yang Feng, the major forces sent countless experts to hunt him down. A month later. Bo de Holy Heaven's northern domain, in a remote city, in an aristocratic castle. The flame god race's destruction fire is really extraordinary. In a back garden, Yang Feng opened his mouth and belched out destruction fire containing the breath of destruction. A devour black hole emerged, enveloped the destruction fire, and devoured its power inch by inch. On Yang Feng's body, countless runes emerged from the god armor of dawn and devoured the fire of destruction inside him. Mysterious light shone, the countless devour runes disappeared, and the destruction fire inside Yang Feng was completely devoured. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said slowly, "It took me a month to completely refine the destruction fire. Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses are really scary." Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods and is a fourth Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. Even if his head is cut off and his heart is pierced, the injuries will heal in an instant. However, it took Yang Feng a month to heal the destruction fire. The power of the destruction fire is simply heaven-defying. Star Concubine, it's a pity. It seems that I can't use her for the time being. Yang Feng took a look at the world inside him, and regret flashed in his eyes. In the world inside Yang Feng, stars appeared above Star Concubine, and starlight sprinkled from the stars and fought with the destruction fire. Star Concubine helped Yang Feng block the killing blow of the flame god race's divine son. The amount of destruction fire inside her is far greater than Yang Feng's. Even though she possesses fourth firmament eternal realm rank power, but she still can't purify the destruction fire. In fact, if Star Concubine hadn't advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, she would have been burned to ashes by the destruction fire. Star Concubine, Shadow, and Zero were all kings of sovereigns with terrifying combat strength comparable to eternal ones. However, they were not eternal ones. Once they were destroyed, they would truly die, and there would be no chance of rebirth. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with gloomy light. I have already reached Bo de Holy Heaven. My top priority now is to retrieve the Doluo monarch's treasure trove. Only by obtaining King Duro's treasure can I have enough resources to become an eternal overlord. Boda Sacred Sky Chaotic Sea. This was a terrifying star domain that was filled with chaos, oddities, and eerie phenomena. 10 million years ago, several eternal kings led an army to slaughter in the chaotic space sea. Countless experts fell, and the giants withered away. The blood of the eternal kings sprinkled the sky. It was precisely because of these experts that the chaotic space sea had turned into an incomparably terrifying place of death. Any existence below the eternal realm would die if they approached the chaotic space sea. Although eternal sovereigns could enter the chaotic space sea, but even if it was an eternal overlord, once they touched the restrictions left by the eternal kings, they would be cut into pieces and die. In the chaotic space sea, the treasures that the eternal kings took a liking to have already been taken away by them, leaving only a few things that they didn't like. But for other powerhouses, the things that the eternal kings didn't like are rare treasures of heaven and earth. Every year, many eternal sovereigns go to the chaotic space sea to adventure, thirsting for treasures. 300,000 years ago, there was an eternal who obtained the inheritance of an eternal in the chaotic space sea and became a powerhouse of the Boda's saintly heaven. In the periphery of the chaotic space sea, ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared. This is the chaotic space sea. Yang Feng glanced at the chaotic space sea and frowned slightly. The chaotic space sea was enveloped in a dense black demonic mist. Yang Feng's tremendous soul force swept the black fog, but it was devoured by the black fog. If Yang Feng released his soul force, it would be devoured by the black fog bit by bit. A voice came from the side, "Friend, my name is In Me. Do you want to enter the chaotic space sea's black island?" An Eternal with a rat's head and a human body dressed in a black robe appeared beside Yang Feng with a wretched smile on his face. The Chaotic Space Sea's Black Island is one of the relatively safe strongholds in the Chaotic Space Sea. After experiencing various adventures in the Chaotic Space Sea, many Eternal Sovereigns will return to the Black Island and other strongholds to recuperate. Yang Feng replied flatly, "That's right." And me responded with a wretched smile, 100,000 Eternal Origin Stones. I can take you to the Black Island. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a storage ring flew into Enmi's hand. Please come with me. Enmi's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he blurred into motion and flew aside with Yang Feng. After flying for about 10,000 kilometers, a black boat appeared. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the black boat, he saw that there are still 6 people sitting on it. Among the 6 people, there is an Eternal with an octopus head, an Eternal with a dragon head and a human body, and a handsome Eternal with blonde hair and blue eyes. An Eternal who looks 90% similar to a human, but has 9 eyes on his face. An Eternal with purple hair, a horn on the head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance, but exudes the aura of an iceberg. Yang Feng glanced at the 6 people and sat quietly aside. After a while, Enmi brought over 2 more Eternal Sovereigns covered in muscles and exuding fearsome auras. Now, everyone is here. Let's go, our target is the Black Island. Enmi looked at the people on the boat, smiled with satisfaction, and flicked his finger, and a black ray emerged on the black boat. The black boat sprouted a pair of dragon wings and flapped them slightly. A fearsome hurricane revolved around the black boat, and it flew towards the chaotic sky sea. The layers of strange demon mist surged towards the black boat, but were blocked by the barrier on the black boat. Die! 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 I don't want to die. As soon as they entered the strange fog, strange screams came from all directions and entered the hearts of Yang Feng and the other Eternal Sovereigns. Enmi sighed faintly, this is the Eternal Cry. According to legend, it is a phenomenon left behind by the resentment of Eternal Sovereigns when they die. In the Battle of the Eternal Kings, the Eternal Sovereigns who died for real. Eternal Sovereigns possess undying characteristics. After they die, they can be reborn in the universe. However, the Eternal Kings are extremely terrifying. Once you die at their hands, you will die for real, and the Eternal Mark will collapse. In the Battle of the 10 Holy Heaven Eternal Kings, the Eternal Sovereigns are the soldiers. Holy Sovereigns and Emperors are cannon fodder, the lowest level of cannon fodder. Defensive barriers appeared on the Eternal Sovereigns in the black boat, blocking the wails of the Eternal Sovereigns' resentful souls. If I die, then why don't you go to hell? A voice full of resentment surged out from the demonic fog. A terrifying ghost giant covered in wounds, covered in raging flames, with a twisted face and broken horns on his head walked over step by step with boundless killing intent. When they saw the ogre giant with killing intent on its face, the countenance of the Eternal Sovereigns in the black boat changed dramatically, and they began to prepare offensive spells. The first to strike gains the upper hand, and the last to strike suffers. There is no Eternal who doesn't understand this principle. Don't attack. That's the resentment of the ogre giant. Once you attack and kill it, there would be even stronger resentment gathering bodies, and there would be no end to killing them. Please use a secret method to restrain your vitality and turn into a dead person. Enmi's face fell, and countless runes appeared on his body, locked his vitality, and turned him into a dead person. The Eternal Sovereigns of the Black Boat are experts proficient in countless secret methods. They cast secret methods to lock their vitality and turn themselves into corpses. Dead. You're dead too. Haha. Good to die. Good to die. A ferocious smile appeared on the ogre giant's face, and he laughed loudly. 2 streams of rancid black blood flowed out of his eyes, and he strode through the black boat. Enmi is indeed a specialist in this business. In the chaotic sky sea, there have been several strange phenomena that can threaten the lives of eternal sovereigns, yet he has easily avoided them. These days, Yang Feng has seen all kinds of strange and dangerous things in the chaotic sky sea. If it weren't for me, who knows the way, Yang Feng would have to go through a series of battles in the chaotic sky sea alone. If he is careless, he might even be in danger of dying. 10 days later, an incomparably huge city appeared within the dense black demonic fog. In the huge city, there is a huge ancient tree 1,000 kilometers tall that looks like it can support a world. Countless branches spread from the huge ancient tree and shrouded the entire city. The leaves of the huge ancient tree radiate gloomy black light and emit black fog that can absorb the souls of eternal sovereigns. Rays of light sprinkled down from the huge ancient tree and shone on the city, bringing a trace of light to the huge city called Black Island. That's the Black Island. Now, hand over all the eternal origin stones on you. Ami pointed at the Black Island, then suddenly turned around and showed a ferocious smile to the 8 eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat. Black light shone, and 12 eternal sovereigns flew out and landed next to the black boat, stared at Yang Feng and his party, and sneered. The eternal with an octopus head uttered in shock and anger, "And me, isn't fighting prohibited on the Black Island? What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the Black Island?" Chapter 1461. And me responded with a frigid smile, "Yes, fighting is not allowed on the Black Island. But this is outside the Black Island. Hand over all the treasures on you. We only want wealth." The eyes of the octopus-headed Eternal shimmered coldly, countless runes appeared on his body, and then suddenly erupted. The tentacles on his head shrouded in light slammed into the wall of the black boat. Boom! The wall of the black boat was blasted apart by the octopus-headed Eternal, and he turned into a stream of light and fled outside. Want to escape? You're courting death. The 4 eternal sovereigns behind me smiled ferociously, and each of them held a pillar and stood in 4 directions. The 4 pillars shone brightly, intertwined with each other, and formed a huge barrier. The octopus-headed Eternal one slammed his head into the huge barrier, and was immediately bounced away. The octopus-headed Eternal barked, "Why aren't you doing anything? Only by working together will we have a chance of survival." When Yang Feng heard this, he quietly distanced himself from the few people on the black boat. "You dare to rob me, you're courting death." The eyes of the dragon-headed Eternal shimmered fiercely, and he took a step forward. In an instant, true dragon projections appeared behind him. A total of 99 true dragon projections appeared. The 99 true dragon phantoms gathered together and formed a terrifying true dragon phantom exuding the aura of the 3rd heaven of Eternal realm. The dragon-headed Eternal one punched out, containing the terrifying might of a true dragon, towards me and the others. Seeing this scene, me showed a derisive smile, "Idiot." At this moment, the 9-eyed Eternal's 9 eyes turned and locked on the dragon-headed Eternal, and then 9 rays shot out from the 9 eyes that slammed into the dragon-headed Eternal. The barriers protecting the dragon-headed Eternal collapsed one by one, and the 9 rays slammed into him. He screamed, and 9 holes appeared on his body. The eyes of the 2 eternal ones that me brought along also flashed with ferocious light. They unleashed incomparably powerful offensive secret techniques towards the blonde eternal being and the ice beauty eternal being. "You're courting death." The eyes of the blonde eternal shimmered fiercely. A set of white armor appeared on his body, and 6 pure white pistols appeared in the void and fired beams that slammed into the giant Eternal. Wherever the light passed, the giant Eternal one's body would be blasted open. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the beautiful woman who looked like a peerless iceberg. She reached out with her hand, and a huge battle axe appeared and slashed at the giant Eternal. "A bunch of idiots." Ami smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the eternal sovereigns behind him attacked one after another and barreled towards Yang Feng and the others with various powerful offensive secret methods. "You're courting death." Eyes radiating fearsome light, Yang Feng took a step forward, a torrent of time surged, and he teleported to in front of me and extended his hand towards me. That claw smashed out, causing the void to collapse and the world to be born and destroyed, suppressing everything. Me roared angrily and sent his hand, which turned into a rat claw capable of tearing apart a plane, barreling towards Yang Feng. A torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng's speed suddenly accelerated. A distorted spatial force swept towards Me's claw and swept it aside. Yang Feng's right claw stabbed into Me and easily tore apart his defenses, and a fearsome devour force erupted and devoured Me. Me screamed with a look of horror on his face, "Fourth Firmament Eternal. You're a Fourth Firmament Eternal powerhouse. Fourth Firmament Eternal powerhouse. He's a Fourth Firmament Eternal powerhouse." When the Eternal Sovereigns besieging Yang Feng heard this voice, their countenance changed dramatically, and their morale wavered to the extreme. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of a Third Firmament Eternal Sovereign. With a palm, he blasted the Third Firmament Eternal Sovereign into pieces, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured the Eternal Sovereign. Retreat. The Eternal Sovereigns are all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing this scene, their countenance changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and fled in different directions. Strolling in the void, Yang Feng teleported 3 times in a row. After killing 3 Eternal Sovereigns, he flickered and returned to the black boat. "Thank you for your help, sir." Aboard the black boat, the eyes of the dragon-headed Eternal with many holes on his body shimmered with gratitude, and he took the initiative to step forward and say. The other Eternal Sovereigns also stepped forward and thanked Yang Feng one by one. "Is Ringseth all right?" Yang Feng took a look at the handsome Eternal in white armor and said with a smile. The blonde Eternal said with an innocent look on his face, "Ringseth, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Since you don't want to admit it, then I'll look at your memories myself." Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless runes appeared and radiated black light. The runes tore through the sky and slammed towards the blonde Eternal. "Go to hell." The complexion of the blonde Eternal changed dramatically. 36 silver-white pistols appeared on him, shone brightly, and fired 36 beams barreling towards Yang Feng. Fire, ice, curses, wind, annihilation, and other 36 essences turned into 36 beams barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, using external objects to carry essences. That's a good idea. As long as Eternal Sovereigns are willing to learn, they can easily master all kinds of essences. However, the most powerful essences are the essences sealed in the Eternal Mark after they advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, which is also their path. The blonde Eternal uses secret treasures to carry all kinds of essences and display formidable combat power. This idea made Yang Feng's eyes light up. "Unfortunately, your idea is good, but you're too weak." Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand and pressed down, and the 36 beams of light were extinguished. Then, he slapped the blonde Eternal's head with his palm. A terrifying black hole emerged and swallowed the blonde Eternal in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining Eternal Sovereigns on the black vessel turned unsightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. Yang Feng glanced at the remaining Eternal Sovereigns on the black vessel with an enigmatic smile and said overbearingly, "This person was my enemy, so I killed him. If you want to be my enemy, then I don't mind sending you to accompany him." "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare." The countenance of the Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they uttered, "Go away." Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Eternal Sovereigns turned into streams of light and fled towards the Black Island as if they were granted amnesty. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the Black Island. There are still holy sovereigns, how rare. This is the barrier of the Black Island, which allows holy sovereigns to survive here. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Black Island, he saw many holy sovereigns and emperors. These holy sovereigns and emperors are engaged in the lowest jobs on the Black Island. After Yang Feng found a hotel to stay in on the Black Island, he checked the memories of the blonde and blue-eyed Eternal Sovereign in the room. The blonde Eternal is called Ling Jinan. He is a third firmament Eternal of the Cloud Universe as well as one of the 9 Eternal Sovereigns of the Cloud Universe. After Ling Seth was killed by Yang Feng, he was reborn in the Cloud Universe. After Ling Seth was reborn, he was extremely weak. Betrayed by a traitor, he died tragically under the joint attack of the Cloud Universe's 3 Eternal Sovereigns, and his eternal imprint was broken. The Cloud Universe's 9 Eternal Sovereigns were originally equal in strength, forming a balance. After Ling Seth died, the 3 Eternal Sovereigns gained tremendous benefits, and their strength increased greatly. Then, a war of eternity broke out in the Cloud Universe. The 8 Eternal Sovereigns fought each other in the Cloud Universe, resulting in countless casualties. 2 more Eternal Sovereigns died, leaving only 6 Eternal Sovereigns in the Cloud Universe. At this moment, the Divine Light Universe used a peerless treasure it obtained from a great universe to launch a war of Universe Devour against the Cloud Universe. In the Divine Light Universe, there is only one Eternal, that is, the Sole God, the Divine Light God. However, the Divine Light God is a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse. If the Cloud Universe's 9 Eternal Sovereigns join forces, then as long as they are willing to sacrifice themselves, they may be able to fight the Divine Light God. But now, the Cloud Universe is not the opponent of the Divine Light Universe. If it wasn't for the existence of the Universe Boundary Membrane, the Cloud Universe would have already been devoured by the Divine Light Universe. This time, Ling Jianan had snuck into the Grand Cosmos Sacred Sky Chaotic Sea in order to obtain opportunities and advance to become a 7th Heaven Eternal Realm expert. Otherwise, once the universe boundary membrane breaks, the Divine Light God will descend upon the Cloud Universe, and the Cloud Universe will be doomed. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. This is really precious information. Unfortunately, I am too weak to participate in such a war. For Eternal Sovereigns, a war of Universe Devour is both a tribulation and a great opportunity. If they can win the war of Universe Devour, such a great opportunity can even enable a 6th firmament eternal powerhouse to advance to the 7th firmament eternal sovereign. Yang Feng put aside the matter of the Cloud Universe and began to sort out the memories he obtained by devouring Anda and the other eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile of excitement. The chaotic sky sea is really dangerous. However, after devouring Anda's memories, I finally found the location of the Doluo monarch's treasure trove. This trip was really worth it. Chapter 1462. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and his eyes shimmered gravely. These are the Flame God's divine son and the ethereal fairy. As soon as Yang Feng landed on the Black Island, he released countless eternal nano-robots as his eyes and ears. Those eternal nanoparticle robots were reconnaissance robots refined from scratch, just like particles. Even experts at the 7th heaven of the eternal realm would find it difficult to discover their existence if they did not use special secret treasures. Flame Spirit's divine son, are you sure that Yang Feng will come to the Black Island? In a room to the side, the ethereal fairy's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she gnashed her teeth. With a self-detonation, Yang Feng destroyed the ethereal immortal palace and killed the young masters of the Wave Holy Heaven's forces. Now she can't wait to tear Yang Feng to pieces, seal him for 100 million years, and torture him day and night. The Flame Godchild smiled and said, of course. There was a treasure trove of an eternal overlord in the disordered space sea. Yang Feng snatched the treasure trove map, which greatly offended our Flame God race. If he wants to open the treasury, he'll definitely come to the chaotic space sea. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She said slowly, an eternal giant's treasure? Which eternal realm expert's treasure is worth your Flame God race paying such a huge price? You're even willing to take out the chance to comprehend the steals of the giants. To ordinary eternal sovereigns, the treasures of an eternal magnate were naturally of astonishing value. However, the Flame God clan also had an eternal giant overseeing the clan, and the clan possessed immense wealth. Normally, they would not cross a holy heaven to search for the treasures of the eternal giants in other holy heavens. The Flame God Divine Sun said indifferently, "The Flame Ghost King's treasure." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said slowly, "Flame Ghost King." That was one of the unparalleled giants closest to the Eternal King, wielding the power of fire. Back then, he had once fought with the Purple Flame King, and there was no clear victor. If the Purple Flame King had not advanced to become an Eternal King, he would not have been able to suppress him. It was actually him. No wonder your Flame God clan was willing to pay such a huge price to search for his treasures. The Eternals of the 9 heavens of the Eternal Realm were called Eternal Bigwigs. However, there were different ranks among the Eternal Giants. The most powerful Eternal Overlords were known as the Invincible Overlords. With the help of their eternal treasures, the Invincible Giants could even possess some of the characteristics of the Eternal Kings. Once they killed an enemy Eternal, they could shatter their eternal imprint, causing them to fall. The guardian god of the Flame God clan was also an eternal giant, but he was just an ordinary eternal giant. If he wanted to advance and become an invincible giant, he would need to obtain the Flame Ghost King's inheritance or special treasures. The Flame God clan was also a clan that wielded the power of fire, and the inheritance of the Flame Ghost King was in line with their path. The ethereal fairy's eyes flashed as she said slowly, "The Sea of Chaos is huge. How can we find him? This is a unique treasure refined by my Flame God clan, the Soul Mirror. A wisp of his soul aura is sealed within the Soul Mirror. As long as he enters the chaotic space sea, he won't be able to escape from our Flame God clan. In fact, Yang Feng has already entered the Black Island in the chaotic sky sea. He is right next to us." The Flame God clan's divine son smiled and flipped the fingers of his hand, and a palm-sized bronze mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in his hand. When he heard this, Yang Feng's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered gravely. "My whereabouts have been exposed." The Flame God clan is indeed one of the major races of the profound holy heaven. As a fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, Yang Feng has undergone a metamorphosis once and is proficient in countless secret methods. He has long since severed his fate and concealed his soul aura. He is confident that he won't be hunted down. However, the soul mirror in the hands of the Flame God clan's divine son can lock onto Yang Feng's position, which is simply heaven-defying. The ethereal fairy is very smart. Her thoughts revolved slightly, and she uttered, "Since you have found Yang Feng's position, why aren't you in a hurry to kill him? Do you want him to open the way to the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove?" The Flame God clan's divine son responded with a smile, "That's right. The Flame Ghost King's treasure trove is very dangerous. If he is willing to serve as cannon fodder and search for the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove for us, then we will naturally take a lot less risk. Besides, the Black Island Lord is not a simple character. If we suppress Yang Feng here, then he will interfere, and it will be very troublesome. The Black Island is located in the chaotic sky sea. Every year, many eternal sovereigns enter it in search of opportunities. If the Black Island Lord wasn't extremely tyrannical, he would have been torn to pieces by the eternal sovereigns who poured in. Although the Flame God clan's divine son is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, but he is not willing to suppress Yang Feng on the Black Island and alarm the Black Island Lord. The ethereal fairy uttered with a sweet smile, "As expected of the Flame God clan's divine son, you are really thoughtful." After the two chatted for a while, they parted ways. After the ethereal fairy returned to her room, a completely invisible ethereal light flew out of the room, strangely disappeared from the hotel, and went to another room. In that room, there is a man with a horn on his head, a pair of double pupils in his eyes, long red hair, a burly figure, and a wicked charm enveloping him. As soon as the ethereal fairy entered the room, she bowed to the man with a smile and said respectfully, "Greetings, God's son True Flame. In the eternal world, there are many races that wield the power of fire. Among them, the profound Holy Heavens Flame God race and the Boda Holy Heavens True Flame God race are among the best. The powerhouse with a horn on his head and double pupils in his eyes is the True Flame God race's divine son. In this generation, he is the powerhouse most likely to advance to an eternal realm powerhouse. The ethereal fairy uttered, "The Flame Ghost King's divine son is here for the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove." The God Son True Flame looked pensive, "The Flame Ghost King's treasure trove. There is indeed a possibility." At the time, the Flame Ghost King fled into the chaotic sky sea and was killed by the purple flame monarch here. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of the God Son True Flame, and he uttered coldly, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." The Flame God Son came to the Boda Holy Heaven to give us a big gift. After we find the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove, I will send him back to the profound Holy Heaven's eternal source energy pool. The profound Holy Heaven's Flame God race and the Boda Holy Heaven's True Flame God race are races that wield the power of fire. The two Holy Heavens are enemies, and the two races are mortal enemies. The Flame God Son True Flame God race never expected that the ethereal fairy would have such a good relationship with the God Son True Flame that she betrayed him early on. The two discussed for a while before separating. "Since you don't dare to do anything on the Black Island, then let's stay here for a while." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, ripples appeared on his body, and Zero walked out of the void, turned into smoke, and disappeared from the room. Before long, a ray of light entered the chaotic sky sea. Zero's departure didn't cause any waves. Every day, many eternal sovereigns enter the depths of the chaotic sky sea to look for opportunities. Under the guidance of Anda's memories, Zero avoided many strange phenomena along the way and arrived at an extremely spacious area of the starry sky that did not seem to have any abnormalities. "It's here." When Zero appeared in the starry sky, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. With a flick of her wrist, a green key emitting a sparkling luster appeared in her hand. The sparkling and translucent key radiated green light and entered the void. Along with a rumbling sound, a huge bronze gate appeared and slowly opened. Zero's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and entered the bronze gate. This is the Toro monarch's treasure trove. His treasure trove is hidden in the deepest part. Zero looked around and saw that he had appeared in a world full of life source energy. The concentration of life source energy in this world is 100 times higher than that of the Boda Holy Heaven. Clearly, someone used a peerless secret method to seal a tremendous amount of life source energy in this world. The Toro monarch's treasure trove is in the center of this world. With a cold look in her eyes, Zero waved her hand, and countless reconnaissance robots surged in all directions like a tide to carry out reconnaissance and feedback. Beams of teleportation light appeared one after another as various treasures from the Toro King's treasure hoard were continuously teleported to Zero. As expected of the Toro monarch's treasure trove, there are so many treasures in the outermost area. It's enough for me to cultivate 20 eternal sovereigns. If I use them all on myself, it'll be enough for me to break through and advance to the fifth firmament eternal sovereign realm. Through Zero's gaze, Yang Feng saw the various treasures harvested in this world, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. After harvesting a large number of treasures, Zero turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the world under the guidance of the green key. A world of fire shrouded in endless flames emerged and blocked in front of Zero. This is destruction fire. Destruction fire that can burn everything. If I want to break this destruction fire, I need to advance to the seventh firmament eternal sovereign realm at the very least. Yang Feng looked at the world of fire and narrowed his eyes slightly. The world of fire blocked Yang Feng from coveting the Toro monarch's treasure trove. Come back. Zero. Yang Feng tried for several days and used various methods, but still couldn't cross the world shrouded in flames. His heart skipped a beat as he ordered. Zero's figure fluttered, and he left the Toro monarch's treasure trove with countless precious cultivation resources. When Zero returned to Yang Feng's side, he used the various precious cultivation resources he obtained from the Toro monarch's treasure trove to repair Star Concubine. With the help of the tremendous resources, Star Concubine finally suppressed the destruction fire and began to improve. Chapter 1463. Inside a secret cultivation room on the Black Island. Yang Feng opened his eyes and inhaled, and countless peerless treasures Zero obtained from the periphery of the Toro monarch's treasure trove entered his mouth. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng, and a vast and fearsome aura spread from him. Under the influence of the Nether Law, a huge energy whirlpool appeared above the Black Island, and a beam of energy light dropped from the sky and entered Yang Feng. Someone broke through. This aura, someone has advanced to the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. I'm so lucky to be able to advance on this Black Island. Looks like that person obtained a great opportunity in the chaotic space ocean. On the Black Island, eternal sovereigns looked at the hotel where Yang Feng is staying with envy and jealousy in their eyes. On this Black Island, most of the eternal beings were existences below the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. A fifth heaven of the eternal realm expert could easily become one of the most powerful existences. This guy actually advanced to the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. No wonder he stayed on the Black Island. So he's already on the verge of advancing. The divine prince of the flame god realm held the soul mirror and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He was not moved at all. There was a huge gap between the seventh and sixth heavens of the eternal realm. Even though Yang Feng has advanced to the fifth firmament eternal realm, but in the eyes of the flame god's divine son, he is just a vulnerable ant. Fifth heaven of the eternal realm. Yang Feng's advancement speed was really too fast. Damn it, I actually provoked such an enemy. We can't let him live. The ethereal fairy looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, and her heart skipped a beat. A cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. The ethereal fairy has also obtained information about Yang Feng from the flame god's divine son. She knows that Yang Feng has advanced from the third firmament eternal realm to the fifth firmament eternal realm in less than 100 years. This advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. When ethereal fairy thought about how she had offended such a ruthless person because of a promise from the flame god's sacred prince, she could not help but feel regretful. Divine Son Zhen Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he smiled coldly, fifth heavens of the eternal realm. This Yang Feng really has some skill. No wonder they dared to snatch food from the jaws of the flame god clan. Unfortunately, in the end, they are just lowly things. They don't know the terror of our powerful races. If you offend us, only death awaits you. The eternal world's 10 great sacred heavens were controlled by countless powerful races. Those races controlled the resources of the 10 great sacred heavens and absorbed the essence of the universe. Yang Feng, who came to the eternal world from another universe, has no backing. Once he angers the strong races, he will be hunted down. Fifth heaven of the eternal realm. At the center of the Black Island, the Black Island Island Master stood quietly at the top of a black tower, looking at the terrifying energy light pillar with a cold expression. The pillar of light lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before disappearing. I finally advanced to the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. Unfortunately, even though my strength has increased greatly, I still have no chance of winning against the Flame God Child and the true Flame God Child. I can only activate that plan. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, then he closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation base. 10 days later, a ray of light flew out of the Black Island and flew towards the depths of the chaotic sky sea. In the depths of the chaotic sky sea, in the starry sky, Yang Feng took out a green key. Green light shone, and a bronze gate containing the mysteries of the Toro monarch slowly emerged. You're finally here. Yang Feng. A cold voice emerged from the void, and the flame spirit god Sun abruptly appeared in front of Yang Feng covered in flames and, as if teleporting, sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. As a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, the flame spirit god Sun launched a sneak attack and smashed Yang Feng's barriers with a palm, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted Yang Feng into pieces. A fire of destruction that can burn everything appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. In the wake of the fire of destruction, Yang Feng's body was burned to ashes. The flame god child beckoned with a hand, and the green key flew into his hand. The ethereal fairy walked out of the void and said with a cold ray in her beautiful eyes, "Congratulations to the flame god child for slaying Yang Feng. However, why don't you seal him? In this way, we can torture him day and night and make him beg for death. For Eternals, unless their mark of eternity could be destroyed, being sealed would be more painful than being killed. No matter how determined an Eternal is, once they are sealed for 10 million years, they will go crazy and become a lunatic." The flame god child flicked his wrist and put away the key. Then, his gaze fell on the ethereal fairy, and an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes. Sealing him is naturally the best solution. But Yang Feng isn't weak. I don't want him to destroy this key. Ethereal fairy, this is a treasure trove that my flame god race is determined to get. Please leave this place, and I will owe you a favor. If you don't leave, then I will have to send you back. The flame god child smiled slightly, countless fire runes appeared all over him, and fire of destruction revolved around him, making him look like a fire transcendent. A fearsome killing intent slowly spread from the flame god child and swept in all directions. The Turo monarch's treasure trove is the treasure trove of an eternal monarch. The flame god child will never allow others to follow him, nor will he allow any accidents to happen. Flame god child, you really are not a trustworthy person. True flame god child, please show yourself. The ethereal fairy sighed faintly, took a deep look at the flame god child, and took a few steps back. With a flash of fire, 99 fire true dragons, 99 fire phoenixes, and 99 three-legged golden crows appeared in the void. The fire true dragons, fire phoenixes, and three-legged golden crows are all pure-blooded true spirits, and each of them possesses first firmament eternal realm strength. A sun chariot pulled by 9 fourth firmament eternal true dragons emerged from the void. There is a person sitting in the sun chariot. It is the true flame god child. The true flame god child looked at the flame god child with ridicule in his eyes and said with a smile, "Flame god child, hand over the key in your hand. Otherwise, I will send you back to the profound sacred heaven." The flame god child is a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and the true flame god child isn't sure he can defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, the 300 elite eternal soldiers around true flame god child are enough to form an eternal array, trap the flame god child, and eventually kill him. The flame god child's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he glared at the ethereal fairy and said coldly, "Ethereal fairy, you really betrayed me." The ethereal fairy responded with a faint smile, "Likewise. Divine Prince of Flame God, didn't you also break your promise and want to kill me? We agreed to explore the Flame Ghost Monarch's treasure trove together." The flame god child's eyes flickered, and with a flip of his hand, the emerald key appeared. Rays of cyan light entered the sky and formed a huge bronze gate. With the power of the emerald key, the bronze gate slowly opened. The flame god child's figure flickered, turned into a flame, and flew directly toward the bronze gate. "Go in." The true flame god child's face flickered, and he suddenly burst out. He reached out with his claw, and a ghost flame claw appeared and grabbed at the flame god child. The flame god child waved his hand, and a flame god diagram appeared. Bursts of light flashed, and from the god of flame drawing, a terrifying power fluctuation of an eternal giant spread out. A terrifying giant hand that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth appeared and slammed towards the divine son of true flame. "Damn it, you used your trump card so soon. The true flame god child's face flickered. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a red gold statue appeared. A ghostly hand shrouded in ghostly flames emerged from the golden red statue and collided with the terrifying giant hand. Boom! Along with two earth-shattering blasts, two supreme forces collided and annihilated each other, and the two giant hands collapsed in an instant. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The 300 eternal soldiers subordinated to the true flame god child were scattered by the terrifying power of the clash between the eternal powerhouses. The flame god child flew into the bronze gate. The bronze gate closed inch by inch. Damn it! The true flame god child's face was ashen. He turned into a stream of fire and flew into the bronze gate before it closed completely. Along with flashes of light, the ethereal fairy and the dozens of eternal sovereigns subordinated to the true flame god flew into the bronze gate before it closed. Boom! The bronze gate closed and disappeared from everyone's sight. No matter what secret methods the remaining eternal sovereigns used, they couldn't open the bronze gate. Damn flame god child, I want you dead. As soon as the true flame god child entered that world, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. He regretted that he didn't activate the eternal array and kill the flame god child immediately. The flame god child's sneak attack on Yang Feng was decisive and one-hit kill. After killing Yang Feng, he snatched the Turo monarch's key from him. After true flame god child appeared, although he forced the flame god child to use his trump card and flee into the Turo monarch's treasure trove, but he is still a notch inferior to the flame god child. The true flame god child looked into the distance, then cast a secret method, turned into a stream of fire, and chased after the flame god child. Chapter 1464. Destruction Fire. The heavens are on my side. Guided by the key, the flame god's son appeared in front of the world filled with destruction fire. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and destruction fire emerged and circled him. The flame god's son took a step and stepped into the world filled with destruction fire. The destruction fire, which can burn everything, destroy everything, and purify everything, swept towards the flame god's son, and then merged with the destruction fire protecting him, unable to harm him. The flame god's son is already a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and he has mastered destruction fire. For him, the world filled with destruction fire is not only not a threat, but a holy land for cultivation instead. The flame god's son laughed out loud and provoked, "True flame god, come in and fight me if you have the guts." The true flame god's son looked at the destruction fire with a gloomy look in his eyes. The true flame god's son grasped the power of ogre flame. The flame god's son grasped the power of destruction fire. If they fought in the world filled with destruction fire, the true flame god's son would not be the opponent of the flame god's son. From the world filled with destruction fire came the cold and cruel voice of the true flame god, "If you don't have the guts, then scram. Otherwise, when I get the flame ghost monarch's treasure trove, it will be your death." Flame god's son, a trifling world filled with destruction fire can't stop me. The true flame god's son smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a gold crystal ghost head appeared. The eyes of the gold crystal ghost head shimmered fiercely, and it erupted with eternal powerhouse rank might and inhaled. The destruction fire that shrouded the world turned into a fearsome whirlpool that entered the crystal ghost head. The destruction fire and ogre flame, two supreme fire forces, tangled with each other and eventually collapsed. The crystal ghost head, which sealed the power of an eternal realm powerhouse, was one of the life-saving means of the true flame god's son. This was also the reason why the divine sons of powerful races were invincible and had the confidence to sweep away everything. Of course, treasures that could seal the power of an eternal realm powerhouse were extremely precious. Generally, divine sons of different races only had one or two. In order to suppress the flame god's son, the true flame god's son asked his family for a few more treasures in order to suppress the flame god's son and plunder his treasure trove. After the destruction fire disappeared, a scorched black world without a trace of life appeared in front of the true flame god sun. Behind the charred and lifeless world was a world filled with raging winds. The figure of a flame god divine sun fluttered, and he plunged into the world full of gales. God Sun Zhen Yen, ethereal fairy, and the other eternal ones used their secret techniques as well. They turned into beams of light and entered the world of wind. As soon as they entered the incomparably terrifying gale world, it was as if an expert at the first heaven of the eternal realm had unleashed a powerful large-scale killing secret technique, constantly attacking everyone. The flame god Sun and the other eternal rank fire. The eternal rank sun and the barrier of the eternal flame of the fire. Of fire. Countless wind blades slashed at the barrier of the flame god sun and the other eternal rank powerhouses, consuming their power. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long eternal wind dragon emerged from the world of wind, opened its maw, and bit an eternal. Fearsome wind force erupted, slashed at the eternal, and cut him into pieces. A mysterious light shot out from the center of the Doluo monarch's treasure trove and hit the broken corpse of an eternal. A mysterious and mighty power appeared, and an eternal mark appeared on the eternal's corpse. My lord, save me! My lord, save me! The mark of eternity appeared, and then it emitted a wave of earth-shattering and miserable shrieks. The eternal wind dragon opened its mouth and bit down, instantly crushing the eternal mark. No! Amidst a shrill scream, the Eternal One perished. He's really fallen. The eternal mark shattered, he really died. How could this be? When the eternal sovereigns who chased after them saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The most terrifying thing about eternal sovereigns was their immortality. Even if an eternal was killed by another fearsome existence, they could be reborn in the universe or realm where the eternal mark was placed. However, if an eternal was killed by a wind dragon, then his eternal mark would shatter. That meant that he had truly perished, and was deader than dead. Shock flashed in the eyes of True Flame Sun, and his mind shook. The means left behind by the Flame Ghost Monarch are that strong? When the Flame Ghost Monarch was alive, he was an invincible tycoon with some of the characteristics of an eternal king. Once he killed an eternal, he could extract the enemy's eternal mark and destroy it, truly killing an eternal. However, while the Flame Ghost Monarch could do this when he was alive, he might not be able to do it after death. How clever was True Flame Sun! He guessed the truth at once. His eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and his blood boiled. No, an eternal king. This must be the treasure trove of an eternal king. This isn't the treasure trove of the Flame Ghost Monarch, but a genuine treasure trove of an eternal king. No wonder Flame God Sun wants this treasure trove at all costs. This is an eternal king's treasure trove, it may contain the secrets of an eternal king. There was only a great realm difference between an invincible eternal giant and an eternal king, but the gap between the two was like a chasm. In the past, the Flame Ghost Monarch could compete with the Purple Flame Monarch. But as soon as the Purple Flame Monarch advanced to an eternal king, he suppressed the Flame Ghost Monarch with a flip of his hand. No matter how powerful an eternal giant was, in front of an eternal king, the only thing they could do was to escape. In the eternal world, only an eternal king could ignore an eternal legion composed of eternal sovereigns, suppressing an eternal legion by himself. In the eternal world, legend has it that above an eternal king, there is an eternal god emperor. However, no one has ever seen an eternal god emperor. The eternal god emperor has become a legend. The most powerful is the eternal king, who controls the 10 holy heavens. In the world of wind, one eternal wind dragon after another emerged and fought with the eternal sovereigns. Deity True Flame, thank you for helping me hold back these eternal wind dragons. I'll be going first. The Flame God Sun spewed out a mouthful of blood essence, and then a pair of Flame God wings unfolded behind him. With a flap of his wings, wind and fire intertwined and tore through the sky, and he flew out of the world of wind in an instant. Damn it! The eyes of the true flame god sun flashed fiercely, countless runes appeared, flames revolved around him, and he transformed into a 4-meter-tall true flame god with countless mysterious runes engraved on his head. After the transformation, the true flame god sun turned into a stream of light, tore apart 2 eternal wind dragons, and chased after the flame god sun. In the world of wind, where the eternal wind dragons wreaked havoc, there were still many of true flame god sun's eternal subordinates. These subordinates were abandoned by the true flame god. Unless the true flame god sun uses the treasure of an eternal giant again, it will be impossible to save his subordinates. True flame god sun, save me. Ribbons fluttered around the ethereal fairy and sent the eternal wind dragons flying. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with distress, and she pleaded pitifully to the true flame god. His face expressionless, the true flame god didn't even look at the ethereal fairy. He flickered a few times, flew out of the world of wind, and disappeared. I knew you weren't reliable. Master of the Black Island, come out. If you don't come out, I'll have to leave. After the ethereal fairy saw the true flame god leave, her pretty face flickered, and she waved her lily-white hand, and a black bead flew into the void. As soon as the black bead flew into the void, it radiated black light, shone with countless runes, and condensed into the Master of the Black Island. Let's go. The Master of the Black Island looked at the incoming eternal wind dragons with a dignified look in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, and a black eternal dark diagram appeared. On the eternal dark demon portrait, many dark demon gods appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a black defensive barrier that enveloped the Lord of Black Island and the ethereal fairy. Then, the barrier carried them forward. The eternal wind dragons rode a terrifying gale and tore at the defensive boundary formed by the Black Devil. The wind blades and demonic light intertwined, and the defensive boundary formed by the Black Devil was slashed by countless wind blades. It set off ripples, but it didn't budge. In a dozen breaths of time, the Master of the Black Island flew out of the world of wind with the ethereal fairy. As soon as they flew out of the world of wind, the ethereal fairy saw 2 terrifying flames burning the mysterious ice sea. The mysterious ice sea, which could freeze everything, was burned by the 2 eternal magnate-level flames. All the power of ice disappeared, turned into smoke, and rose into the air. The various ice-type fierce beasts in the mysterious ice sea were also burned to ashes. After the mysterious ice sea was burned to ashes, the eyes of the flame god sun and the true flame god sun fell on the Master of the Black Island and the ethereal fairy. When the true flame god sun saw the Master of the Black Island next to the ethereal fairy, his face became extremely unsightly. The flame god sun glanced at the ethereal fairy and laughed. His eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Ha! True flame god sun, it seems that bitch also betrayed you. Why don't the 2 of us join forces to eliminate this bitch and the Master of the Black Island first, and then explore the treasure?" The Master of the Black Island said, "True flame god sun, the flame god sun is an enemy of the Boda Holy Heaven. Let's join forces to kill him first, and then explore the treasure together." Chapter 1465. Alright. Let's join hands and kill the flame god divine sun first, then we can talk about other things. True flame god's eyes twinkled. He waved his hand and a ghost flame spear tore through the sky towards flame god sun. The Lord of Black Island took a step forward, and a terrifying aura at the peak of the 6th heaven of the eternal realm filled the air. With a wave of his hand, the eternal black demon diagram flew out and blossomed with endless ominous light. A bull-headed black demon with a human body and the head of a bull flew out from the eternal black demon diagram. His body was covered with all kinds of eyeballs, and he was shrouded in layers of demonic chi. That bull-headed black demon was a treasure that the Lord of Black Island had refined with the skeleton of an expert at the 8th heaven of the eternal realm, as well as countless rare treasures of heaven and earth in the chaotic sky sea. Its battle prowess was astonishing, comparable to that of an expert at the 7th heaven of the eternal realm. The bull-headed black devil's eyes flickered with ferocity. With a battle axe in hand, he traversed the void and appeared in front of the flame god divine sun in one step. He swung the battle axe at the flame god divine sun. Damn it! The eyes of the flame god divine prince flashed with anger. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. A scroll filled with endless destructive flames flew out. Countless runes flashed, and a terrifying hand reached out from the scroll, exuding the power of an eternal giant, and slapped towards true flame deity and the bull-headed black devil. When the terrifying hand hit true flame god turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. The big hand slapped down and slapped the body of the ox-headed black devil. An overbearing force that can suppress the world erupted and blasted the bull-head black devil into pieces, and then the fire of destruction burned the bull-head black devil into ashes. In the void, the eternal black demon diagram was set ablaze, turning into ashes that drifted away with the wind. A hint of heartache flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Black Island as he howled, "My treasure map! Divine Son of Flame God, you deserve to die." The Flame God Divine Child took the opportunity to turn into a beam of fire and enter the last essence magnet world. The magnetite world was filled with all kinds of eternal magnetite divine light. The dense eternal magnetic divine light swept towards the Flame God Divine Child and immediately broke his protective boundary, forcing him to burn his blood essence and open an even more powerful defensive boundary. A terrifying gravity enveloped the Flame God's Divine Son, causing him to fall from the sky and walk forward step by step. Should we destroy this place? After the Flame God Divine Child landed, he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. The eternal metamagnet divine light kept bombarding his body, creating bloody holes. It made him feel like he wanted to destroy everything. Damn it, if it weren't for that bitch ethereal fairy's betrayal, I would have already passed through this area. I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. After weighing the pros and cons, the divine prince of the flame god gritted his teeth and gave up on using his trump cards to destroy the essence magnetic world. For the sake of the Toro King's treasures, the flame god divine son had practically emptied the flame god clan of all the treasures that contained the eternal giant's attack. Even so, there was only one treasure left in the hands of the flame god divine son that had sealed the attack of the eternal giant. If it weren't for the ethereal fairy, the flame god divine son could have passed through the four worlds and reached the core of the Toro King's treasure trove. At most, he would have spent a treasure that contained the eternal giant's attack in the Black Ice Sea. But now, he only reached the magnetite world after consuming a large number of treasures. 3 rays of light flashed, and the flame god divine son's group of 3 broke into the magnetite world and chased after the flame god divine son. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, 3,100-meter-tall earth golems engraved with countless mysterious runes and enveloped in eternal metamagnet divine light appeared. The eyes of the 30 earth golems flickered fiercely, and they fired eternal metamagnet divine light barreling towards the flame god divine son's group of 4. Die! The eyes of the flame god divine son's group of 4 flickered fiercely. Countless runes surged, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall giant surrounded by the fire of destruction and fought the earth golems. The fire of destruction is terrifying to the extreme. Besieged by the earth golems, the flame god divine son's group of 4 controlled the fire of destruction to burn the earth golems one by one and turn them into ashes. The master of the Black Island, the true flame god divine son, and the ethereal fairy also unleashed powerful offensive secret methods to fight the earth golems. In the magnetite world, the 30 earth golems could quell a 7th heaven eternal realm powerhouse. However, he was forcibly killed by the 4 powerhouses, and forcibly slaughtered his way out of the magnetite world. After killing their way out of the magnetite world, a huge bronze altar appeared in front of the 4 eternal realm sovereigns. On the bronze altar, there is a throne. On the throne, there sits a handsome man with a horn on his head, dressed in a broken bronze armor, and exuding a domineering aura. A gold dragon spear stabbed the terrifying man in the heart, as if suppressing him on the throne, making him unable to move forever. The Beta Monarch and the Dark-Throat Monarch joined forces to suppress the Dura Monarch. The Beta Monarch cast the secret method Dragon-Slaying Heaven Suppression Method, condensed the Dragon-Slaying Golden Spear, broke the Dura Monarch's eternal mark in one fell swoop, and seriously injured him. This is the Dura Monarch. When the true flame god Divine Sun saw the terrifying man on the throne, his eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and he shouted. Once an ordinary Eternal's mark of eternity was shattered, only death awaited them. They would perish on the spot. But the Dura Monarch is an eternal lord. Even though his eternal mark has collapsed, he can still linger on for some time. Evidently, he fled back to his lair. The master of the Black Island's eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and he muttered, the Dura Monarch. This is the Dura Monarch's treasure trove. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes also shimmered with joy, this is the Dura Monarch's treasure trove. An eternal lord is extremely powerful. Even a little treasure left behind by them is enough to make an eternal lord go crazy. Not to mention anything else, just the remains of the Dura Monarch are precious treasures that can become the foundation of the major forces of the 10 holy heavens. With a cold look in his eyes, the flame god Divine Sun waved his hand, and a scroll flew out. Flames of destruction soared, and a giant hand containing the power of an eternal lord flew out of the scroll and grabbed towards the master of the Black Island, the true flame god Divine Sun, and the ethereal fairy. The true flame god Divine Sun smiled coldly, took out a mirror, stepped into the mirror, and suddenly disappeared from this world. Damn it! The face of the master of the Black Island changed dramatically. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he became a 100-meter-tall giant. He erupted with Pinnacle's 7th firmament eternal Rancora, brandished the battle axe in his hand, and slashed at the giant hand. The true cultivation base of the Master of the Black Island is the Master of the Black Island, and this is the reason why he dares to participate in the competition for the treasures of the 2 Divine Suns. When the giant hand containing the flames of destruction slammed into the Master of the Black Island, the Master of the Black Island was blasted apart, and then the flames of destruction rolled out and burned the Master of the Black Island to ashes. No! Along with a shrill scream, the eternal imprint of the Master of the Black Island appeared strangely, collapsed, and turned into a stream of light that entered a white jade disc in the Dura Monarch's hand. Flame God 9 Extinctions, appear. The flame god Divine Sun spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, frantically burned his life origin, and pointed at the void. The void was in chaos, and a mirror was forced out of the void. The terrifying hand containing the flames of destruction slapped down on the mirror. A terrifying power erupted and shattered the mirror into pieces. No! How could this be? The true flame deity flew out of the mirror, a look of shock on his face. He issued a heart-wrenching roar and spread the fingers of a hand, wanting to release his trump card. Single heart thrust. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the flame god Divine Prince. He held a dagger and stabbed his own heart. The moment the dagger pierced True Flame God's heart, a terrifying power exploded in True Flame God's heart. It made True Flame God's reaction slow. Normally, that moment wouldn't have mattered, but at that moment, the terrifying hand containing the destructive flames slammed into True Flame God's body, turning him into ashes. No. I don't want to die. An eternal mark appeared and True Flame God's shrill screams could be heard. He collapsed and turned into a beam of light that entered the white jade disc. The flame god Divine Prince spat out a large mouthful of blood, glanced at the ethereal fairy, smiled ferociously, and said coldly, "Haha. What makes you trash think you can fight me? Ethereal fairy, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then kneel and swear allegiance to me. You will be my slave for 100 million years. Otherwise, I'll kill you and make you truly perish." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and she took a few steps back. With an unsightly expression on her face, she squeezed out a smile and said, Flame God Divine Prince, I swear to submit to you and serve you for 100 million years. The ethereal fairy gritted her teeth, knelt in front of the Flame God Divine Prince, and began to swear. Go to hell. The moment the ethereal fairy knelt, the Flame God Godchild's eyes flashed with coldness. He burned his eternal essence and tore through space, appearing in front of the ethereal fairy in one step. He slammed his palm down, crushing all of the ethereal fairy's resistance and landing on her head. Terrifying flames of destruction appeared and enveloped the ethereal fairy, burning her to ashes inch by inch. Chapter 1466. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I am willing to do anything for you. The empty spirit fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with endless horror, and she screamed miserably. The flame god Shensi said with a cold smile, "It's very simple, if it weren't for you bitch, I could have smoothly obtained the treasure of the Duluth king this time. You caused me to lose all my foundation and severely damaged my origin, you deserve to die." The flame god Shensi glanced at the empty spirit fairy with a playful look in his eyes, and said with a chuckle, "And let me tell you a secret. If you had fought me just now, I may not have been your opponent." The flame god Shensi had just used his foundation, burned his blood essence and eternal origin, and killed the Black Island master and true flame god Shensi in one fell swoop, but his body was seriously injured. It was just that the flame god Shensi had killed two Seventh Heaven's eternal heavens powerhouses in one fell swoop that deterred the empty spirit fairy. She was so scared that she gave up resisting, and was killed by the flame god Shensi. Originally, the empty spirit fairy could have fought the flame god Shensi, but now that the flame of destruction entered her body, the empty spirit fairy no longer had a chance to resist. "Flame god Shensi, you beast, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death." The empty spirit fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and countless runes emerged, and the eternal imprint appeared directly, and burned in an instant. A grey curse light emerged from the empty spirit fairy, passed through the flame of destruction, and hit the flame god Shensi. The flame god Shensi said with a contemptuous smile, "Curse technique? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Even if you burn your eternal true spirit to cast the curse technique, you can only weaken my power by 10% at most. In just 10 days, I will be able to refine your curse technique." The empty spirit fairy, a sixth heaven's eternal powerhouse, burned her eternal imprint to cast the curse technique with infinite power and terror. Once a fourth heaven's eternal powerhouse was hit by this curse, they would be tortured for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, the flame god Shensi wielded the flame of destruction and was born to restrain all kinds of curses. The ethereal fairy's curse technique was only a little trouble to him. At this moment, the green key in the arms of the flame god divine sun suddenly burst open, and Yang Feng emerged from the green key. The Shishan armor shone brightly, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method, formed a Devour Heaven spike, tore through the firmament, and stabbed towards the flame god divine sun. Defensive boundaries suddenly appeared around the flame god Shensi, and the Devour Heaven spike penetrated the defensive boundaries and stabbed into the flame god Shensi. Countless Devour runes emerged and frantically devoured the flame god Shensi's eternal source. Flame god's immortal body. The flame god Shensi's eyes flashed fiercely, and the part of the eternal origin that has been pierced through exploded, and fearsome fire force blasted Yang Feng away. A tremendous amount of destruction flames appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. Xingji. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand, and Xingji appeared in front of him. With the giant shield in hand, Xingji drew a copious amount of star force to converge on the giant shield and opened a huge star barrier. Locked in a stalemate with the star barrier, the destruction flames burned the star barrier inch by inch, unable to break it. Although the flame god Shensi is a powerhouse at the seventh firmament of the eternal realm, but after all, he fought several peerless enemies in succession. Even though he killed those great enemies, but he still suffered heavy losses and exhausted his underlying strength. He is no longer as ferocious as before. An afterimage flickered, turned into a shadow, and stabbed the ruler's shadow spear silently towards the back of the flame god Shensi. Are you Yang Feng's trump card? That's a top assassin for you. If I wasn't on guard, I might have been assassinated by you. But since I'm on guard, how can a piece of trash like you assassinate me? With a cold look in his eyes, the flame god Shensi smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the mirror of shadows exuding endless breath of eternity appeared. Dark rays of light emerged from the absorbing shadow mirror, rolled towards Ing, and sucked him in. The mirror of shadows is an eternal treasure refined by a powerhouse at the seventh firmament of the eternal realm. It is specially designed to restrain eternal sovereigns who wield the authority of shadows. After seeing Shadow's assassination methods, the flame god Shensi naturally tried to get his hands on this eternal treasure. This is the terror of the divine sons of great races in the eternal world. As long as they see through the trump cards of hostile eternal sovereigns, they can find targeted eternal treasures to restrain them. If you want to defeat them, you have to crush them in terms of strength. Then do you know of my existence? A cold voice sounded from the void. A sovereign's whip flew out of the void and lashed the body of the flame god Shensi viciously. An incomparably terrifying force erupted and blasted the body of the flame god Shensi into pieces. With a flash of destruction flames, the flame god Shensi's body was completely restored. The 12 holy apostles appeared in an instant, performed various offensive secret methods, resonated with each other, and slammed into the mirror of shadows. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering sound, the absorbing mirror collapsed and shattered. Ing jumped out of the absorbing shadow mirror, and with a slight shake of his body, he split into 9 clones and attacked the flame god Shensi from 9 directions. Flame god Shensi, this is where you will be buried. Zero's eyes were cold, and he controlled the whip of the ruler, turned into a violent true dragon, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and blasted towards the flame god Shensi. Flames of destruction intertwined in the flame god Shensi's body and turned into a 10-meter-tall giant surrounded by flames of destruction. Holding the flame god's sword, he fought with Zero. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the flame god Shensi exchanged thousands of blows with Zero. The void was torn apart, and he was forced to retreat, and he was whipped several times by Zero. Originally, the flame god Shensi's strength was far above Zero's. But after being injured repeatedly and burning his eternal origin essence to suppress the Black Owl Master and the true flame god Shensi, his strength has dropped to an extremely frightening level. Then, he was cursed by the empty fairy and seriously injured by Yang Feng's sneak attack, which greatly reduced his strength. Countless runes appeared on the 12 holy apostles, resonated with each other, and then joined forces and barreled towards the flame god Shensi. Open up! The flame god Shensi's eyes flashed fiercely. He slashed out with his sword, and the flame of destruction turned into a fire dragon that roared out, burning and distorting the void. It swept towards the 12 holy apostles of the sovereigns and sent them flying. Flames of destruction ignited on the 12 holy apostles and began to burn everything. Flame god Shensi, this is where you will die. A cold voice sounded, and a torrent of time appeared. Yang Feng teleported out of the torrent of time and sent a punch flying. Torrent of time, black hole, star of power, spatial portal, for essences erupted and formed a force that penetrated the flame god Shensi's defenses and slammed into him. The flame god Shensi screamed miserably at once, and then his body was blasted apart, and he turned into flames and fled in all directions. Shadows emerged from the void, and countless avatars stabbed at the flames with the ruler's shadow spear. The countless flames were penetrated by shadows, and then shadow seals filled the air and suppressed and sealed the flames transformed from the flame god Shensi one by one. Die! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a terrifying black hole devoured the flames transformed from the flame god Shensi and frantically devoured his life origin. Stay your hand, Yang Feng, let me live. I can give you the Taro monarch's treasure trove. Let me go. Otherwise, once you kill me, the flame god race will not rest until one of us is dead. The countless flames condensed into the flame god Shensi inside Yang Feng's black hole and roared loudly with a ferocious expression and fear on his face. Idiot! Ever since I obtained the Taro monarch's treasure trove, my relationship with the flame god race has been irreconcilable. In this case, killing a peerless genius like you is equivalent to cutting off the future of the flame god race. How can I let you go? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he closed the fingers of a hand, and countless rays of devour appeared, shrouded the flame god Shensi, and devoured his eternal origin. Great arcane holy heaven, the flame god race's headquarters, an eternal imprint strangely appeared. The one who killed me is Yang Feng. The one who killed me is Yang Feng. The flame god Shensi's miserable scream came from the eternal imprint, and then disappeared. Attracted by a mysterious force, the eternal imprint appeared on the remains of the flame god Shensi. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the eternal imprint and smashed it to pieces. A fearsome devour force enveloped the eternal imprint of the flame god Shensi and frantically devoured his eternal true spirit. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. So this is the eternal true spirit of the flame god Shensi, that's a powerhouse of the seventh firmament for you. What a profound underlying strength. If I can devour 3 or 4 more eternal true spirits similar to the flame god Shensi, I will have the underlying strength to advance to the 6th firmament of the eternal realm. At the moment when the eternal imprint of the flame god Shensi was broken, a statue of the flame god Shensi inside the headquarters collapsed and shattered. The divine sun died. How is that possible? How could the divine sun die? Yang Feng killed the divine sun. Impossible, the divine sun is a powerhouse of the 7th firmament of the eternal realm. How could he be killed by Yang Feng? Inside the Flame God clan, when the experts of the Flame God clan saw the statue of the Flame God Shensi crumble, their eyes flashed with shock. Chapter 1467. The Flame God Sun is the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Flame God race. He is proficient in countless powerful secret methods. At the same time, he is also a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. In the Flame God race, apart from the eternal tyrant, only a few old monsters of the 8th firmament eternal realm can defeat the Flame God Sun. The Flame God Sun is a peerless genius with the greatest potential to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm and become an eternal tyrant. Now that he has died, it is equivalent to cutting off half of the Flame God race's future. Damn it! Who is it? Someone killed Yang Feng. It's him. I want him dead. I want him to die without a burial place. I want everyone related to him to die. A world-shaking, earth-shattering voice came from inside the Flame God race. Fire clouds churned in the headquarters of the Flame God race, as if the end of the world is coming. In the headquarters of the Flame God race, many Flame God powerhouses knelt on the ground, shivering. Pass down my order. Send someone to Yanju Tian and destroy the realm of eternal sovereigns under Yang Feng's command. Leave no one alive. A cruel voice came from the headquarters of the Flame God race. Yes. Ancestor. Respectful voices rang out one after another. One after another, terrifying experts of the Flame God clan flew out towards Yanju Tian. When a tyrant gets angry, a universe can be destroyed. Originally, even the Flame God race wouldn't easily destroy a realm of a lesser heaven. But the death of the Flame God Sun is equivalent to cutting off the future of the Flame God race, which naturally enraged an eternal tyrant. After all, the Flame God race spent 5 million years and countless treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate the son of the Flame God race's son to this step. He is the only being of the Flame God race who has hope of advancing to an eternal tyrant. Now that the Flame God Sun has died, no one of the Flame God race has been able to advance to an eternal tyrant for hundreds of thousands of years. Inside the Toro monarch's treasure trove. If I can devour and refine this body of the eternal king, I can definitely advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm or above. I might even be able to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, the seal on it is too terrifying. I can't crack it. Yang Feng climbed the altar and looked at the Duro monarch sitting on the throne, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Du Luo King's corpse contained King Bei Da's power. If he wanted to devour Du Luo King's corpse, he would have to contend against King Bei Da's power. At this time, Yang Feng's cultivation base is only at the 5th firmament eternal realm. The gap between him and the Beta monarch is like that between a dragon and an ant. There was no way he could resist King Bei Da's power. However, this, Doluo white jade disc, of the Doluo King can be obtained. With this eternal treasure, I can kill other Eternals, and they will die directly, allowing me to possess some of the characteristics of an Eternal King. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Doluo white jade disc, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. He bowed to the Doluo monarch in salute, and then extended his hand towards the Doluo white jade disc and grabbed it. Kill! 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 Swear that if you kill King Bei Da and Darkthroat King, you will obtain my Doluo divine slaughtering art. My Doluo white jade disc, and all my treasures will belong to you. As soon as the Doluo white jade disc fell into Yang Feng's hand, endless killing intent came from the Doluo white jade disc, and poured into him. 0. Yang Feng's face fell, and he roared. 0 spread the fingers of his hand, and countless mechanical threads flew out, wrapped around the Doluo white jade disc, and pulled it from Yang Feng's hand. The crazy and fearsome intent was severed, and then began to pervade 0's body. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured and refined the violent killing intent. Countless mysterious runes also appeared in 0's body, dispelling the resentment and killing intent that the Turo King had left on the disc bit by bit. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered, "Shadow, Xingji, help 0 crack the Doluo white jade disc." Yes. My lord. Shadow and Xingji extended countless mechanical threads that entered 0's body. The three monarchs resonated with each other and began to crack the Doluo white jade disc. The restrictions inside the Doluo white jade disc were cracked, and a copious amount of precious knowledge was extracted and poured into 0's database. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. The Doluo white jade disc is an eternal monarch treasure rank treasure. Originally, it wasn't something that I could crack. However, it's already a broken treasure, and so many years have passed, so it was broken. Originally, Yang Feng needed to swear to take revenge on the two eternal monarchs in order to obtain the precious knowledge sealed inside the Doluo white jade disc. However, 0 directly broke the restrictions on the Doluo white jade disc, and absorbed the knowledge inside. At the same time, he refined the Doluo white jade disc, inch by inch, and integrated it into his body. Once 0 completely integrates the Doluo white jade disc into his body, he will possess some of the characteristics of an eternal monarch treasure and become terrifying. The Doluo white jade disc hasn't received any nourishment for more than 1 million years. Even though it is an eternal monarch treasure rank treasure, but it has lost most of its spirit. Faced with the joint refinement of the three monarchs, the Doluo white jade disc disappeared inch by inch and entered 0's body. Yang Feng continuously poured a large amount of eternal force into 0 and used a large number of eternal source stones to extract eternal source force and pour it into 0's body. 10 days later, 0 opened his eyes, and a copious amount of information poured into Yang Feng's mind. The Doluo white jade disc can break the universe crystal wall and deceive the universe will of other universes, allowing Eternals to sneak into other universes quietly. As expected of a treasure of an eternal monarch, it has such heaven-defying power. When Yang Feng saw the copious amount of information pouring in, his eyes lit up, and excitement flashed in his eyes. If an eternal sovereign enters a universe without an eternal sovereign, they can use various means to sneak around and hide. However, if an eternal being wanted to enter a universe controlled by an eternal being, it would definitely be courting death. They would be killed as soon as they entered that universe. The Duo white jade disk can break the universe crystal wall and deceive the universe will of other universes, allowing an eternal sovereign to come to other universes. This kind of power is simply heaven-defying. It is with this power that the Duo monarch was able to advance step by step and become an eternal sovereign. After refining the Duo white jade disk, Yang Feng searched the Duo monarch's treasure trove and found a lot of precious resources. But there are no more eternal monarch treasure rank treasures. A few days later, Yang Feng left the Duo monarch's treasure trove. In front of the crystal wall of sky between the border holy heaven and a higher heaven, ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared in the void. 0. Yang Feng took a look at the crystal wall of sky and uttered flatly. 0 walked out of the void, and a miniature version of a white jade disk appeared on his forehead. White light flew out of the white jade disk and shone on the crystal wall of sky. The crystal wall of sky parted, revealing an unimpeded path. Shrouded in white light and guarded by 0, Yang Feng stepped into the path and entered the crystal wall of sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With an eternal monarch treasure, I can now freely pass through the crystal wall of sky, which was almost impossible to cross in the past. From today on, except for the universes occupied by the eternal monarch, no universe can stop me. The outerverse, in front of a universe boundary membrane. Ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared outside the universe boundary membrane. 0. Following Yang Feng's order, 0 walked out of the void and appeared behind him. 0 opened his eyes, and mysterious white light shone in his eyes, and he investigated the universe boundary membrane. 0 uttered, I didn't find any fluctuations of power from the eternal monarch. There is a 99% chance that this is not the universe of the eternal monarchs. Generally, every eternal monarch has a universe of their own. In the main universe, they were invincible and indestructible existences. Even if 2 eternal monarchs join forces, they still can't defeat an eternal monarch in their universe. Of course, if 3 or 4 eternal monarchs join forces, it is still possible to kill an eternal monarch in their universe. At the time, the Duo monarch was deceived, and his true body left the universe, which was why he was killed by the 2 eternal monarchs, the Beta monarch and the Darkthroat monarch. The world of warlocks is engraved with Yang Feng's eternal imprint, which is also his universe. Yang Feng uttered flatly, let's begin. Countless mysterious runes bloomed in 0's eyes, and the white jade disk appeared on her forehead. White light emerged from the white jade disk and entered the universe boundary membrane. Illuminated by the white light, the universe boundary membrane, which can resist 9th firmament eternal powerhouses, was easily disintegrated and revealed a bottomless passage. There are fluctuations of power from eternal sovereigns in this world. According to the analysis of the fluctuations, it should be below the 4th firmament eternal realm. When the passage appeared, 0's eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, there are eternal sovereigns? It seems to be a bit tricky. If there are no eternal sovereigns in a universe, then for an eternal like Yang Feng, it is very simple to conquer it. However, once there are eternal sovereigns in a universe, even if they are 1st firmament eternal sovereigns, they will be favored by the universe will and can mobilize the power of the whole universe to suppress 9th firmament eternal powerhouses. Chapter 1468. The strength of eternal sovereigns in this universe is below the 4th firmament eternal realm. I have 0's protection. Even if I'm exposed, I can still escape from an eternal. It's worth a try. Yang Feng's heart stirred, his eyes shimmered with determination, and he stepped into the passageway. After passing through the passageway, Yang Feng appeared in an almost endless starry sky. In the endless starry sky, there were hundreds of stars blooming with dazzling starlight. Each star contained a terrifying star force comparable to an eternal being. Surrounded by countless stars, there was an incomparably huge world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. There is no world rejection and no interference from the universe will. That's wonderful. Even the eternal sovereigns of this universe can't sense my existence. That's wonderful. Generally, once eternal sovereigns of other universes invade this universe, they will be rejected by the universe will. Furthermore, they will be immediately perceived by the eternal sovereigns of this universe. In the past, the soul Seth was far stronger than Yang Feng, but he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng in the transcendent world. Yang Feng's eyes shone with wisdom. If I challenge that eternal sovereign now, I will be courting death. I have to take root in this universe. Only by practicing cultivation with this universe's power system and integrating with this universe can I defeat that eternal sovereign. With a flash of light, he entered the world. If I want to improve my strength quickly, of course I have to find the most powerful force in this world and use the resources of that force to advance quickly. Found it. It's you. With a flash of dim light, Yang Feng appeared beside a pond in a royal palace. On the edge of the pond, there is a young man full of noble aura lying on the ground. At this time, he is exhaling more than he is inhaling. Amid screams, many eunuchs and palace maids rushed over. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the young man's head, and a devour force erupted and devoured the young man's soul and memories. In an instant, Yang Feng turned into the young man lying on the edge of the pond. Zhen don't scare me. Doctor, what's wrong with Zhen? If anything happens to him, all of you will be buried with him. An extremely anxious voice sounded out from the side, and it was filled with terror and ghastly killing intent. One of the imperial physicians said, Your Highness, the seventh prince is just frightened and has a cold in his body. It's not a serious illness. As long as he takes a Star Yang pill, he will be able to recover completely in less than a day. The concubine scolded, Hurry up and let Zhen take the pill. Yes. The imperial physician took out an elixir and sent it into Yang Feng's mouth. Specks of glittering starlight entered Yang Feng's body and nourished it. Yang Feng opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman with long black hair and a slender figure dressed in palace attire. Yang Feng, who has refined the memories of the seventh prince, was aware of everything the seventh prince knew. This world was called the Star World. Countless stars with terrifying power of the stars were floating in the sky. In this world, once a cultivator reached the age of 16, they would hold a sacrificial ceremony and offer sacrifices to the stars. During the sacrificial ceremony, the youngsters would communicate with the stars, awaken their star source stars, and then practice cultivation with the help of the star force of the star source stars. The star world was divided into three states, namely the state of Zhao, the state of Chu, and the state of Wei, which were at war with each other. The youngster possessed by Yang Feng was precisely the seventh prince Li Zhen. The beautiful woman was one of the concubines of the state of Zhao's emperor, concubine Mei. Zhen, you're fine. You're fine. When concubine Mei saw Yang Feng open his eyes, she sobbed and muttered. Yang Feng said a few perfunctory words, and concubine Mei left. It seems that the person I chose was involved in a struggle in the palace. Was it the crown prince or the fourth prince's people who did it? After concubine Mei left, Yang Feng recalled the memories of the seventh prince and vaguely made some speculations. The crown prince was the eldest son of the empress. After awakening, he obtained the favor of the sky star of the 36 Big Dipper stars as his star source star, and received the support of the courtiers. The fourth prince was the eldest son of the imperial noble concubine Zhen, who awakened the Migres star of the Big Dipper 7 stars. He was a cut above the crown prince, and received the emperor's favor. In the star world, the top stars were the North Star, the Literati star, the Martial star, the Voracious Wolf star, the Army Destroyer star, and the Seven Murders star. The North Star, the Literati star, and the Martial star were called the three heavenly stars. The voracious wolf star, the army destroyer star, and the seven murders star were called the three ominous stars. Below the three ominous stars and the three heavenly stars were the Big Dipper 7 stars. Below the Big Dipper 7 stars were the 28 mansions. Below the 28 mansions were the 36 Big Dipper stars. Below the 36 Big Dipper stars were the 72 earthly fiend stars. Below the 72 earthly fiend stars were the first-rate stars, second-rate stars, third-rate stars, and unrated stars. Only experts with a star source star above the 72 earthly fiend stars could practice cultivation to the pinnacle realm. In the state of Zhao, there were more than 50 princes and princesses, but only the crown prince and the fourth prince had awakened stars above the earthly fiend star. The seventh prince was intelligent and had an outstanding cultivation aptitude. Many people believed that he would obtain the three heavenly stars like the literati star and the martial star. The sacrificial ceremony would begin in a few days. Only then would the people of the crown prince and the fourth prince make a move against the seventh prince. No matter who you are, I won't let you off. After I succeed in my cultivation, I'll squish you all to repay the favor of borrowing this identity and memory. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated this world's secret method and began to absorb the star force drifting in the void to temper his fleshly body. Yang Feng has sealed his eternal force and used a bit of true spirit and the eternal God fruit incarnation fruit to refine a fleshly body. This fleshly body has no cultivation base. If he wants to practice cultivation, he will have to start from scratch. Only by practicing cultivation step by step and absorbing the universe's extraordinary force to temper his fleshly body and soul can he obtain the recognition of the universe's will and be able to contend against the universe's eternals in the future. In the following days, Yang Feng hid in his room and practiced cultivation. With his experience as a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, he easily modified this world's basic cultivation method and attracted a copious amount of star force to strengthen the foundation of his fleshly body. A few days later, concubine Mei came to Yang Feng's room and said, "Zhen, come with me. Let's go meet the Empress and ask her to grant you the star attraction ring." Yang Feng replied, "Yes, Mother." In the star world, there are countless secret treasures that draw support from star force. The star attraction ring is a treasure that the major families and the royal family spend countless rare treasures of heaven and earth to refine. The star attraction ring can enhance the practitioner's affinity with the stars when participating in the sacrificial ceremony. The reason why the major families and the royal family have many powerhouses and geniuses is because they have a series of secret treasures such as the star attraction ring as their foundation. Greetings, Empress. After passing through winding corridors, concubine Mei took Yang Feng to the palace where the Empress is located and bowed to her. Rise. With a look, Yang Feng saw a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous silk sitting on the throne. She was graceful and had an extraordinary temperament. She was very beautiful, but she looked a little mean. This beautiful woman is the state of Zhao's Empress. Empress Zhao's words revealed traces of alienation and indifference. "Sister concubine Mei, what brings you here this time?" Concubine Mei said, "Empress, Zhen has come of age and is about to participate in the sacrificial ceremony to awaken his life star. Empress, please grant him the star attraction ring." The corners of Empress Zhao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. "I have already prepared the star attraction ring for Zhen. However, a few days ago, Chun borrowed Zhen's star attraction ring. Before he borrowed it, he said that he will return the star attraction ring to Zhen after a few days. He will definitely give Zhen a star attraction ring before participating in the sacrificial ceremony." Concubine Mei's pretty face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly, "Empress, the star attraction ring is related to Zhen's lifelong fate. How can I lend it to others? Besides, if Zhen can't obtain the star attraction ring before the sacrificial ceremony, how can he refine the star attraction ring and communicate with the fate star?" Every prince and princess will be bestowed the star attraction ring after they come of age. Empress, please grant the star attraction ring to my son. A cultivator could originally awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars, but with a top-notch star attraction ring, they might awaken the 36 celestial stars. A top-notch star attraction ring could completely change a person's fate during the sacrificial ceremony. Empress Zhao clearly didn't want Lu Zhen to obtain the great opportunity of the star attraction ring. Empress Zhao's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and her words were frigid as she said frigidly, "Concubine Mei, are you questioning my unfairness?" Concubine Mei looked up with a look of grief and indignation. Yang Feng pressed the back of Concubine Mei's head, and she fainted. "Empress, you're fair. My mother and I admire you very much. This time, I'm very presumptuous to disturb you, please forgive me. We'll be taking our leave." Yang Feng clapped his hands, and two palace maids came in and carried Concubine Mei away from the palace. Empress Zhao looked at Yang Feng's departing figure, her eyes flickered, and she said unhurriedly, "Lu Zhen, this kid is really not simple." A handsome young man walked out from the side with a smile on his face. "Seventh brother is naturally not simple. To be able to escape from a star grandmaster rank powerhouse is really beyond my expectations." The handsome young man was Crown Prince Li Xiong of the state of Zhao. In the star world, cultivators were divided into Star Apostle, Star Knight, Great Warlock, Star Master, Starry Sky, Great Star Master, Moonlight, Star Spirit, Glorious Sun, Star Grandmaster, Bright World, Star Venerable, Infinity Warlock, Star Monarch, Star Sage, and Star Emperor. Chapter 1469. If a cultivator hasn't awakened their star, then no matter how they practice cultivation, they can only practice cultivation until the Star Apostle 9 stars, that is, level 3 Warlock rank. Once they awaken their star, they can directly advance to a Star Scholar. Cultivators who awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars can directly advance to a Star Scholar. Peerless geniuses who awaken the 36 celestial Dipper stars and the Big Dipper stars can, with the help of Star Force, advance to a Star Master rank expert in one fell swoop. Once the peerless geniuses of the 3 celestial stars and 3 ominous stars awaken their star, they can ascend to the Great Star Master rank in one fell swoop. A Star Grandmaster rank powerhouse was equivalent to a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. For such an expert to assassinate an ant who hasn't even reached the Great Warlock rank, it couldn't be any easier. The Empress of the state of Zhao frowned slightly, saying, "The Imperial Palace is heavily guarded and protected by the Heavenly Cycle stellar formation. Even if it's a Star Master rank expert, it's very difficult to kill someone without anyone noticing. Assassinating someone in the palace is a bad plan. Once discovered by His Majesty, whether it's you or I, neither of us can bear the responsibility. There are many experts in the Imperial Palace, and the rules are strict. If assassins are allowed to run amok, then the Emperor won't be able to sleep well. Once he discovers that the Crown Prince has raised assassins to assassinate people in the palace, he will definitely depose the Crown Prince. Once the civil and military officials learn of this, they will be very disappointed and won't support the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince lowered his head and said, "Mother is right, it was I who didn't think it through." The Empress of the state of Zhao said, "Tell me, how should we deal with this matter?" The Crown Prince said with a smile, "Every prince will be given a top-notch star guiding ring after they reach adulthood. This is a rule set by the founder of the state of Zhao, and it can't be broken. We must give the top-notch star guiding ring to 7th brother before the sacrificial ceremony begins." However, the dog slave didn't take good care of it and damaged the star guiding ring. He deserves to die. When the time comes, we'll behead him and use his head to appease 7th brother. The Empress of the state of Zhao said with a satisfied smile, "Not bad, I'll leave this matter to you." After Concubine Mei woke up, she cried and complained to Yang Feng, which gave Yang Feng a lot of information. In the harem of the state of Zhao, the Empress was the most respected. Below the empress were the 4 imperial noble concubines. Below them were the noble concubines, imperial 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 concubines. Concubine May was just a concubine, and she came from a poor family. She couldn't compete with the empress and imperial noble consort Chen. The harem of Zhao was filled with beauties. The emperor of Zhao's state only doted on concubine May, but he didn't dote on her exclusively. Under such circumstances, concubine May could not resist the empress's decision at all. The day before the sacrificial ceremony, the top star guiding ring belonging to the prince was delivered to Yang Feng. This star guiding ring has been tampered with. If this star guiding ring were to be used during the sacrificial ceremony, not only would it be useless, but it would also be drawn to those third-rate stars. What a vicious heart! Yang Feng picked up the star guiding ring and took a look at it. His eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly. Yang Feng was a top alchemist. After he advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm, his alchemy reached an unimaginable level. As soon as he saw the star guiding ring, he analyzed its principle and understood that there was something fishy about it. The aptitude of the princes and princesses of the state of Zhao was much better than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, after they used the top star guiding ring, they would most likely be able to awaken a first-rate star and have the potential to practice cultivation until the star venerable realm. Once Yang Feng awakened a third-rate star in the future, he would only be able to practice cultivation until the star spirit realm at most. A prince who could only cultivate to the astral spirit realm was definitely a waste. It was impossible for him to obtain power, and it was impossible for him to obtain too many cultivation resources. Basically, he could only live a mediocre life as an idle prince. Even if such a prince was killed, the empress of the state of Zhao wouldn't say a word. The Heavenly Star Temple was located in the west of the state of Zhao's imperial palace. It was one of the most important palaces in the imperial palace. Every year, the awakening ceremony of the royal family would be held here. There were tens of thousands of people in the state of Zhao's royal family, and there would be people awakening every year. Of course, only when a prince came of age would it be so grand. On the throne in the Sky Star Hall, there sat a burly man dressed in a dragon robe, full of dignity. This man was the empress of the state of Zhao, Li Xingqian, who possessed star monarch rank might. Below the empress of the state of Zhao, there was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholarly robe and a burly, bear-like general. The middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes was the prime minister of the state of Zhao, Huanpu Qinghe, and the bear-like general was the state pillar general Zhou Tianshi. Huanpu Qinghe and Zhou Tianshi are the 2 most powerful star saints in the state of Zhao as well as the protectors of the state of Zhao. In the star world, the strongest powerhouses were star saints. As for star emperor rank powerhouses, they only appeared briefly in historical legends and then disappeared. Below the 2 guardian deities sat the concubines of the harem. Below them sat the princes, princesses, and courtiers. Next to the empress sat a peerless beauty with black hair and starry eyes. She looked like she could be squeezed at will. This peerless beauty was concubine Zhen, Li Xingqian's most beloved woman. Among the princes, there was one who was far more handsome than the others. This prince was concubine Zhen's eldest son, the 4th Prince Li Guanghai. In the center of the hall, there was a square, and in the center of the square, there was an altar. Around the square stood dozens of 16-year-old boys and girls. 7th brother, thank you for lending me your star-attracting ring. This time, I'll definitely awaken a high-grade star to repay you. A handsome young man with snow-white skin and an air of nobility walked up to Yang Feng. His eyes flashed with ridicule and he smiled coldly. This young man was concubine Zhen's 4th son, Li Chun. He deliberately borrowed Li Zhen's star guiding ring and now came to provoke Yang Feng. If Yang Feng's embodiment of Li Zhen got angry here and was expelled from the awakening ceremony, that would be exactly what Li Chun wanted. Yang Feng glanced at Li Zhen and smiled contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. His gaze shifted and fell on the vast starry sky. 13th Prince, this is the heavenly star sacrificial ceremony, a serious matter. Please conduct yourself with dignity. A very beautiful girl with black hair, snow-white skin, an oval face, and picturesque features came over and warned coldly. Li Chun's eyes flashed with adoration, and he said carefully, I know, Tian Tian. The beautiful girl in front of him was called Sun Tian Tian. She was the daughter of Major General Sun Dang and a famous cultivation genius of the younger generation. She was the genius most likely to awaken the 72 earthly fiend stars or more. She was the dream lover of many people of the royal family's younger generation. This Li Zhen looks a little different from before. He seems to have become even more extraordinary. Sun Tian Tian looked at Yang Feng, who exuded an ethereal aura, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic glint. She shifted her gaze and looked at the altar. A eunuch said, the sacrificial ceremony officially begins. Four strong men dragged a 100-meter-long star flood dragon with cyan scales and a pair of wings on its ribs onto an altar. The eyes of Li Xingqian, who was sitting in the seat of honor, flickered coldly, countless wisps of star force revolved around him, and he waved his hand. A star saber descended from the sky and slashed at the star flood dragon's head. The star flood dragon was sliced in two, and its blood splattered on the ground. Rays of mysterious light appeared and absorbed the blood and soul of the star flood dragon. A beam of light flew out of the altar and into the sky. In an instant, stars appeared in the sky, and beams of starlight descended from the sky and were attracted to the altar. On the altar, the star guiding rings on the dozens of youngsters radiated dazzling light, absorbed the star force flowing from the youngsters, condensed into a stream, and entered the sky to communicate with the stars. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, took off the star guiding ring, threw it on the ground, stepped on it, and crushed it. The pupils of the state of Zhao's empress constricted slightly, he found out. Li Xingqian's gaze constricted slightly, and his eyes shimmered with displeasure. Huanpu Qinghe and Zhou Tianshi glanced at him expressionlessly, as if they hadn't seen anything. He crushed the star guiding ring. Sure enough, he's being targeted. The 7th prince is so smart, but unfortunately, he's too shallow. Looks of pity could be seen from the crowd of officials. Starlight emerged from Yang Feng and formed a beam of light that pierced into the sky, carrying an overbearing aura, as if a great emperor commanding the stars in the sky. A white star containing a mysterious power emerged from the void. After the white star emerged, the myriad of stars dimmed. No starlight descended from the sky, only the white star suppressed the world. The literati star of the 3 heavenly stars. It's the literati star. The 7th prince actually communicated with the literati star. Amazing. The literati star, one of the 3 heavenly stars. The state of Zhao hasn't had anyone communicate with the 3 heavenly stars for 100 years. The 7th prince actually communicated with the literati star, the state of Zhao will prosper. When the officials of the kingdom of Zhao saw this, their eyes flashed with excitement and they were filled with excitement. Crown Prince Li Xiong looked at the literati star in the sky, his face twisted, his eyes filled with jealousy, and he roared inside, the literati star. How is this possible? How could he awaken the literati star? Why isn't it me? Why isn't it me who awakened the literati star? Chapter 1470. The 4th Prince Li Guanhai's face was also twisted, filled with jealousy, the literati star, one of the 3 heavenly stars. Why was it him? Why is it that the son of this lowly servant girl is favored by literati star? The eyes of the empress of the state of Zhao flashed with a haze, and she gritted her teeth, one of the 3 heavenly stars. Damn it! This brat must die. 2 streams of tears flowed down concubine May's beautiful eyes. She was filled with excitement. Literati Star's blessing. My good Zhen has actually obtained the Literati Star's favor. Finally, we, mother and son, can enjoy the good times. Huanpu Qinghe's eyes flashed with jealousy as he looked at the Literati Star in the sky. He muttered, Literati Star, it's actually the Literati Star. One of the 3 heavenly stars, how enviable. The natal star that Huanpu Qinghe had awakened was the Earth Horn Star, one of the 72 Earth Fiend stars. In order to advance to become a star saint, he had no choice but to travel around the 3 nations and kill all the experts who had awakened the Earth Edge Star Fate. He monopolized the Earth Edge Star Fate and spent countless resources and time to advance to become a star saint. If Huanpu Qinghe had awakened one of the 3 heavenly stars, the Literati Star, with his talent and hard work, he might have already advanced to the legendary Star Emperor. Zhou Tianshi looked at the star in the sky and his eyes flashed with a complicated look, Literati Star. Looks like my state of Zhao is going to have a lot of trouble from now on. If the Crown Prince Li Xiong awakened the Literati Star, then his position as the Crown Prince was almost as stable as Mount Tai. However, Li Zhen, a prince whose mother's family was weak and unloved, had awakened Literati Star. One could imagine how big of a wave it would set off in the state of Zhao. Li Xingqian looked at the Literati Star in the sky with an expressionless face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Li Chun looked at the Literati Star in the sky, and was in so much pain that he wanted to vomit blood. Literati Star. He actually awakened Literati Star. How could this be? Sun Tian looked at the domineering Literati Star in the sky, and her eyes flashed with shock. Literati Star, one of the 3 heavenly stars, Literati Star. Unbelievable. Still not enough. Come to me. Standing quietly on the square, Yang Feng looked up and barked. A fearsome starlight flew out of Yang Feng and entered the sky again. A star that was temporarily releasing a red light emerged from the void, competing with the Literati Star and emitting a light that wasn't any weaker than the Literati Star. Martial Song Star. That's the Martial Song Star. Twin heavenly stars. The 7th prince's talent is actually this strong. Twin heavenly stars. Dual heavenly star blessing, that's a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. The previous Star Emperor was blessed by the twin heavenly stars. He was invincible in both literature and martial arts, sweeping away all other experts of the same level. With the blessing of 2 heavenly stars, the state of Zhao will prosper. In the heavenly star hall, the officials were in an uproar, discussing spiritedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and agitation. Once one of the natal stars of the 3 heavenly stars and the 3 ominous stars was awakened, it was already a monster-level genius that was rarely seen in a country in 100 years. Blessed by the twin stars, both civil and martial, he was a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. In a one-on-one fight, he could sweep through all enemies in the world. Twin heavenly stars, civil and military alike. Why did the heavens love him so much? I'm the Crown Prince. I'm the Crown Prince of the state of Zhao. Crown Prince Li Xiong's face twisted, his hands clenched, and drops of blood dripped from his hands to the ground. 4th Prince Li Guanhai's face twisted, and his teeth almost shattered. Damn it. Li Zhen, damn you. There was a flash of jealousy in Huanpu Qinghe's eyes, and he sighed faintly, civil and military alike. If he doesn't die, he can casually advance to a star monarch in the future. Advancing to a star sage is only a matter of effort. How enviable. The state of Zhao had a population of more than 3 billion, yet only 2 star sages were born. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to advance to a star sage. Even geniuses who awakened 36 celestial dipper stars would find it extremely difficult to advance to a star sage. With the blessing of the twin heavenly stars, As long as young Feng practiced cultivation diligently and had enough resources, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in advancing to a star sage. Zhou Tianqi's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, civil and military alike. Unfortunately, he's not the crown prince. Sun Tian looked at the two stars in the sky, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, civil and military alike. That's heaven-defying. Not enough. Star of the North Star, come out. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a starlight flew out of him and entered the sky. Ripples flickered, and a star exuding purple Empyrean chi emerged and shone with the civil and military stars, even suppressing the two stars. The star exuding purple Empyrean chi is the head of the three heavenly stars, Ziwei Star. Ziwei Star. It's actually the head of the three heavenly stars, Ziwei Star. The three heavenly stars have come out. How is this possible? Three heavenly stars favor a single person. This is the number one person through the ages. Three heavenly stars favor a single person, this is a star emperor seed. Three heavenly stars favor a single person, this is a natural-born human emperor. The surrounding officials were all dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. In the star world, three heavenly stars favor a single person. Only in ancient times, the transcendental age, when countless powerhouses fought each other, such a peerless genius has appeared. In ancient times, star beasts and star demons were the rulers of this world, while humans were just slaves and food for star beasts and star demons. After countless studies, human sages finally learned how to offer sacrifices to stars, awaken star fate, practice cultivation, and fight star beasts and star demons. Among humans, the first human to receive the favor of three heavenly stars became the first human emperor and led the human race to establish a human state in the star world. In the following years, a human who received the favor of three heavenly stars will be born in each era, who will be crowned as the human emperor and lead the human race to fight star beasts and star demons. After the 7 great emperors, humans finally defeated the star beasts and star demons, driving them to a remote and desolate land. After the 7 human emperors, humans have never received the favor of 3 heavenly stars in the star world. Stunned, Huangpu Qinghe stared at Yang Feng on the square, a natural-born human emperor. He's actually a natural-born human emperor. Zhou Tianshi smiled bitterly, and his eyes shimmered with worry, a natural-born human emperor. I was born at the wrong time. In ancient times, if humans had mortal enemies like star beasts and star demons, a person who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars would definitely receive the support of the entire human race, become the human emperor, and lead the human race to fight star beasts and star demons. But now that star beasts and star demons have been expelled to the wilderness and the 3 states are at war, a natural-born human emperor who received the favor of 3 heavenly stars might not have a good future. Zhou Tianshi looked at Li Xingqian and saw that Li Xingqian's face was expressionless, but his hands were clenched into fists, and blue veins were protruding. The Empress of the state of Zhao looked at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. 3 stars dazzle the world, a natural-born human emperor. Good. 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 You're dead this time. Even if you're a natural-born human emperor, you must die for blocking my way. Crown Prince Li Xiong stared at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky, his eyes flashed with a touch of frenzied killing intent, and he looked at the 4th Prince Li Guanghai. Li Zhen must die. The 4th Prince Li Guanghai and the Crown Prince Li Xiong's gazes met, and they both emitted terrifying killing intent. At this moment, the 2 mortal enemies unexpectedly became telepathic. Sun Tian looked at the 3 heavenly stars in the sky, and was somewhat confused. 3 stars dazzle the world, a natural-born human emperor. He's actually a natural-born human emperor, how? Why can't I see it? Li Zhen was indeed very smart since childhood, and his cultivation talent was far superior to that of other young princes in the imperial family. But it was practically impossible to reach the level of a natural-born human emperor. Sun Tian didn't think that Li Zhen was a natural-born human emperor. Li Chun was so depressed that he wanted to spit blood, a natural-born human emperor. How is this possible? How can he be a natural-born human emperor? Impossible. Impossible. The 3 heavenly stars blossomed with resplendent starlight, turned into 3 pillars of starlight, and fell on Yang Feng. Under the illumination of the endless starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and advanced to an star warrior. Without any pause, after a few breaths of time, Yang Feng's aura broke through and reached the Star Master realm. After staying in the Star Master realm for a short while, Yang Feng's aura broke through again and advanced to the Great Star Master realm. He stayed in the Great Star Master realm for a while before advancing to the Star Spirit realm. Star. He had reached the heavens in a single step, skipping 4 realms in a row, and directly advanced to the Star Spirit realm. As expected of a natural-born human emperor. 3 stars dazzle the world, a natural-born human emperor. How terrifying! In ancient times, once an innate human emperor awakened, he would be able to fight against star beasts. It seems like the rumors were true. This is what it means to be a natural-born human emperor. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd of courtiers who were watching the fight. Astral spirit rank experts were already comparable to glorious dawn warlocks. Even in the star world, they were already experts who dominated a region. Many of the overlords of small cities were also astral spirit rank experts. Prior to this, Yang Feng's avatar Li Zhen was just a level 3 warlock. But once he awakened his star, he ascended to a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse in a single bound. From this, it can be seen how much progress he made. In the name of the North Star, I command you to summon the sky leading star. Yang Feng looked at the sky and barked domineeringly. The North Star flashed, and a purple ray entered the sky. The sky leading star appeared in the void with the sky leading star. Chapter 1471. Sky leading star, in the name of the Purple Star Lord, I order you to form a contract with this woman. Yang Feng pointed at Sun Tian and shouted into the sky. The heavenly leading star flashed, and a beam of light directly fell from the sky and entered Sun Tian's body. Illuminated by the light of the sky leading star, Sun Tian's aura rose steadily and broke through until she advanced to the Great Star Master realm. The legend at the Purple Star can control many stars and command the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiend stars to form contracts with people is actually true. In history, there have been people who awakened the Purple Star, but they could only command the 72 earthly fiend stars. How can he command the 36 celestial stars? That's the head of the 36 celestial stars, the sky leading star. To obey his orders, that's heaven-defying. He is the innate human emperor who obtained the 3 brilliant stars, so he can naturally command the 36 celestial stars. The innate human emperor. To have such incredible power, no wonder he can lead the humans to defeat star beasts and star demons. The gazes of the heavenly star temple's ministers fell on Yang Feng, filled with scorching light. In the star world, a single star could form a contract with many humans and become those humans' natal stars. Yang Feng's embodiment of the 3 brilliant stars, the innate human emperor could command the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiend stars to release star force and become a cultivator's life star. This ability was simply heaven-defying. It should be noted that even among the imperial family with the most resources and experts, only the crown prince and the 4th prince formed contracts with 36 celestial stars or more. The rest of the imperial family's younger generation geniuses formed contracts with 72 earthly fiend stars at most. Most of them only formed contracts with first or second-rate life stars. As long as Yang Feng was given 16 years, he could create a large number of elites among elites. Relying on this ability, the ancient human emperors were surrounded by as many experts as clouds in the sky. This was how they were able to contend against the tyrannical star beasts and star demons. In the square, the young men and women of the imperial family and the aristocrats stared at Yang Feng with longing in their eyes, hoping that he could light a star for them. Be it the celestial dipper star or the earthly fiend star, they were both natal stars that they dreamed of. After Yang Feng lit a star for Sun Tian, he stood quietly in the square, not saying a word. In the sky, the 3 heavenly stars flickered faintly and disappeared. The 10,000 stars that were suppressed by the 3 great heavenly stars appeared. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and sprinkled on the bodies of the young men and women below, allowing them to directly break through and advance to the Star Warrior realm. No. How could this be? Third-rate star. How could this be? I clearly have a top-notch star attraction ring, how could I contract a third-rate star? No. I don't want it. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching howl rang out from the square. Li Chun's face contorted into a vicious expression as he howled madly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. When Zhenfei saw this, a sinister look flashed across her beautiful face. She let out a heart-wrenching roar. Li Chun was one of Zhenfei's most beloved sons. Now that he had contracted a third-rate star, his future was ruined. Moreover, in the contract square, he suffered a backlash from Star Force and became a cripple. Henceforth, he could only linger on as an ordinary person. This naturally made Zhenfei's heart ache. 2 guards stepped forward and carried Li Chun away. What a ruthless method. This is a natural-born human emperor. With a word, he can ascend to heaven, with a thought, a natural-born human emperor is really heaven-defying. No wonder the ancient humans respected the human emperor. If such an evildoer was an enemy, it would simply make people despair. When the courtiers saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Li Chun was one of the princes. He had the best cultivation methods, the best teachers, the best cultivation resources, the best sacrificial rituals, and the best star attraction ring. Under these circumstances, even if Li Chun couldn't sign a contract with the 36 celestial dipper stars or the 72 earthly fiend stars, but he was still assured of signing a contract with a first-rate fate star. Now that he was forced to sign a fate star contract with a third-rate star, this was definitely Yang Feng's doing. When Empress Zhao saw this scene, her pupils constricted. What a ruthless method. This boy can't be allowed to live. Above the plaza, rays of starlight cascaded down. The majority of the youths had signed a fate star contract with a first-rate star. Only an extremely small portion of them had signed a fate star contract with a second-rate or third-rate star. After the ceremony was over, the myriad stars disappeared, and the sky regained its calm. Sun Tian's sweet eyes flashed with gratitude, and she said with a sweet smile, "Seventh Prince, thank you for helping me select the leading sky star as my fate star." Yang Feng responded indifferently, "It was nothing." With Yang Feng's strength, if he wasn't afraid of the eternal sovereigns of this world, he could have the 3 stars descend at the same time, sign a contract, and have Star Force descend to cleanse his marrows and meridians. Attracting a heavenly leading star was as easy as lifting a finger for him. Sun Tian hesitated for a moment, and then warned, dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor. If it was in ancient times, it would naturally be a great thing. But now is different. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of assassins from other countries, but you also have to be careful of your own country. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yang Feng's dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor, has blocked the path of who knows how many people and aroused the jealousy of who knows how many people. Coupled with the fact that he isn't a crown prince, but just a humble prince without a mother's family, he will definitely become a thorn in the side of many people. Yang Feng nodded slightly and strode away. Be careful of His Majesty. When he was about to leave the square, Sun Tiantian's voice transmission entered Yang Feng's ears. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, be careful of His Majesty. In other words, the talent I displayed has made the state of Zhao's emperor feel apprehensive. The royal family has no familial ties. Emperors are very afraid of an adult crown prince, fearing that their power will be seized. A prince with dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor, like Yang Feng, is a greater threat than a crown prince. As long as Yang Feng is given a certain amount of time, the major families in the imperial capital will be bribed by him. After all, they are eager to give birth to geniuses who can contract the 36 celestial dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars. After the awakening ceremony, countless families in the imperial capital sent invitations to Yang Feng, inviting him to participate in various gatherings. In the imperial palace, no one dared to make things difficult for Yang Feng's avatar of the 7th prince. They regarded him as a prince on the same level as the crown prince and the 4th prince. Li Xingqian also bestowed him various precious resources needed for cultivation in the star spirit realm. After Yang Feng obtained the resources, he entered secluded cultivation and comprehended the mysteries of the universe. His cultivation base made rapid progress. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the 7th prince has awakened 3 heavenly stars and possesses both ability and integrity. He is specially conferred the title of General of the Southern Expedition and will lead the Star Snake Battalion to the Red Star Fortress to provide support. A eunuch came to Yang Feng's residence and read the imperial edict. "Thank you, His Majesty." Yang Feng got up from the ground and received the imperial edict. The eunuch said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, "7th Prince, His Majesty has ordered you to set out for the Red Star Fortress within 3 days. You must arrive within 1 month." Yang Feng replied indifferently, "Got it." The eunuch waited for a while. When he saw that there was no filial piety, he snorted coldly and left. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "The Red Star Fortress is on the border between Zhao and Wei." The war between Wei and Zhao was the most dangerous war between the 2 countries. Almost every year, the Red Star Fortress is attacked. The Marshal of the Red Star Fortress is a subordinate of the Crown Prince. It seems that Li Xingqian can't bear it anymore and wants me to throw away my life. The battlefield is dangerous, and anything can happen. In ancient times, the 7 human sovereigns of the human race died on the battlefield while fighting star beasts and star demons. Li Xingqian couldn't deal a fatal blow to Yang Feng, but once Yang Feng arrived at the Red Star Fortress. As long as the Marshal of the Red Star Fortress issued a few suicide missions, Yang Feng would have no choice but to throw away his life. Otherwise, a charge of disobeying a military order would be enough to behead Yang Feng. Yang Feng went directly to the Star Snake Battalion. Wang Tiannan, the deputy commander of the Star Snake Battalion, greets General Jingnan. As soon as he stepped into the Star Snake Battalion, a valiant-looking young general dressed in silver armor came forward and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at Wang Tiannan and saw through him, a pinnacle star spirit realm expert, not bad. Yang Feng said coldly, "Rehearse the formation." "Yes." Wang Tiannan quickly assembled the 500 officers and soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion and began to rehearse the formation. The 500 soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion were all star warriors who had awakened their natal stars. After they formed a huge formation, with Wang Tiannan as the core, countless starlight energies resonated. A huge star snake that was 100 meters long and emitted the terrifying aura of a peak star grandmaster floated in the void. In the star world, after the elite soldiers formed a large formation, they could besiege and kill top powerhouses. 100,000 of the most elite soldiers formed a star formation, and they could even besiege and kill a star sage rank powerhouse. The capital of the state of Zhao was composed of 300,000 of the most elite royal guards. Among the 300,000 elite royal guards, the most ordinary soldiers were great star master rank powerhouses. 100,000 royal guards could besiege and kill a star sage rank powerhouse. It was for this reason that Star Sage rank powerhouses rarely acted as assassins and went to the capitals of other states to assassinate the monarchs of other states. At the borders of the three states, there was also the underlying strength that could resist Star Sage rank powerhouses. If a Star Sage rank powerhouse went to assassinate a monarch alone, there was a great chance that he would be killed. After watching the Star Snake Battalion's martial arts practice, Yang Feng ordered, "Set out." "Yes." Wang Tiannan responded respectfully and set out with the 500 officers and soldiers of the Star Snake Battalion. Chapter 1472. A 300-meter-long star boat engraved with countless mysterious runes and radiating starlight flew in the sky. "Stop! Attack this place!" Yang Feng, who was sitting on the deck of the star boat, looked down, pointed at a mountain with a cold gaze, and ordered coldly. Wang Tiannan frowned and asked, "General Zhenan, why are you attacking that mountain?" Yang Feng glanced at Wang Tiannan with a cold gaze, exuded a dangerous aura, and said, "Carry out an order, or do you want to disobey a military order?" "Yes, sir." Wang Tiannan felt a chill in his heart, and responded decisively. The 300-meter-long star boat was wreathed in streaks of starlight as 10 star cannons appeared on its deck, and 10 pillars of light shot down from the heavens towards the mountain range. Countless beams of starlight appeared on the mountain and hastily formed a defensive barrier. When the 10 beams of light slammed into the barrier shattered, and the fearsome beams of starlight slammed into the top of the mountain, nearly obliterating it. Waves of terrifying aura rose from the mountain range. Dozens of powerhouses dressed in silver star armor walked in the air, a look of anger on their faces, and stared at them. Seventh Prince, as expected of a natural-born human emperor. To be able to discover our tracks, that's amazing. Unfortunately, even if you are a natural-born human emperor, before you grow up, only death awaits you. An old man with long blonde hair, a blind eye, and countless skulls on his head, a bone scepter in his hand, exuding dense demonic chi walked over. Wang Tiannan looked at the Cyclops ogre with a look of shock on his face and exclaimed, "The Cyclops ogre. This is the Cyclops ogre who has awakened the earthly evil star and is a murderer. He's a star venerable rank old monster, why is he here?" In the three states, star venerable rank powerhouses are top powerhouses. They can create their own sects and call themselves ancestors. An elite army like the Star Snake Battalion can be quelled by a star venerable rank powerhouse. TSK. A natural-born human emperor. This was the first time in 10,000 years that a star fate holder had appeared. If I refine your corpse into a star corpse, it will become the foundation for me to become a saint in the future. Amidst a ferocious and unruly laughter, a ferocious-looking, fat, and big-eared man with star patterns on his face walked over step by step, surrounded by star power and corpse aura. Wang Tiannan sucked in a breath of cold air again, star corpse monster. He had once massacred a large sect and refined everyone in that sect into star corpses. He's here too. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Fight." The 500 warriors of the Heavenly Snake Battalion flew out of the star boat and formed a battle formation in midair. Countless rays of starlight surrounded them, and the astral powers of the warriors resonated with each other. A huge star snake appeared, emitting the terrifying aura of a peak star grandmaster, and confronted the assassins. 2 star venerables, 13 star grandmasters, and 42 star spirits. How generous! However, if you want to kill me, you still can't do it. Martial Song Star. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger, and starlight from the martial song star fell from the starry sky and shone on the huge star snake. After absorbing the martial song star's starlight, the huge star snake suddenly grew in size and erupted with frightening star venerable rank fluctuations of power. The North Purple Star governed the 36 celestial dipper and 72 earthly fiend stars. The Martial Song Star, on the other hand, had the ability to strengthen battle formations, enhance morale, courage, and other military aspects. In the star world, a powerhouse who awakened the martial song star was a top general talent. They were invincible when it came to sieges. In ancient times, the most powerful martial song star had even slain star emperor rank powerhouses. The star corpse monster smiled ferociously and barked, "Tsk tisk, 3 stars dazzling the world, a natural-born human emperor, how extraordinary. Unfortunately, you're doomed to die here. Wang Tiannan, what are you waiting for? 7th Prince, the evidence of a conspiracy to commit treason is conclusive. Kill him." A fierce glint flashed past Wang Tiannan's eyes, he bellowed, and urged the fearsome star snake to baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Yang Feng. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Cyclops ogre venerable, starlight shone all over him, and he waved his hand, and the bone staff in his hand flew out, absorbed a copious amount of star force, and turned into a 1,000-meter-long star dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and shot towards Yang Feng. The star corpse monster smiled ferociously and pointed with a finger. Starlight shone, and 3 coffins flew out from behind him. The lids of the 3 coffins flew up, and a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe, an old man with the air of an immortal, and a golden-haired ape star corpse flew out. Riding starlight and baleful chi, the 3 star corpses exuding star venerable rank fluctuations of power shot towards Yang Feng. The rest of the powerhouses unleashed secret methods and barreled towards Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of ridicule. What a meticulous trap, it's flawless. Unfortunately, the person you're dealing with is me. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the martial song starlight shrouding the star snake flashed, and the ferocious star snake twisted and exploded in an instant. The horrifying power of the starlight explosion enveloped the star snake battalion and Wang Tiannan. No. Don't. 7th Prince. Wang Tiannan's eyes flashed with despair, and he issued a miserable scream. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the terrifying starlight and torn apart. The 500 star snake battalion soldiers were also swallowed by the starlight in an instant, and turned into blood-colored morning light that barreled towards the Cyclops demon venerable, the star corpse monster, and the other powerhouses. The complexion of the powerhouses who came to besiege Yang Feng changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and opened defensive barriers to resist the bombardment of the starlight. A bunch of ants, let me show you what it means to have 3 dazzling stars and inborn human emperors. Literati star emergence. Crepe myrtle star emergence. Yang Feng smiled coldly, looked up, and pointed with a finger, and a starlight entered the sky. The white literati star and the purple north star emerged, and 2 starlight beams fell from the sky and shone directly on Yang Feng. In an instant, Yang Feng broke through the bottleneck and advanced to a star grandmaster rank powerhouse. Yang Feng took a step, and star lotus flowers condensed from starlight appeared under his feet. He broke through again and advanced to a star venerable rank powerhouse. 1 step, 1 realm. How is this possible? How is this possible? Stunned, a look of shock on his face, the Cyclops demon venerable cried out. He came to besiege Yang Feng this time because he knew that Yang Feng was only a star spirit rank powerhouse. But he was 2 realms stronger than Yang Feng, which was why he dared to besiege Yang Feng. In just the blink of an eye, Yang Feng has advanced to a star venerable rank powerhouse from a star spirit rank powerhouse, the same realm as the Cyclops demon venerable. This is simply shocking. Impossible. Impossible. Dumbfounded, the star corpse monster's worldview collapsed. Which one of these old monsters didn't slowly climb from star scholar to star master, and go through countless hardships to reach this step? Yang Feng performed an awakening ceremony, and then advanced to the star venerable rank in 2 steps. This kind of advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. The martial song star. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a starlight entered the sky. The martial song star appeared, a starlight fell from the sky, landed in his hand, and formed a star spear. Riding endless starlight, Yang Feng treaded on air and appeared in the middle of the 3 star corpses, almost as if he teleported. Yang Feng flicked the star spear, and a starlight shot out and slashed the middle-aged star corpse in brocade robe. He was like an invincible martial god. He flicked his star spear, and beams of starlight shot towards the remaining 2 star corpses, easily shredding them into pieces. My treasures. Li Zhen, I won't rest until you're dead. Eyes shot with blood, the star corpse monster issued a miserable scream, then a pair of star wings grew on his body, and he fled frantically. Star Lock. With the star spear in hand, Yang Feng pointed at the star corpse monster, and star force flew out of the star spear and formed star locks that strangely appeared on the star corpse monster and entangled him. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the star corpse monster, stabbed with his spear, and star force surged and killed the star corpse monster. When the Cyclops demon Venerable saw that the star corpse monster, who is stronger than him, was casually stabbed to death by Yang Feng, his heart turned cold, and he pleaded loudly, "The 7th prince is an inborn human emperor. I am willing to submit to your highness. Please spare my life, your highness. I am willing to submit to your highness. Please spare my life, your highness." Some of the assassins who came to besiege Yang Feng were also scared witless, lost their will to fight, and begged bitterly. Some of the assassins cast their secret techniques and turned into streaks of starlight, fleeing in all directions. You want to escape? Die, all of you. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed the star spear in his hand into the sky, and starlight flew into the sky, stabbed into the assassins, easily ran through them, and killed their fleshly body and soul. Corpses fell from the sky and landed on the ground. So strong. This is an inborn human emperor. We can't escape. When the remaining 9 assassins saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts, and they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Humph. After Yang Feng killed the assassins, he suddenly snorted coldly towards the void in the distance, and the North Star in the sky released purple light that entered the void. The state of Zhao, in a beautiful and luxurious palace, Huanpu Qinghe suddenly trembled and closed his eyes, and tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. A helpless expression on his face, Huanpu Qinghe sighed faintly, "Human emperors cannot be spied on." That's true. If I looked at him for too long, I would suffer a backlash. My heaven eye was almost destroyed. Chapter 1473. One realm at a time. In such a short time, he advanced from the star spirit realm to the star venerable realm. That's a natural human emperor for you. If I let him grow, I won't be able to control him in the future. Now is the only chance to deal with him. Huanpu Qinghe's complexion alternated between blue and white, and killing intent filled his heart. This assassination attempt on Yang Feng had a lot of inside information and involved countless big shots of the state of Zhao. Once Yang Feng reached the pinnacle and came back to settle the score, the state of Zhao would suffer countless casualties. As the prime minister of the state of Zhao, Huanpu Qinghe naturally had killing intent towards Yang Feng. Huanpu Qinghe's thoughts stirred, and he made a decision: forget it. The 7th prince is a natural human emperor. Even if I hunt him down now, my chances of success are only 50-50. Once he escapes, not only me, but the Huanpu family will be wiped out by him in the future. Anyway, he is a citizen of the state of Zhao. If he returns in the future, I'll just join him. Huanpu Qinghe was a star holy. In the star world, as long as he didn't squander his life force, he would have a lifespan of about 3,000 years. Naturally, he didn't want to offend a natural human emperor for no reason. It should be noted that in ancient times, natural human emperors were merciless to their enemies. Countless human aristocratic families were exterminated by them. On the other side, Yang Feng pointed at the one-eyed ghost venerable and the other 8 assassins, and starlight fell, entered the one-eyed ghost venerable and the other 8 assassins, and formed 9 restrictions. When the 9 restrictions were formed, the life and death of the one-eyed ghost Venerable and the other 8 assassins was in Yang Feng's hands. The one-eyed ghost Venerable stepped forward and asked cautiously, "My lord, do you still want to go to the Red Star Fortress?" In the Red Star Fortress, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. Even if a star holy behaved atrociously in the Red Star Fortress, they would be suppressed. It was a tiger's den. Yang Feng replied with a cold smile, "Of course not. In the Red Star Fortress, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. If Yang Feng used his eternal trump cards, he could naturally kill all the powerhouses in the Red Star Fortress. But in that case, there is a great possibility that this world's eternal sovereign will be alarmed, and all of Yang Feng's investments will go down the drain. The next time he wants to seize the Star World, it will be more difficult." The Black Tiger Stockade was located in the Fengyuan County of the state of Zhao. It was one of the strongest stockades in the Fengyuan County. The stockade master, the Black Tiger Stockade, was a Star Zone level expert. He ruled over an area and no one dared to provoke him. Within the Black Tiger Stockade's Hall of Brotherhood, the 4 leaders of the Black Tiger Stockade were eating meat and drinking wine with big bowls. Beside them were scantily clad beauties serving them. A tall and sturdy man with a ferocious face pulled a beautiful woman into his arms and groped her up and down. He grinned sinisterly and said, "Boss, I've taken a fancy to a woman from Wuxia village. After I destroy the Lu family village, will that woman reward me?" This bald man was the Black Tiger Stronghold's 4th boss, He Xian Bao. A middle-aged scholar dressed as the Black Tiger Stockade's 3rd master, Black-Hearted Hu, chuckled and said, "4th brother, you are too boorish. Last time, the beauty that boss bestowed upon that person was killed by you in less than 3 days. What a waste. That Lu Meishing from Liujia village, I've also taken a fancy to her. She is mine." A tall and sturdy man with a scar on his face, the 2nd boss of the Black Tiger Stockade, Black-Hearted Hu, said indifferently, "You two don't need to argue. Lu Meishing is a national beauty. Only boss deserves to enjoy her. You guys should pick the other beauties from the Lu family." The leader was a handsome young man with a slender figure, He Xian Bao. He had a smile on his face and was playing with a wine cup in his hand. He Xian Bao was very decisive. He grinned and said, "Only boss has the right to enjoy Lu Meishing. We only need the beauties from Liujia village." He Xian who also took the initiative to say, "That's right. Only boss has the right to enjoy Lu Meishing." He Xian Bao was able to become the leader of the Black Tiger Stockade not only because he was strong, but also because he was ruthless enough. Originally, the Black Tiger Stockade had 10 leaders. He Xian Bao was ranked 7th. Now, the Black Tiger Stockade only had 4 leaders. All the power was in his hands. From this, one could see how terrifying his methods were. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of loud noises sounded from outside the Black Tiger Stockade. Following that, sounds of fighting could be heard from outside. Enemy attack. He Xian Bao's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Countless specks of starlight surrounded him, and star force surrounded him. At this moment, Yang Feng stepped into the Hall of Allegiance, followed by a person who looked like a servant. It was the one-eyed Star Venerable. Yang Feng glanced at He Xian Bao and said flatly, "He Xian Bao. I don't like the people of this stockade who have done all kinds of evil. Kill them all." "Yes. My lord." The one-eyed Star Venerable suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he took a step forward, waved the human bone scepter, and guided countless specks of starlight towards He Xian Bao. "Who are you? How did I offend you?" He Xian Bao's complexion changed greatly. Countless specks of starlight enveloped him and formed a star tiger, which extended its claw and grabbed at the one-eyed Star Venerable. The one-eyed star Venerable's scepter slammed into the star tiger and blasted it into pieces, and then smashed the Hei Bao's head into pieces. Boss! Boss! When the three leaders saw this scene, they roared, unleashed secret methods, and fled in different directions. The one-eyed star Venerable smiled ferociously and pointed with the scepter in his hand, and 3 specks of starlight flew out and hit the 3 leaders. The 3 leaders trembled slightly, and then turned into 3 skeletons that fell to the ground. After the 4 leaders of the Black Tiger stronghold were killed by Yang Feng, the entire Black Tiger stronghold was easily breached by Yang Feng, and all the wealth fell into his hands. In a square, the various resources collected from the Black Tiger stockade were piled up. Hundreds of soldiers exuding valiant auras and dressed in star armor stood in the square, exuding the smell of iron and blood. This is the 3 stars illuminate the world, a natural-born human emperor, how incredible. In less than a month, he captured a dozen-plus stockades and trained a motley crew into elite troops. The martial song star is one of the 3 heavenly stars for a reason. The 7th prince is a natural-born human emperor for a reason. Standing behind Yang Feng, the one-eyed star Venerable looked at the hundreds of soldiers dressed in star armor with complicated feelings in his heart. The hundreds of soldiers were bandits that Yang Feng collected after capturing one stockade after another. With the blessing of the martial song star's star force, after a dozen-plus bloody battles, they grew rapidly and were tempered into elite troops. As for the situation of the stockades, Yang Feng used the eternal nano-robots to investigate. Yang Feng grasped the location of the stockades and all the details. Naturally, they couldn't resist Yang Feng's attack. Literary star, appear. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a speck of starlight entered the sky. The literary star shone brightly and emerged. Specks of starlight fell from the literary star and swept towards the various cultivation resources on the square. The various cultivation resources turned into specks of starlight and entered the soldiers on the square. When the soldiers on the square absorbed the specks of starlight, their aura soared, and they broke through one after another. Most of them advanced from Astral Knight to Astral Master, and their strength soared at once. When the one-eyed star Venerable saw this scene, he was stunned. They broke through just like that. That's incredible. That's a natural-born human emperor. That's incredible. Among the 3 heavenly stars, the purple star can command the 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiend stars. The martial song star can improve the power of war. The literary star can accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators. It is because of this that the 3 heavenly stars are so terrifying and natural-born human emperors become leaders of the human race in ancient times. Of course, even the literary star needs a lot of resources to accelerate the cultivation speed of cultivators. However, Yang Feng captured a dozen-plus stockades and seized a lot of cultivation resources, which enabled him to perform a sacrificial ceremony and trigger the literary star to strengthen the strength of his subordinates. Yang Feng said flatly, "One-eyed star Venerable, you go too." "Yes. My lord." The one-eyed star Venerable's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the square. Purple star, appear. Alien star, change fate. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a purple star appeared in the void. After the purple star, the 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiend stars appeared. One-eyed star Venerable, I will bestow upon you the heavenly sin star of the 36 heavenly stars, the fate. Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when the heavenly sin star shone in the void, and a beam of heavenly sin star shone on the one-eyed star Venerable. The one-eyed star Venerable's original life star was a first-rate star, and the limit of his potential was the star Venerable step powerhouse. When the heavenly sin star's starlight shone on the one-eyed star Venerable, it dissolved and assimilated the star force of the star inside him. The powerful heavenly sin star starlight spread through the one-eyed star Venerate's limbs and bones, breaking through the bottlenecks and making the one-eyed star Venerate advance to a star king rank powerhouse. Thank you for changing my fate, my lord. This old servant will do my best to serve you, my lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in the one-eyed star venerable's eyes, and he knelt on the ground with fanaticism in his eyes. In this world, once a life star is awakened, it is almost impossible to change it. For Yang Feng to be able to easily change the one-eyed star venerable's fate, this is simply heaven-defying. From now on, the one-eyed star venerable's potential has become so great that it is not impossible for him to promote to a star emperor. Yang Feng nodded slightly and continued to bestow 2 heavenly stars and 6 earthly fiend stars to his subordinates, letting them break through and advance to a great secret realm. When the soldiers saw Yang Feng's ability, they became even more fanatical. They looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a true god walking in the secular world. Chapter 1474. The land of chaos was an ungoverned area between the state of Zhao, the state of Wei, and the state of star demons. Countless wanted criminals, bandits, sinners, and fugitive slaves who couldn't make a living in the 2 states would go to the land of chaos and struggle on while at death's door. Big brother, there's a big fat sheep ahead. A mounted bandit took the initiative to report to another mounted bandit leader. Big fat sheep, good. Slaughter a fat sheep to celebrate the new year. The eyes of the bandit leader with the cultivation base of a star master lit up, and he took dozens of bandits to rush towards the main road. Fat sheep, fat my ass. This is a fierce dragon crossing the river. The bandit leader had just rushed to the main road with dozens of bandits. When he took a look, his hands and feet turned cold at once. He saw that there was indeed a huge caravan on the main road. The caravan stretched for several kilometers and was guarded by hundreds of fully armed soldiers. The dozens of bandits could be regarded as elites. It wouldn't be a problem for them to scatter a caravan of several hundred guards. However, when the leader of the bandits saw those guards, he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Star 1. Go and capture them all. Kill anyone who resists. Yang Feng's calm voice came from a luxurious carriage. Yes. My lord. The eyes of a burly armored soldier flickered coldly, and he suddenly erupted with star venerable rank fluctuations of power, turned into a streak of starlight and rushed towards the dozens of bandits. Star 1 was one of the star venerable rank assassins who tried to assassinate Yang Feng. After submitting to Yang Feng, he was bestowed the heavenly violent star, and was now a star venerable rank powerhouse. I surrender. I surrender. The bandit leader was dumbstruck. He dismounted his horse and knelt on the ground. His entire body shivered as he implored loudly. A star venerable rank powerhouse could establish a sect and wipe out an elite army like the Star Snake Battalion by himself. If the bandits stubbornly resisted, only death would await them. Xingyi waved his hand, and specks of starlight condensed in the void, turning into astral chains that swept towards the dozens of bandits. The bandits were lifted off their horses, and they were dragged to the ground. Once the bandits stubbornly resisted, the star chains twisted and shredded them. After easily wiping out this group of bandits, the remaining bandits were dragged to the rear to receive training. Xingyi commanded a team of 100 and swept through the bandits and strongholds that stood in the way of the caravan. The well-equipped bandits were incorporated into the army to receive training, and their supplies were plundered by Yang Feng. When Yang Feng entered the land of chaos, he was like a ferocious dragon crossing a river, sweeping away all darkness. The forces under his command grew like a rolling snowball. Chaos City was located in the center of the fringe. It was also the only place where there was order in the land of chaos that was filled with murder, conspiracy, and betrayal. Once anyone entered Chaos City, they had to abide by the laws of Chaos City. Otherwise, they would be killed and hung in the sinful corpse forest outside Chaos City. As the border of the 3 major forces, Chaos City also had the specialty products of the 3 major forces. There were many shops in the city, and it was very prosperous. The City of Chaos, the city of Master Residence. Master of Chaos, of chaos, masters, of sect of chaos. Of chaos of hall of. He wants to annex Chaos City. Yang Feng led the army under his command to sweep through all obstacles, recruit rebels, and expand his forces. The number of warriors under his command has already exceeded 2,000. To support such a large army, Yang Feng could only take over the city of Discord. A 4-meter-tall star demon with an elephant head and a human body engraved with countless star patterns smiled coldly and said, although Zhao State's 7th Prince Li Zhen is a natural human sovereign, he has only just awakened. City Lord Mo, as a star king, if you personally take action, you will naturally be able to suppress this kid. Mo Tianfeng said, Li Zhen is a natural-born human emperor, with 3 dazzling stars and inconceivable power. Stellar Manifestation Monarch, please lend me a hand to kill this kid. The Stellar Aspect Monarch sneered and said, what do I get out of killing this kid? Mo Tianfeng smiled faintly and said, this child is an innate human sovereign. Once he grows up, he will be invincible in the world. He could unify the 3 countries. At that time, when he ascends to the position of Star Sovereign, he will launch an attack on your Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan. Can your 2 clans withstand the attack of a natural-born human emperor? In ancient times, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan had as many powerhouses as clouds, Star Saints emerged one after another, and Star Emperor rank powerhouses never ceased to exist. After the birth of the human race's 7th human sovereign, he fought against the Star Demon race and the Star Beast race, killing countless experts. In the end, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan were driven to the wilderness. If it wasn't for the birth of the 7th human sovereign, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan would have already defeated and wiped out the humans. Now that the 8th human sovereign was born, the Star Demon clan and Star Beast clan's powerhouses were naturally filled with killing intent. The Stellar Aspect Monarch was silent for a while, and then said indifferently, I can help you kill this kid. However, I want 30% of the City of Discord's profits. The City of Discord's taxes are a huge fortune, but they are all in the hands of Mo Tianfeng. For the Stellar Aspect Monarch, 30% of the City of Discord's taxes is a huge fortune. Mo Tianfeng's complexion changed several times. After pondering for a while, he said decisively, deal. One of the guards ran in a sorry state and shouted, City Lord sir. Not good. They're here. The state of Zhao's 7th prince is here. Where's the demon fiend army? Mo Tianfeng's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted sternly. The demon fiend army is an elite army of Discord City, commanded by 3-star venerable powerhouses. Once the demon fiend army gets into formation, they can even kill a Star King powerhouse. The guard shouted with a pale face, the demon fiend army has been breached. The 3 commanders are all dead. Innate human sovereign. Damn innate human sovereign. I'll kill you. Stellar Aspect Monarch, please help me. When Mo Tianfeng heard this news, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted sternly. The Stellar Aspect Monarch's eyes also flashed with cold killing intent, good. This kid can't be left alive. As soon as Mo Tianfeng and the Stellar Aspect Monarch left the City Lord's mansion, they saw a 100-meter-long star snake sweeping through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. Below the star snake, there are 2,000 warriors exuding an iron-blooded aura. Among the crowd, there is a 30-meter-long star tortoise. On the back of the star tortoise, there is a pearl litter. There is a person sitting in the litter, it is Yang Feng. The star venerable Cyclops stands behind Yang Feng like a loyal old servant. Li Zhen, this is my City of Discord. You came to my City of Discord and killed my people for no reason. You deserve to die. Mo Tianfeng's eyes flashed fiercely, starlight shone all over him, and he roared and transformed into a 100-meter-long star flood dragon monarch exuding endless star force. Innate human sovereign, you must die. In this world, there is no need for innate human sovereigns. Being the human sovereign is your original sin. The stellar aspect monarch's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. Countless specks of starlight revolved around him and turned into a 100-meter-long star elephant surrounded by endless starlight. The star flood dragon monarch and the stellar aspect monarch rode endless starlight and rushed towards Yang Feng. Riding countless specks of starlight, the star flood dragon monarch fought the star snake. Treading on air, the stellar aspect monarch tore through the starry sky, appeared above Yang Feng, and stomped down with his foot. Countless specks of starlight revolved and formed a star cage that locked Yang Feng inside, leaving him nowhere to escape. You're courting death. Martial Song Star. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Starlight shone, and the martial song star's starlight fell from the sky and formed a star sword in his hand. Yang Feng waved the star sword in his hand, and a fearsome sword ray tore through the sky and slashed the stellar aspect monarch. As the boundless starlight descended, the star form king was sliced into two by the sword light and fell from the sky. Dumbfounded, Mo Tianfeng couldn't believe his eyes, dead. The stellar aspect monarch died just like that. How can an innate human sovereign be so scary? Yang Feng is just a pinnacle star venerable, yet he killed the stellar aspect monarch with a sword strike. This made Mo Tianfeng feel a chill run down his spine, as if he fell into an ice cave. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the star sword in his hand flew into the star snake. The star snake absorbed the martial song star force and condensed it into a star sword, causing its strength to skyrocket. It opened its mouth and swallowed Mo Tianfeng whole. A fearsome starlight vortex emerged inside the star snake and swept towards Mo Tianfeng's incarnation of the star flood dragon monarch, and the latter was shredded to pieces. The city master died. The stellar aspect monarch died. That's an innate human sovereign. That's an innate human sovereign, surrender. After seeing Mo Tianfeng and the stellar aspect monarch die, the powerhouses in the City of Chaos lost their fighting spirit and surrendered. Yang Feng's army entered the City of Chaos and took control of the city. The treasures of the City of Chaos are really good. They can help me advance again. In a square, there are piles of precious resources collected from Mo Tianfeng's treasury. Yang Feng looked at the resources and showed a satisfied smile. Scholarly star, purple star. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and two starlights entered the sky. The literary star and purple star appeared, and starlight enveloped the precious resources, turned them into countless specks of starlight and entered Yang Feng's body. After absorbing the specks of starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, and he broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advanced to a star monarch rank powerhouse. The City of Chaos is located at the junction of the state of Zhao, the state of Wei, and the Star Goblin. It is a famous city in the star world with abundant resources. After the news that the City of Chaos was captured by Yang Feng spread, the entire star world was stirred. Chapter 1475. Unfilial Son. How dare you disobey my imperial edict? You deserve to die. The state of Zhao's royal palace. When Emperor Li Xingqian received the news of the fall of the City of Chaos, he roared wildly, and fearsome star force reverberated in the palace. Inside the palace, there was an incomparably powerful soundproofing boundary. No matter how Li Xingqian roared, his voice did not travel outside. Li Xingqian roared wildly, and his eyes surged with dense killing intent. Innate human emperor. Innate human emperor. Where do you put us living emperors? In this era, there is no need for innate human emperors. The royal family has no familial ties. Li Xingqian was already the emperor of the state of Zhao. With great power, he could decide the fate of a family with a word. Naturally, Li Xingqian couldn't give up such power. Yang Feng's embodiment of Li Zhen turned out to be an innate human emperor, that is, an enemy of Li Xingqian. That's why he set up a death trap for Yang Feng. However, Li Xingqian still underestimated the terror of an innate human emperor. The assassins he sent were wiped out, and instead became resources for Yang Feng's rise. If it weren't for the wealth left behind by the assassins and the equipment of the Star Snake Battalion, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. Li Xingqian's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he smiled coldly. However, of all places, you went to the land of chaos. That's courting death. No one can save you. The state of Zhao's royal palace. Ding! A jade cup was thrown onto the ground by the empress of the state of Zhao. It broke into pieces and made a crisp sound. Damn you! The complexion of the palace maids changed dramatically, their delicate bodies trembled, and they knelt on the ground. Get out! The empress said coldly. The palace maids all retreated. The empress was both shocked and angry, and her heart filled with fear. That little bastard actually captured the city of chaos. The city master of the city of chaos, Mo Tianfeng, is a star monarch realm powerhouse, which means that the little bastard has the strength to contend against a star monarch realm expert. How can this be? He left the capital less than 6 months ago. How can he progress so quickly? At the time, Yang Feng hadn't awakened his innate potential. He was just a level 9 star apostle, which was equivalent to a level 3 warlock. In less than 6 months after his awakening, he was already able to slay warlock monarchs. This advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. When the empress of the state of Zhao thought that she had greatly offended Yang Feng, she couldn't eat or sleep in peace. The empress of the state of Zhao thought for a moment and comforted herself, but, it doesn't matter. He actually dared to attack Chaos City. He was dead for sure. How could the Star Demon clan let go of a natural-born human emperor like him? Apart from the Star Demon clan, no one else will let him off. Wei Kingdom Imperial Palace. Wei Sovereign Ing Feng sighed softly. The innate human sovereign is truly worthy of being the sovereign of the human race in the ancient era. It hasn't even been 6 months since he awakened his natal star, and he can already kill a Star King realm powerhouse. Unbelievable. News of the 7th Prince of Zhao Kingdom's 3 stars dazzling the world and the natural human emperor had spread to Wei Kingdom not long ago. Before the state of Wei could decide how to deal with him, Yang Feng had already seized the city of chaos. When this news came out, it almost caused Wei Huangying Feng's worldview to crumble. Wei Emperor Ing Feng replied, Ingjiu. Your subject is here. There was a distortion in the void, and a man shrouded in layers of distorted fog emerged and knelt on one knee in front of Ing Feng. Ing Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said frigidly, have the Dark Eagle Battalion kill the state of Zhao's 7th Prince Li Zhen at all costs. At all costs. The Dark Eagle Battalion was a sharp sword hidden in the darkness of Wei Huang. Now this sharp sword was about to be unsheathed and slay the human emperor. Your subject understands. With a flash of black light, Ing Jiu disappeared. The state of Chu's royal palace. Dazzling 3 stars, a natural-born human emperor. What a nuisance. This era doesn't need the human emperor. This is my era. The eyes of the Chu state's emperor Yelu Meng flickered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, Black Wolf. Your slave is here. A man shrouded in black starlight knelt in front of Yelu Meng and said respectfully. Yelu Meng's eyes shimmered with a cruel glint, and he said with a ferocious smile, take the Sky Wolf Battalion and bring me the severed head of the human emperor. I want to use the severed head to make the most perfect wine cup. Yes, your majesty. He Lang responded respectfully, turned into a speck of black light, and disappeared. The state of Zhao, on a spiritual mountain. The eyes of a handsome young man dressed in white radiated with a bright light, less than 6 months after awakening, yet he can already slay the city master of Chaos City. That's a natural-born human emperor for you. It's worth it for me to go out and meet him. On a mountain peak of a large sect. A tall, ambitious man in black looked down the mountain, and his eyes flickered with the flames of ambition. This is an era of great competition. The birth of the human emperor. If I can slay the human emperor, wouldn't I be able to establish an even greater achievement than the human emperor? The human emperor. If I go and join him now, once he makes a name for himself in the future, our family can take advantage of this opportunity to take off. The Battle of the City of Chaos made the name of the human emperor Yang Feng shake the world, and he became an influential figure in the entire star continent. At the same time, he became a must-kill target for many powerful existences. At the same time, many people with different purposes moved towards the City of Chaos. The City of Chaos. A star boat descended from the sky and stopped outside the City of Chaos. A eunuch and a dozen state of Zhao officials and guards alighted from the star boat. The sound of horse hooves echoed out from afar as a captain and 100 fully armored warriors surrounded the star boat. An incomparably terrifying murderous aura emanated from the bodies of the 100 warriors. What majestic warriors! They're all great Star Master Realm warriors. The City of Chaos actually has such elite warriors. Among the officials of the state of Zhao, a handsome young man who was about 18 or 19 years old glanced at the 100 warriors without batting an eyelid. His eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. In the state of Zhao, Star Warrior rank experts who awakened their star fate could become elite warriors. In the state of Zhao's provinces and prefectures, most of the soldiers weren't even star apostles, but ordinary people. The 100 warriors turned out to be great Star Master rank experts. Only the personal guards of the generals could possess such fearsome skills. The leader looked down at the eunuch and asked coldly, "Who are you people?" The eunuch wasn't afraid in the slightest in the face of the warriors, and said sternly, "I'm the state of Zhao's imperial edict eunuch. I've come to read the imperial edict on His Majesty's order. Where's the 7th prince? Kneel and receive the imperial edict." The commander said coldly, "The state of Zhao's imperial edict eunuch. Come with me. Don't move, or else I'll cut you down." The 100 warriors drew their blades and fiercely glared at the state of Zhao officials and his entourage. A fearsome killing intent erupted, and the complexions of the state of Zhao officials changed greatly. The young official revealed a bitter smile. The warriors are so unruly. It seems that the 7th prince doesn't care about the imperial edict. I'm afraid that he doesn't care about the state of Zhao anymore. The complexion of the imperial edict eunuch changed, and he gritted his teeth and endured the commander's unruly words. Led by the commander, the imperial edict eunuch and his entourage arrived at the city master's mansion of the City of Chaos and met Yang Feng. The imperial edict has arrived. The 7th prince kneel and receive the imperial edict. When the imperial edict eunuch saw Yang Feng, he said arrogantly, "Read it, don't talk nonsense." Yang Feng swept the imperial edict eunuch with a glance and said coldly. At this time, Yang Feng was fully fledged, and the experts under his command were as common as clouds. He was no longer a trifling star apostle who could be assassinated by the star sect at will. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the 7th Prince Lucian violated a military order and did not arrive at the Red Star Fortress on time. The 7th Prince Lucian is hereby stripped of his title of General of the South and demoted to a commoner. Summon the 7th Prince back to the capital to stand trial and defend himself. The eyes of the imperial edict eunuch flashed coldly, and he opened the imperial edict and read it aloud. Yang Feng said lightly, "Got it. Leave the imperial edict and get lost." The eyes of the imperial edict eunuch flashed with anger and he said unhurriedly, "7th Prince, His Majesty summons you back to the capital. If you don't obey the imperial edict, then you'll be guilty of deceiving the sovereign and committing treason. Even though you're a prince, you won't be able to escape death. Why don't you follow this old slave back? This old slave will definitely put in a good word for you to His Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the imperial edict eunuch with an enigmatic smile and said coldly, "You're still not getting lost? Do you want to die? Or, did Li Xingqian send you here to let me kill you?" Clang! 100-star Spirit Realm armored soldiers walked out from all directions. Under the command of the Cyclops demon Venerable, they looked coldly at the Imperial Edict eunuch and company. As long as Yang Feng gave the order, they would be chopped to pieces. The armored warriors under Yang Feng's command were the bandits that he had subdued, and had already surrendered from the City of Discord. Having seen Yang Feng use the terrifying power of the 3 heavenly stars, these armored soldiers worshipped him extremely and regarded him as a god. Even if the state of Zhao's emperor was in front of them, Yang Feng would still execute the order. No. No. We'll get lost. We'll get lost. The face of the Imperial Edict eunuch turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes filled with fear. The 7th prince doesn't recognize the state of Zhao. The state of Zhao is in danger this time. His Majesty the Emperor has forced the 7th prince to rebel. When the officials saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Yang Feng's attitude was very clear. He no longer cared about the state of Zhao's imperial court, which was equivalent to rebelling against the state of Zhao. When they thought that the heaven-born human emperor turned out to be their enemy, the hearts of the state of Zhao's officials filled with fear. Someone is courting death. Pass down my order. The Star Snake Corps is to follow me to suppress the enemy. Suddenly, Yang Feng's face flickered, and he smiled coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he quickly passed down orders. The Star Snake Corps, which has expanded to 4,000 troops, was assembled at once. Chapter 1476. Surrounded by starlight, the 4,000 great star masters resonated with each other, and a tremendous amount of star force formed a huge star snake exuding pinnacle star monarch rank fluctuations of power. Martial Song Star, appear. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a projection of the martial song star appeared in the sky, and a martial song starlight descended and landed on the huge star snake. When the huge star snake absorbed the martial song starlight, it immediately cheered and twisted. It transformed from a snake to a dragon, becoming a starlight dragon exuding terrifying dragon might. The starlight dragon extended its claw and grabbed towards a caravan outside the city gate. Why? Why are you attacking us? It's over. The complexion of everyone in the caravan changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. In the caravan, the eyes of an ordinary-looking man suddenly shimmered coldly, and starlight force revolved around him, intertwined with star runes, and he turned into a 3-meter-long golden-furred star ape with a silver rod in his hand. Break! The eyes of the golden-haired star ape shimmered with an unruly and ferocious gleam. With a roar, he slammed the silver rod into the starlight dragon in the sky. Boom! The starlight dragon extended its claw and grabbed the silver rod. 2 powerful forces erupted, and a fearsome shock wave spread in all directions. Dozens of people in the caravan were turned into powder by the fearsome shock wave. When the shock wave slammed into the city wall, starlight emerged on the city wall and absorbed the power of the star holy. Different universes have different universe laws. In the world of warlocks, a holy spirit warlock can destroy an inferior plane with a strike. In the world of warlocks, although star holy are comparable to holy spirit warlocks, but their destructive power is far inferior to that of holy spirit warlocks. Golden-haired star holy. You dare to sneak into my territory, you're courting death. Let me send you on your way. Riding endless starlight, Yang Feng slashed at the golden-haired star ape with his sword. Li Zhen, how did you find me? There was a flash of doubt in the eyes of the gold-fur star ape, and he slammed his club towards Yang Feng. The golden-haired star ape had already used the secret technique of the star demon clan to conceal its presence. Even the star sage would find it hard to sense its presence. He didn't use any power, yet he was discovered by Yang Feng as soon as he approached the city of chaos. This was simply incredible. Someone betrayed you. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Layers upon layers of sword rays formed a resplendent whirlpool of stars, stacking on top of each other, seemingly without end. The club, which could destroy an army with a single blow, smashed into the incomparably resplendent starlight vortexes, shattering them one after another. When there was only one star vortex left, the power of the stick was exhausted. The starlight dragon seized the opportunity and slammed its claw into the golden-haired ape sage, tearing off a large chunk of his flesh. "I don't care who betrayed me. You will all die today. Li Zhen. In this world, there is no need for the human emperor." The eyes of the golden-haired ape sage flickered fiercely, he issued a heaven-shaking roar, shone with gold starlight, fell into a berserk state, and brandished the club and sent fearsome star force barreling towards Yang Feng. In this world, the human race had already occupied the fertile land of this world, driving the two powerful races, star demons and star beasts, into the wilderness. At this time, the star beasts and star demons are no longer as prosperous as they were in ancient times. Once a human emperor descends to this world, the star beasts and star demons may face extinction. 3 stars sacred lock. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pointed with a finger, and a fearsome stream of star force entered the sky. The Polaris star, the scholarly star, and the martial star emerged, and the 3 boundless starlight formed a beam that shone on the body of the golden fur ape sage. The golden-haired ape sage trembled slightly. As if an insect frozen in amber, he couldn't move under the suppression of the star force. Star Dragon Sacred Slaughter. Yang Feng pointed at the star dragon, and the starlight dragon suddenly erupted, gathered all its power on the star dragon's claw, tore through the void, smashed the golden-haired ape sage's barrier, stabbed into the golden-haired ape sage's chest, and blasted it to pieces. Heaven, why are you so generous to the human race? The golden-haired ape sage looked at the huge wound on his chest with a desolate expression on his face, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar. The human race was originally just the slaves, food, and toys of the star beasts and star demons. But the 7 human emperors appeared in the star world and turned everything upside down, making the human race the masters of the world. Now the star beasts and star demons have been driven to the wilderness, struggling at death's door. But now the human race has given birth to another human emperor. This is simply despairing. That's simple, because the heaven of this world is the human race. Yang Feng smiled coldly and slashed out with his sword, and a sword ray slashed down and cut the golden-haired ape sage in 2. Since the human race is the mainstream of this world, then there is only one possibility. That is, the eternals of this universe are humans, or humanoid extraordinary life forms of the human race. Just like in the world of warlocks, in the age of eternals in ancient times, the eternals were variant forms, and the Zhangji plain was dominated by variant forms of the wilderness. After the emergence of the human 8 warlock emperors, the mainstream of the universe has become that humans dominate everything. All kinds of extraordinary life forms view the human form as beautiful. Suddenly, an afterimage flickered, and a black shadow jumped out of the shadows and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart with a claw containing star holy step fluctuations of power. Star Shadow Leopard Sage. I saw you a long time ago. You're really stupid. If you and the golden-haired ape sage had attacked me together, you could have caused me a lot of trouble. To want to assassinate me, you're really stupid. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved the star sword in his hand. Sword rays shot out, and starlight vortexes appeared and blocked in front of him. When the star shadow leopard sage's claw stabbed into the starlight vortexes, one after another, the starlight vortexes collapsed and were torn apart by his claw. A star sword pierced through the claws of the star shadow leopard sage. A fearsome force erupted, and Yang Feng was sent flying by thousands of meters away. The star shadow leopard sage was about to chase after Yang Feng, when the starlight dragon flew out and extended its claw towards the star shadow leopard sage. Curses! With a flash of unwillingness in his eyes, the star shadow leopard sage twisted, turned into an afterimage, and fled into the distance. In a head-on battle, the golden-haired ape sage is far stronger than the star shadow leopard sage. Since the golden-haired ape sage has already been slain by Yang Feng, if the star shadow leopard sage continues to stay, only death will await him. Long live the city lord! Long live the city lord! In the city of chaos, heaven-shaking cheers erupted. The golden-haired ape sage is a star holy step powerhouse, a top powerhouse in the star world. In the past, he would have been able to kill everyone in Chaos City all by himself. But now the golden-haired ape sage died at Yang Feng's hands, which is simply inconceivable. When the eunuch saw this scene, his face turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes filled with fear. The golden-haired ape sage died. One of the two holy ones of the star goblin race was killed by him just like that. What do we do? Who can restrain him now? The state of Zhao only has 2-star holy step powerhouses. They are existences similar to nuclear weapons and won't be dispatched easily. The entire star goblin race only has 2-star holy step powerhouses. Now that one of them died, half of the sky collapsed. Isn't this human emperor too strong? He awakened less than 6 months ago, yet he even killed a star holy. When the young official in the eunuch's party saw this scene, his eyes flashed with shock and incredulity. In fact, even the 7 innate human emperors of ancient times didn't grow as fast as Yang Feng. That's because Yang Feng himself is a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, which is equivalent to having a golden thigh. After other human emperors awakened, they had to carefully explore the method to use the 3 heavenly stars, lay a solid foundation, and evolve step by step. Yang Feng, however, has already analyzed the mysteries of the 3 heavenly stars and can mobilize the power of the 3 heavenly stars without any scruples. As long as he has enough resources, Yang Feng can advance to a star emperor rank powerhouse within a month. Yang Feng looked down and said in a loud voice, "The star goblin race dares to assassinate me. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and conquer the star goblin race. Are you willing to follow me to conquer the star goblin race? We are willing to die for your majesty the human emperor." The 4,000 elite star snake troops knelt on the ground, and their voices echoed in unison. The young official frowned slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of puzzlement. Conquer the star goblin race? What is the 7th prince thinking? He only has 4,000 star snake troops, how can he be the opponent of the star goblin race? The star goblin race is huge and has as many powerhouses as clouds in the sky. No matter how you look at it, the 4,000 star snake troops can't wipe out the star goblin race. At Yang Feng's order, the entire city of chaos began to move. All the supplies were plundered and formed a huge convoy that set off for the territory of the star goblin race. In addition to the 4,000 star snake troops, there are also 6,000 servant troops and 30,000 teachers, for a total of 40,000 people, heading for the star goblin race in a grandiose manner. Chapter 1477. The Desolate Land, the Desolate Mist Plain. The star goblin heavenly wolf tribe has taken root in the desolate mist plain. In the desolate mist plain, there is a continuous stretch of luxurious tents. The tents belong to the heavenly wolf tribe's golden canopy imperial court. Inside the golden canopy imperial court, there sits a burly man with a rough appearance, a pair of wolf ears on his head, and a wolf tail wrapped around his waist. He is the heavenly wolf tribe's heavenly wolf monarch. Drinking wine, a gloomy expression on his face, the heavenly wolf monarch sighed slowly, "The golden ape holy has died. Damn it! How can an innate human emperor be so strong? Even the 2 holy beasts joining forces couldn't kill him. He awakened less than 6 months ago." The reaction of the star goblins was very fast. As soon as the 2 star saints obtained the news that the innate human emperor occupied the city of chaos, they communicated with each other, put aside their enmity, and rushed over with lightning speed. For 2 star saints to shamelessly sneak attack a star monarch, it should have been a surefire plan. But in the end, one died and the other fled. The implication of this made the heavenly wolf monarch frightened. Monarch! Shit! He's here! The human emperor is here! A guard exclaimed with a look of horror on his face. The heavenly wolf monarch's face fell, and he grabbed the guard and shouted, "What? Speak clearly. How can the human emperor be here? Does he not want his base in the land of chaos? Damn it! This power is the terrifying power of a star sage." The heavenly wolf monarch's face flickered, and he blurred into motion and flew out of the golden canopy. 3 miles away from the golden tent, 4,000 Star Snake Army soldiers were waiting in formation. Countless starlights surrounded them, and a starlight dragon that was 1,000 meters long and emitted the terrifying power of a star sage was floating in the void. Among the 4,000 Star Snake troops, there is a person sitting. It is Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the heavenly wolf monarch and said coldly, "Heavenly wolf monarch, submit to me. Otherwise, your heavenly wolf tribe will become history from today onwards." The heavenly wolf monarch said coldly, "The heavenly wolf tribe bears the pride of the wolves and will never submit to anyone. Li Zhen, you have been abandoned by the world, and the world is your enemy. You actually dare to attack our Star Demon clan? You're simply courting death. There's still time for you to retreat to Chaos City. Otherwise, once your human race army arrives, even you will be killed." Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Since you're stubborn, then go to hell. Kill them all." Under Yang Feng's control, the starlight dragon descended from the sky and slammed its claw towards the heavenly wolf monarch. The heavenly wolf monarch roared, shone with starlight, and turned into a 100-meter-tall heavenly wolf and extended its claws at the starlight dragon. Rumble! With a loud bang, the Welkin wolf monarch was smashed into meat paste by the starlight dragon. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Kill these damned humans!" After the heavenly wolf monarch died in battle, the heavenly wolf tribe fell into a frenzy and attacked the Star Snake Army commanded by Yang Feng. With a thought, Yang Feng manipulated the starlight dragon in the sky to attack and kill the heavenly wolf tribe's powerhouses, crushing their resistance. Then, he gave an order, and the 6,000 servant legion broke into the heavenly wolf tribe and slaughtered them to the last. Soon, Yang Feng captured the heavenly wolf tribe and seized a large amount of cultivation resources from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Yang Feng summoned the Literati Star and refined the cultivation resources to enhance the strength of the warriors under his command. Nourished by the Literati Star force, the 6,000 subordinates transformed and evolved, increasing the number of Yang Feng's Star Snake Army by another 1,000 people. After capturing the heavenly wolf tribe, Yang Feng only rested for a day, and then continued to advance into the depths of the wilderness. The wilderness, the earth-splitting demonic ape tribe. Countless flames flickered, and screams rang out everywhere. Amid the flames, a starlight dragon spat starlight unscrupulously. In the wake of the starlight, swaths of demonic apes were blasted to pieces. "Li Zhen, go to hell." Exuding an unyielding belief, a pinnacle star monarch earth-splitting demonic ape monarch roared and rushed towards Yang Feng with dozens of star goblin elites. Yang Feng smiled coldly, "Idiot." The more powerful starlight dragon in the sky slapped the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch with its claw and turned the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch and the dozens of elites around him into minced meat. When the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch died, the resistance of the earth-splitting demonic ape monarch collapsed, and the armored warriors under Yang Feng slaughtered them. Demonic Pig Tribe. Your Majesty the Human Emperor, the demonic pig tribe is willing to submit to you. The demonic pig monarch knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully. Behind the demonic pig monarch, there were 3,000 demonic pig warriors kneeling. Demonic Rabbit Tribe. Your Majesty the Human Emperor, the demonic rabbit tribe is willing to submit to you. The beautiful and adorable demonic rabbit tribe's patriarch with a pair of snow-white rabbit ears knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully. Behind the demonic rabbit tribe's patriarch, there were 30+ beautiful and exquisite young girls prostrating on the ground. After the heavenly wolf tribe and the earth-splitting demonic ape tribe were slain by Yang Feng, the Star Goblin army began to disintegrate. Wherever Yang Feng's army passed, some enslaved and weak Star Goblins decisively chose to side with Yang Feng. The powerful Star Goblins in the ruling position, however, fled and gathered in the direction of the Star Goblin Imperial Court, the headquarters of the Star Goblin race. Yang Feng's main force advanced towards the Star Goblin Imperial Court. The Eternal Nano Reconnaissance robots Yang Feng set up scattered around the Star Snake army easily broke the Star Goblin's assassination, delaying, and other means. Thousands of elite Star Goblin scouts were easily killed by the army mobilized by Yang Feng, forcing the Star Goblins to retreat step by step. The number of Star Snake troops under Yang Feng's command continued to increase. When they arrived at the Star Goblin Imperial Court, the number of Star Snake troops had already reached 8,000. The number of the Servant Army, on the other hand, was reduced to 4,000. Some Chaos City cultivators who served as teachers also made breakthroughs in the process and joined Yang Feng's Servant Army. Outside the Star Goblin Imperial Court, the 8,000 Star Goblin troops got into formation, Star Force resonated, and a fearsome Starlight Dragon circled above the Star Goblin troops, exuding Holy Star rank fluctuations of power. After several bloody battles, Yang Feng used the various resources he collected to upgrade his subordinates. At this time, the 8,000 Star Goblin troops have grown into a fearsome iron army. Yang Feng doesn't even need to use the power of the Martial Song Star to form a Starlight Dragon comparable to a Holy Star rank powerhouse. Among the 8,000 Star Goblin troops, there is a person sitting, it is Yang Feng. That's the human emperor. He actually fought his way to the Star Goblin Imperial Court. Damn it. The heavens are blind. How could such a monster be born? Damn it. Atop the Star Goblin Imperial Court city wall, the Star Goblin powerhouses looked at Yang Feng's army with fear in their eyes. In the Star Goblin Imperial Court, there are 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops. The 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops can even kill Holy Star rank powerhouses in a large formation. However, when the Star Goblin powerhouses looked at the 8,000 Star Goblin troops, they shuddered with fear. They don't dare to go out of the city to fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, Star Shadow Leopard Holy, come out and see me. With a flash of an afterimage, the figure of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy appeared on top of the city wall. Behind the Star Shadow Leopard Holy stand the Heavenly Lion Monarch, the Heavenly Leopard Monarch, the Heavenly Fox Monarch, the Heavenly Ape Monarch, the Heavenly Scorpion Monarch, the Heavenly Tiger Monarch, and the Heavenly Bear Monarch. The One Holy and the 7 Monarchs are existences that determine the fate of the Star Goblins. The Star Shadow Leopard Holy looked at Yang Feng's excessively young figure, sighed faintly, and said humbly, Your Majesty Human Emperor, please forgive us for being disrespectful to you before. As long as you are willing to withdraw your troops, we are willing to compensate you for all your losses. The eyes of the other 7 monarchs shimmered with humiliation, and they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads in silence. In the Star Goblin Imperial Court, there are still 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops. After forming a large formation, they can even kill a Holy Star rank powerhouse. However, the 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops weren't unified before, making it extremely difficult for them to form a large formation. Yang Feng's 8,000 Star Demon Army, on the other hand, is an iron army that obeys orders as if they were an extension of his arm. In a head-on battle, the 400,000 elite Star Goblin troops may not be the opponent of Yang Feng's 8,000 Star Goblin troops. Yang Feng uttered coldly, the Star Shadow Leopard Holy. This time, I have come to attack your Star Demon clan. Your Star Demon clan only has 2 choices. Die, or submit. If you dare to stubbornly resist heavenly might, then when the city is breached, you aristocrats don't need to exist. The eyes of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy shimmered coldly, and he said sternly, Your Majesty Human Emperor, the Star Goblin Imperial Court still has 400,000 troops. If you attack the Star Goblin Imperial Court, both sides will suffer. Please reconsider. Yang Feng smiled coldly and clapped his hands. The one-eyed Star Venerable, who looks like an old servant, walked out from behind Yang Feng. Surrounded by starlight, he exuded holy star step breath and swept in all directions. When the Star Shadow Leopard Holy saw this scene, his eyes flashed with incredulity. The one-eyed Star Venerable. You actually advanced to a holy star. How is that possible? The natal star he awakened is only a first-rate star. His lifetime potential is at most a Star Venerable. How can he advance to a holy star? Before he assassinated Li Zhen, he was just a Star Venerable, yet now he has advanced to a holy star. When the 7 monarchs atop the city wall saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts. In less than half a year, the one-eyed Star Venerable advanced to a holy star from a Star Venerable. Yang Feng's means are simply unfathomable. Chapter 1478. Yang Feng used various methods to forcibly promote the Star Venerable Cyclops to the Star Sage realm, overdrawing his potential. He will remain in the Star Sage realm for the rest of his life, unable to progress any further and unable to advance to the Star Emperor realm. But for the Star Venerable Cyclops, this is already very satisfying. After all, he never had extravagant hopes of advancing to the Star Sage realm before this. Moreover, he has a celestial dipper star grade life star, which makes him slightly stronger than other Earth Fiend stars. Star Shadow Leopard Holy, if I want to destroy the Star Goblin Imperial Court, I will at most lose 1,000 Star Snake troops. But as a price, all the Star Goblins of the Star Goblin Imperial Court will become my slaves. All Star Goblin aristocrats will be executed by me. As for you, I will wipe out your entire clan. Are you sure you want to resist to the end? Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the martial song star appeared. An array of martial song starlight fell on the Starlight Dragon. Blessed by the martial song star force, the aura of the Starlight Dragon soared wildly, and quasi-Empyrean rank might spread out and suppressed the surroundings. The countenances of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy and the Star Goblin 7 Heavenly Lords changed dramatically. Yang Feng uttered flatly, if you surrender and serve me as your master, I will naturally treat the Star Goblins equally in the future. As long as you obey my orders, I won't let you be bullied by others. As the human emperor, Yang Feng should put the interests of the human race first. However, the Zhao state, the Chu state, and the Wei state regard the natural-born human emperor as their mortal enemy. Therefore, he can only subdue the weaker Star Goblins first and make them his arms. The eyes of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy shimmered with enigmatic light, and he asked, is that true? Yang Feng replied, of course. The promise of the human emperor is worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. The eyes of the Star Shadow Leopard Holy flickered, and he sighed heavily, good. Then the Star Goblins will serve you as our master. The eyes of the Heavenly Lion Monarch flickered several times, and he roared, no. The Star Goblins are mortal enemies of the human race. How can we submit to the human emperor and serve him? Star Shadow Leopard Holy, are you crazy? A hint of fierceness flashed across Heavenly Tiger King's eyes too, and he shouted fiercely, my astral demon clan would rather die in battle than to surrender to humans, let alone talk about submitting to humans. Star Shadow Leopard Saint, from now on, you are no longer a saint of our Star Demon clan. I'm doing this for my people. For the legacy of our Star Demon clan. The human emperor was invincible. For the sake of our Star Demon clan, all of you can die. The Star Shadow Leopard Saint's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly soared up. Bringing along a series of afterimages, he smashed out toward the Heavenly Lion King. In an instant, his claws pierced into the Heavenly Lion King's heart, digging out his heart with a single attack. The Heavenly Leopard King also sighed and instantly exploded. He slammed his claw on the Heavenly Tiger King's body and sent him flying. The Sky Tiger King's face was filled with shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sky Leopard King, you, for the Star Demon Clan, die. The Star Shadow Leopard Sage sighed faintly and slammed his claw on the Sky Tiger King's head. The violent star power twisted and exploded the Sky Tiger King's head. Who else objects to joining His Majesty the Human Emperor? After he killed the Heavenly Lion King and the Heavenly Tiger King, the Star Shadow Leopard Sage looked at the other 5 monarchs with killing intent in his eyes and asked coldly. The Heavenly Fox Monarch spoke decisively, I agree to join His Majesty the Human Emperor. Young Feng, the innate human emperor, is already terrifyingly strong. The 8,000 Star Snake Legion is virtually invincible. Originally, if the Star Shadow Leopard Sage is united, they might be able to fight Yang Feng. But since the Star Shadow Leopard Sage has decided to join Yang Feng, the Heavenly Leopard Tribe is bound to become his supporter. With the support of the Star Shadow Leopard Sage, it is no longer possible for the Star Shadow Leopard Sage to resist Yang Feng's army. The Heavenly Fox Monarch is a smart person. She made a choice immediately. The Sky Scorpio Monarch was silent for a while, and then said, I agree. The Heavenly Bear Monarch said coldly, I agree. A fierce expression on his face, the Heavenly Ape Monarch stared at the Star Shadow Leopard Sage, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said nothing. The Star Shadow Leopard Sage sighed faintly and took a deep look at the Heavenly Ape Monarch. Heavenly Ape Monarch, the Gold Fur Ape Sage and I do have grievances in the past. However, I can swear that I have no selfish motives in assassinating the Human Emperor. I also have no selfish motives in joining the Human Emperor. The Gold Fur Ape Sage is a holy one born in the Heavenly Ape Tribe. After the death of the Gold Fur Ape Sage, the Heavenly Ape Tribe was a star monster tribe that advocated revenge against Yang Feng. The Heavenly Ape Monarch gritted his teeth, a conflicted look on his face, clenched his fists, and finally sighed helplessly, I also agree to join the Human Emperor. I'll be at his beck and call. After the Star Monster Tribe reached a consensus, they began to join forces to clear the Heavenly Lion Tribe, the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, and some Star Monster tribes that were unwilling to surrender. After a day of fierce fighting, the Star Monster Imperial Court opened its gate, and the Star Shadow Leopard Sage, the Heavenly Tiger Monarch, and the other remaining monarchs came out to welcome them. The army commanded by Yang Feng entered the Star Monster Imperial Court and took over everything. Countless precious cultivation resources of the Star Monster Tribe fell into Yang Feng's hands. The Heavenly Lion Tribe and the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, the 2 tribes that rebelled against Yang Feng, were purged, and the survivors were incorporated into the criminal camps as cannon fodder. The Heavenly Leopard Tribe and the other tribes that took the initiative to join Yang Feng received a lot of land and resources from the Heavenly Lion Tribe, the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, and other tribes that rebelled against Yang Feng. The news of the fall of the Star Monster Imperial Court set off a huge wave in the Star World like a bomb. The State of Zhao. The Star Monster Imperial Court has fallen. The Star Shadow Leopard Sage has surrendered. How is that possible? He awakened less than half a year ago, how could he have captured the Star Monster Imperial Court? When Emperor Li Xingqian heard the news, his face twisted and filled with fear. He threw a jade cup beside him on the ground and roared in horror. The Star Demon Clan had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Moreover, it is very difficult to attack them in the wilderness. In terms of national strength, the Star Monster Tribe is far from being the opponent of the State of Zhao. However, if the State of Zhao wants to go on an expedition against the Star Monster Tribe, it is absolutely suicidal. Just the harsh environment and roads in the wilderness can kill half of the State of Zhao's elites. Yang Feng, the natural-born human emperor, has a golden thigh. He used the eternal nano-robots to map the wilderness, and then prepared all kinds of drugs to deal with poisonous insects and beasts. This is how he was able to sweep through and conquer the Star Monster Tribe. For the 8,000 Star Snake troops to conquer the Star Monster Tribe, which has a population of more than 10 million people, this is a miracle among miracles. With a sinister expression on his face, Emperor Li Xingchen roared wildly, "Pass down my order. The seventh prince has committed treason, mobilize the 6 heavenly might legions to suppress the rebel." An imperial edict was immediately issued from the imperial palace and distributed to the 6 heavenly might legions. The 6 heavenly might legions are the glorious title of the state of Zhao that can suppress star holy step powerhouses. The 6 heavenly might legions in the state of Zhao are the Scarlet Heaven Legion, Dragon Fang Legion, Wind God Legion, Raging Fire Legion, Storm Legion, and Thick Earth Legion. Following Li Xingchen's order, the State Pillar General Zhou Tianshi assumed command of the 6 heavenly might legions and marched towards the City of Chaos. The state of Wei's monarching Feng was very decisive. He dispatched the 7 heavenly might legions, Red Light Legion, Blue Light Legion, Orange Light Legion, Green Light Legion, Blue Light Legion, Purple Light Legion, and Black Light Legion to the City of Chaos. Diplomatic envoys moved between the two states and quickly reached a consensus. The state of Zhao and the state of Wei were originally mortal enemies. But since the monarchs of the two states wanted to kill Yang Feng, the natural-born human emperor, the armies of the two states reluctantly united under the imperial edict of the monarchs. Each heavenly might legion has up to 100,000 soldiers. The 1.3 million elite troops plus their servants and various auxiliary troops swelled their numbers to more than 5 million. Countless resources of the two states were devoured by the huge armies. The two states of Zhao and Wei clenched their teeth and endured the terrifying consumption. Along the way, no one could stop this terrifying army that could easily slaughter holy rank powerhouses. In fact, before Yang Feng appeared, no force could resist the joint attack of the 13 heavenly might legions. The only way to defeat the joint attack of the 13 heavenly might legions was the formidable logistics. The 1.3 million elite troops plus the countless servants and logisticians were too much for any of the 3 states to support. Along the way, the elite armies of the 2 states quickly arrived in front of the City of Chaos. In front of the City of Chaos, the 10,000 Star Snake troops were already lined up in formation. Surrounding the Star Snake troops were 50,000 elites of the Heaven Ape tribe, the Heaven Fox tribe, the Heaven Scorpion tribe, the Heaven Leopard tribe, and the Heaven Bear tribe. In addition, there was also a miscellaneous army composed of 200,000 small tribes of the Star Goblin race. Sitting quietly in the middle of the 10,000 Star Snake troops, Yang Feng watched the two states' allied forces assemble. When Zhou Tianshi saw the extraordinary Yang Feng sitting in the center of the 10,000 Star Snake troops, he smiled bitterly and sighed faintly, "I didn't expect that I would be enemies with an innate human emperor. And this human emperor is the human emperor of my state of Zhao." The state of Wei's Marshal Meng Hao smiled bitterly, "Human emperor. How terrifying. Less than half a year after his awakening, he has already conquered the Star Goblins. Now, we humans want to deal with the human emperor, and the Star Goblins have become his subordinates. How ridiculous. The human emperor was supposed to be the emperor of the human race, leading the humans to suppress other races. But now, the human emperor was forced to become the Star Goblin Lord. When they thought of this, Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao felt somewhat helpless. Zhou Tianshi's eyes flickered, and he said loudly, "Seventh Prince, His Majesty has summoned you back to the capital. As long as you give up resistance and follow me back to the capital, I'm willing to guarantee your safety with my head. As long as you follow me back to the capital, then after His Majesty passes away, I will do my best to support you to become the Emperor of the state of Zhao." Meng Hao's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything to stop him. In any case, if Yang Feng really gave up resistance and returned to the state of Zhao, Meng Hao would definitely take the opportunity to launch an attack and kill Yang Feng at all costs. Chapter 1479. I am the human emperor. I am destined to rule the world. Zhou Tianshi, if you submit to me, then die. As for you, if you don't submit, then die. Sitting in the middle of the Star Snake Legion, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a starlight soared into the sky. In the sky, a martial song star appeared, and a ray of martial song starlight descended, landing on the starlight dragon formed by the star snake camp. The starlight dragon shone brightly and exuded quasi-empyrean rank might that swept in all directions. Long live the human emperor! Long live the human emperor! Among the countless star demons, earth-shaking roars came from the countless star demons. The eyes of many star monsters filled with fanaticism. The law of the jungle prevailed among star monsters, where the weak are prey to the strong. Since Yang Feng conquered the star monsters with his invincible power, they regarded Yang Feng as their guardian and pride. Under Yang Feng's will, the martial song starlight sprinkled down and landed on the star goblin powerhouses, and the star goblin powerhouses immediately became more powerful and fearsome. The martial song star. According to legend, the human emperor can mobilize the force of the martial song star to bless his army, making him invincible in battle. It seems that this is true. Human emperor. Our opponent is actually the human emperor. The Heavenly Might Battalion soldiers looked at the martial song star in the sky with a complicated look in their eyes. Since ancient times, after the first human emperor, the martial song star, the civil song star, and the North Purple Star are almost equivalent to the guardian stars of the human race. Now that they saw the martial song star bless the star monsters, the minds of the Heavenly Might Battalion soldiers were shaken at once. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Might Battalion is the most elite army of the two states with strict discipline, it would have collapsed by now. I can't disobey a holy decree. Scarlet Heaven Corps, Dragon Fang Corps, Wind Corps, Raging Fire Corps, Storm Corps, Thick Earth Corps, heed my order. Activate the formation and annihilate the enemy. Zhou Tianshi sighed faintly, his eyes flashed with determination, and he barked. A light flashed in the middle of the Scarlet Heaven army, and a starlight giant made of scarlet starlight suddenly appeared, holding a scarlet spear in its hand. Starlight flashed above the Dragon Teeth army, and a green dragon with a length of 100 meters appeared, emitting a terrifying dragon's might. Light flickered above the Wind God army, forming a 100-meter-tall wind god surrounded by tornadoes. With a flash of fire above the Raging Flame army, a Flame Lord appeared directly. Starlight shone above the Storm Troop, and a Storm Dragon appeared. Starlight flashed above the Heavy Earth army, and a 100-meter-tall giant appeared. A cold glint flashed in Meng Hao's eyes as he shouted, Red Light Army, Blue Light Army, Orange Light Army, Green Light Army, Cyan Light Army, Purple Light Army, Black Light Army, activate the formation and kill the enemy. Above the state of Wei's 7 Heavenly Might Legions, there was a flash of light, and 7 giants holding great swords appeared, exuding terrifying pressure. Yang Feng ordered coldly, kill them all. Kill. 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 The Star Snake troops issued heaven-shaking roars and rode a Starlight Dragon into the enemy ranks. The Starlight Dragon clawed and crushed the Starlight Giant formed by the Scarlet Heaven Legion. When the Starlight Giant collapsed, the Scarlet Heaven Legion spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The Sky Ape, Sky Fox, Sky Scorpion, Sky Leopard, Sky Bear, and other Star Goblin powerhouses took this opportunity to rush forward and kill the fallen Scarlet Heaven Legion soldiers. The remaining 12 monsters that were comparable to Star Sages rushed forward and gathered together to fight the Starlight Dragon. The Starlight Dragon was extremely ferocious, and it fought head-on against the 12 monsters that were comparable to Star Sages. It did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all, and at the same time, it was constantly inflicting heavy damage on the 12 monsters. Down below, the 10,000 Star Snake troops and Star Goblin soldiers slaughtered the Heavenly Might Legions of the two states. As soon as the two sides clashed, the soldiers of the two states showed signs of collapsing. The human emperor deserves his reputation. It seems that I can only take the last step. Zhou Tianshi sighed faintly, then took a step forward and walked towards Yang Feng. Meng Hao's figure fluttered, and he crossed the battlefield and walked towards Yang Feng. Star Sage rank fluctuations of power spread from them. You want to assassinate me? The two of you don't have the qualifications. Yang Feng smiled coldly and clapped his hands. The one-eyed Star Venerable and the Star Shadow Leopard Holy flew out and blocked Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao. On the battlefield, after being strengthened countless times, Yang Feng's Star Snake troops are matchless. It is only a matter of time before they defeat the Heavenly Might Legions of the two states. Once the Heavenly Might Legions of the two states are defeated, the two-star Holy Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao will find it hard to escape the siege. Suddenly, starlight shone, and 13 starlight swords emerged from the void. 13 assassins dressed in black, exuding pinnacle star monarch rank fluctuations of power appeared and stabbed at Yang Feng with the 13 starlight swords. Heaven Sword Camp. The state of Zhao's top assassins. Are you ants the only ones here? Where is your sword master? Yang Feng glanced at the 13-star monarch rank powerhouses, smiled coldly, and slashed out with his sword. A fearsome sword ray minced the 13-star monarch rank assassins, and they were sent flying. Seventh Prince, you are indeed a human emperor. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era. With a faint sigh, an extremely handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes walked out of the void step by step with a star sword in his hand. His entire body radiated with the power of a star sage. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, Heaven Sword Camp's sword master, you are indeed a star sage. However, for you to assassinate me alone, you're courting death. On the surface, there are only 2 star sages in the state of Zhao. But in fact, the royal family has cultivated a star sage, the Heaven Sword Camp's sword master. The Heaven Sword Camp's sword master uttered indifferently, that's right. If it was just me, I wouldn't be your opponent. Unfortunately, 7th Prince, I'm not your only enemy. There's also me. The void split open, and a man in white with hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose, long green hair, and a pair of eagle-like star wings on the back walked out and stared coldly at Yang Feng with a pair of star hooks in hand. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, Eagle Master of the Dark Eagle Battalion. With you, the two of you are indeed qualified to fight me. What if I'm included? Accompanied by a cruel and ruthless voice, a muscular man with a head full of small braids walked over step by step. He gave off a ferocious aura and wore a necklace made of human heads around his neck. He held a large axe in his hand. Sky Wolf Battalion's Camp Master. If you're included, the current me is indeed not a match for the 3 of you. However, that's only the current me. Literati Star, Polaris Star, appear. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and a starlight flew out of him and entered the sky. The 2 stars, Literati Star and Polaris Star, appeared and sprinkled starlight on Yang Feng. After absorbing a copious amount of starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, broke through the bottleneck, and advanced to a sacred star rank powerhouse. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at the 3 sacred star rank powerhouses in the sky and uttered indifferently, now, the 3 of you plus the 2 sacred star assassins hiding nearby are not my opponents. The human emperor deserves his reputation. Ripples flickered, and a man and a woman flew out of the void and looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. I'll sacrifice the Chu State's people to my sword first. Yang Feng took a step forward. Enveloped in starlight, as if an immortal riding starlight, he appeared in front of the Sky Wolf Battalion's camp master and slashed out with his sword, and a sword ray easily cut the Sky Wolf Battalion's camp master in 2 and extinguished his life force. The Sky Wolf Battalion's camp master is dead. How is this possible? The 4-star saints shuddered at the sight of this, and their bodies trembled. Next, it's your turn. Yang Feng waved his sword, and a stream of starlight condensed into a huge sword that slashed at the unknown male assassin. The male assassin raised his sword to block, and the star sword in his hand was smashed in an instant. He was also cut in 2 by the fearsome sword ray, and his life force was extinguished. The beautiful and sexy sacred star exuding an enchanting aura knelt on the ground and said decisively, "Myriad flowers pavilion Master Green Jade is willing to serve your majesty the human emperor. I'm willing to risk my life to serve you. For the sake of your good looks, I'll spare your life." Yang Feng smiled and slashed out with his sword, and an invisible sword ray slashed the Dark Eagle Battalion's camp master and easily killed him. After killing the Dark Shadow Battalion's camp master, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the Heavenly Sword Battalion's sword master, and he said flatly, "Heavenly Sword Battalion's sword master, do you want to live or die?" "I'm willing to die for the human emperor." When the Heavenly Sword Battalion's sword master saw this scene, he smiled bitterly, knelt on the ground, and uttered respectfully, "Zhou Tianshi is also willing to die for your majesty the human emperor. Please take me in, your majesty the human emperor." When Zhou Tianshi saw this scene, he spoke decisively. Yang Feng responded indifferently, "All right. Pass down my order." The Scarlet Heaven Corps, Dragon Fang Corps, Wind Corps, Raging Fire Corps, Storm Corps, and Thick Earth Corps are to stop resisting and surrender to His Majesty the Human Emperor. His Majesty the Human Emperor is the state of Zhao's seventh prince, destined to rule the world in the future. What are you waiting for? Kneel down and surrender. Do you want your 9 kinsmen to be wiped out? When Zhou Tianshi obtained Yang Feng's approval, his thunderous voice reverberated on the battlefield. "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender." When they heard Zhou Tianshi's order, the 6 Heavenly Might Corps could no longer hold on, collapsed, and surrendered. Chapter 1480. When Meng Hao saw this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty the Human Emperor, if the Wei State's Heavenly Might Corps surrenders, will you let us live?" Yang Feng replied, "Of course." Meng Hao ordered, "I order the Red Light Corps, Blue Light Corps, Orange Light Corps, Green Light Corps, Blue Light Corps, Purple Light Corps, and Black Light Corps to surrender immediately and stop resisting. Those who disobey will be executed." "No. You're messing with my orders. Meng Hao, you betrayed the state of Wei. The Wei Emperor will exterminate your kin." Among the 7 Heavenly Might Corps, the Green Light Corps and the Blue Light Corps accepted Meng Hao's order and chose to surrender. The other 5 Heavenly Might Corps rebuked Meng Hao loudly and resisted desperately. "Since you're so stubborn, then go to hell." With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng rode Endless Starlight, appeared in front of the remaining 5 Starlight Giants, and brandished his sword. Following flashes of sword rays, the 5 Starlight Giants were chopped to pieces by Yang Feng. Suffering a backlash, the 5 Heavenly Might Corps spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The Star Snake Corps and the Star Goblin Corps rushed forward and slaughtered the 500,000 troops of the state of Wei. After the 13 Heavenly Might Corps were defeated, the cannon fodder servants and logisticians either surrendered or dispersed. Yang Feng's main corps also seized a large amount of supplies. After reorganizing his troops, Yang Feng sent his army to counterattack the state of Zhao. Yang Feng was originally the 7th prince of the state of Zhao. He possessed royal blood and was a natural-born human emperor. Furthermore, he obtained the allegiance of the Zhou Tianshi. Wherever he went, people surrendered at the mere sight of him. Even if there was some resistance in some places, Yang Feng's army annihilated them and exterminated the resistance along the way. After a few times, no one dared to resist Yang Feng's offensive anymore. The state of Zhao's royal palace. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Damn unfilial son. A furious roar came from a palace, and 2 corpses were carried out of the palace. The eunuchs and palace maids outside the palace revealed looks of fear in their eyes. Inside the palace, Li Xingqian's eyes were bloodshot like a wounded beast. The ground was stained with large pools of blood and broken porcelain. Li Xingqian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Pass down my order, summon Huanpu Qinghe." Subject Pu Qinghe greets your majesty. Soon, Huanpu Qinghe arrived in front of Li Xingqian. Li Xingchen looked at Huangpu Qinghe and said expectantly, "My dear minister, that unfilial son of mine has openly rebelled and invaded our Zhao state. Right now, there are many traitors. Do you have any good plan to defeat the enemy?" After the battle at Chaos City, all the elites of the entire Zhao kingdom were wiped out. The only star sages left were Huangpu Qinghe and the 3 border armies. Huangpu Qinghe was a star saint and the prime minister of the Zhao kingdom. He was powerful and resourceful. He was Li Xingchen's last hope. Huangpu Qinghe said faintly, "Your Majesty, the best solution now is for your Majesty to hand over the throne to the 7th prince." Li Xingchen's eyes flashed with anger as he roared, "Huangpu Qinghe, even you dare to betray us." Huangpu Qinghe sighed, "Your Majesty, I don't want to betray you." However, this was the general trend. Those who complied would prosper, and those who defied would perish. I don't want to go against the general trend. In the City of Chaos, the 7th prince subdued the 6 heavenly might corps in one fell swoop. Marshal Zhou Tianshi has also surrendered. The elites of the state of Zhao were wiped out. The cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Even I can't think of a way to resist the 7th prince. Li Xingchen's complexion changed several times. Finally, he sat on the throne dejectedly and muttered, "Is there really no way?" Huangpu Qinghe responded, "Your Majesty, Consort Mei is still alive. You and the 7th prince still have some kinship. If you hand over the throne, the 7th prince may not kill you." Li Xingchen's complexion paled slightly. He contemplated for a while, and then nodded slowly. Originally, Li Xingchen planned to find an excuse to banish concubine Mei to the cold palace. But now that Yang Feng's troops were already at the gates, the always unremarkable concubine Mei unexpectedly became his life-saving straw, making him feel that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. 10 days later, Yang Feng's army arrived at the capital of the state of Zhao. The emperor of the state of Zhao, Li Xingchen, led the civil and military officials to welcome them. 7 days later, Li Xingchen abdicated the throne to Yang Feng and was conferred the title of retired emperor by Yang Feng. 3 days later, the retired empress of the state of Zhao fell into a lotus pond and drowned. A month later, the situation in the state of Zhao stabilized. Yang Feng commanded his army to attack the state of Wei. The state of Wei's 7-color heavenly might corps was annihilated by Yang Feng. The state of Wei only had weak state troops left, which couldn't resist Yang Feng's army. Yang Feng's 3 armies advanced side by side and reached the Wei state's capital in 3 months. The Wei state's monarch King Feng fought to the death and refused to surrender. The Wei state's capital only persisted for less than a day before it was breached. Yang Feng also ordered the purge of the state of Wei's royal family, resulting in heavy casualties. After Wei was destroyed, the state of Chu was frightened. The king of Chu sent an emissary in the hope of concluding a peace treaty with the state of Zhao and paying countless treasures as tribute every year to show his submission. Yang Feng refused and commanded the Star Snake Army, which had expanded to 100,000 troops, to attack the state of Chu. Invincible along the way, Yang Feng defeated the state of Chu's army one after another and attacked the capital of the state of Chu in 1 month. Emperor Yelu Meng refused to surrender and tried to resist stubbornly. As a result, he was beheaded by his subordinates, who opened the city gate and offered it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng entered the capital of the state of Chu and slaughtered the members of the royal family. After capturing the capital of the state of Chu, Yang Feng dispatched the 2 generals Zhou Tianshi and Meng Hao to lead the army to suppress rebellions. At the same time, he appointed Huangpu Qinghe as the prime minister and began to rectify the internal affairs. With the state of Zhao as their base camp, even though there were still rebellions in the state of Wei and the state of Chu, they still couldn't withstand the momentum. One by one, the rebellious armies were annihilated, and all the rebellious armies were killed. Once there were aristocratic families involved, the aristocratic families and aristocratic families were also annihilated, and blood flowed like rivers. Under the fearsome suppression, the state of Wei and the state of Chu saw Yang Feng's methods and became well-behaved. After capturing the state of Wei and the state of Chu, Yang Feng began to recuperate and rectify the internal affairs. The state of Zhao's strength began to recover, and even became stronger and stronger. Due to Yang Feng's great contribution during his rise, the Star Goblins obtained great benefits. Not only did they get a province in the hinterland of the human race, but they also obtained Yang Feng's legislative protection. The Star Goblins obtained the same rights as humans, fulfilling Yang Feng's promise to treat the Star Goblins equally. Time passed, and 40 years passed in a flash. Within the capital of the state of Zhao, in a huge square, there were all kinds of cultivation resources piled up into mountains. There was no lack of cultivation resources that could tempt even Star Emperor rank powerhouses. After Yang Feng unified the human state, he plundered cultivation resources everywhere. With the terrifying power of a state, he collected all the precious cultivation resources. If Yang Feng acted alone, he would never be able to collect so many resources in 40 years. Yang Feng slowly walked out and looked at the starry sky. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he pointed with a finger, and a starlight shot into the sky. The Literati star, the North Purple star, and the Martial star appeared, and 3 beams of starlight fell on Yang Feng. Illuminated by the 3 beams of starlight, Yang Feng's aura rose steadily, and he broke through and advanced to the Star Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Countless precious cultivation resources flew into Yang Feng's body and enhanced his strength. At the same time as Yang Feng advanced to the Star Emperor realm, stars in the star world lit up, and countless beams of starlight descended from the sky, formed a star force vortex, and poured into Yang Feng, making him stronger. Myriad stars appear. He advanced to the Star Emperor realm. His Majesty the Human Emperor finally advanced to the Star Emperor realm. He really advanced to the Star Emperor realm. In the star world, the gazes of powerhouses filled with shock focused in the direction of the state of Zhao. Zhen advanced to the Star Emperor realm. That's my good son, that's the unborn human emperor for you. The state of Zhao's royal palace. Li Xingqian looked at the countless stars that appeared in the sky with a complicated look in his eyes, and he said proudly. When Li Xingqian was forced to abdicate, he was full of resentment. 40 years later, all the resentment has been erased. Huangpu Qinghe looked at the myriad stars in the sky with jealousy in his eyes, and he sighed faintly, Star Emperor. For him, this is just a piece of cake. How enviable. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with a complicated look, it's really a Star Emperor. The legendary realm. That's the human emperor for you. Ever since ancient times, Star Emperors had been extinct in the star world. The strongest powerhouses are only Star Sage rank powerhouses. Now that they saw Yang Feng break through and advance to the Star Emperor realm, the Star Sages in the star world had complicated feelings. The Star Force Vortex lasted for 7 days and 7 nights before disappearing. In the square, Yang Feng is surrounded by Star Force and exudes Star Emperor rank fluctuations of power. Looking like a perfect god, he exudes a powerful and perfect aura. Suddenly, a fearsome Star Force descended from the sky and appeared in the void of the state of Zhao. Amid the starlight, a star palace shrouded in endless starlight emerged, and a vast and mighty voice came from the star palace. Human Emperor Li Zhen advanced to the Star Emperor realm. When you enter the Star Palace to practice cultivation, you can no longer wield authority in the secular world. Enter the Star Palace at once, and don't make a mistake. A cold and vast voice came from the Star Palace, and light of teleportation fell on Yang Feng. So that's how it is. I was wondering why there are no Star Emperors in this world. It turns out that they were received into the Star Palace. Star Emperors have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. It seems that the heaven of this world doesn't like to see a Star Emperor wield authority in the secular world for tens of thousands of years. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and countless starlight swept out and shattered the light of teleportation. Chapter 1481. Li Zhen, how dare you defy the Star Palace's recruitment, you deserve to die. An enraged voice reverberated in the air. A powerhouse clad in ominous star armor and shrouded in layers of ominous star light walked out of the celestial star palace. In the void, 3 stars shrouded in endless killing intent appeared and radiated crimson ominous light that shone on the powerhouse wearing ominous star armor. Zhou Tianchi operated the star's sacred eyes. When he saw the 3 ominous stars, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he cried out, 7 murders, ravenous wolf, an army destroyer, this is the convergence of the 3 ominous stars. They are the masters of the 3 ominous stars, the fiends of chaos who brought the world to a chaotic era. With that, Zhou Tianchi turned into a stream of light and flew towards the state of Zhao's royal palace. Fiends of chaos. This is the mortal enemy of the human emperor. When Huangpu Qinghe saw the powerhouse wearing ominous star armor, his face changed dramatically, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the royal palace. Fiends of chaos, mortal enemy of the human emperor. Unfortunately, he came into being too late. The star shadow leopard Holy looked into the void and sighed faintly. Then, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the royal palace. Greetings, human emperor. As soon as the 12+ star sacred powerhouses appeared beside Yang Feng, they saluted him and said respectfully. The 12+ star sacred powerhouses are the powerhouses that Yang Feng cultivated and subdued during this period of time. They are the foundation of the state of Zhao. Yang Feng waved his hand and said flatly, step back. Holy powerhouses cannot interfere in a war between Star Emperor rank powerhouses. Once they join the battle, they can only serve as cannon fodder and be killed by the other party. Yes. Knowing that they cannot interfere in a war of this level, the 12+ star sacred powerhouses respectfully retreated to the side. The fiends of chaos smiled coldly and said frigidly, even though tens of thousands of years have passed, but the human emperor is still so hypocritical, how disgusting. Yang Feng asked flatly, who are you? The fiends of chaos answered proudly, this emperor is the overlord demon emperor Zhu Yu who killed the 5th human emperor. Demon Emperor Zhu Yu. It's him. He was the one who killed the 5th human emperor and caused the human race's efforts to fall short of success. We were almost attacked by the star goblins. It's this fiend's. Devil Emperor Zhu Yu. He was a ferocious demon who slaughtered billions of lives in the human race. Even the 5th human emperor was killed by him. This monster is actually still alive. When the star saints heard this, their expressions changed drastically. A hint of fear flashed across their eyes. In the world of stars, in history, there were also 3 great ominous stars that favored a single peerless demon. Once the peerless demon that was blessed by the 3 ominous stars was born, it would definitely be the mortal enemy of the human sovereign. In that long history, those peerless demons were either killed by the human sovereign or perished together with the human sovereign. Only the demon emperor Zhu Yu had killed the 5th human emperor and slaughtered more than 1 billion humans. If not for Zhu Yu's sudden disappearance, the entire human race would have fallen into his hands and fallen into a dark age. Li Zhen, since you're not willing to submit to the Star Palace, then you can go and die. Demon Emperor Zhu Yu's eyes flashed with an incomparably cold killing intent. With a roar, the 3 ominous stars shone brightly, blooming with dazzling starlight that sprinkled on his body. This is the Emperor Slayer halberd that I refined from the 5th human emperor's bones after I killed him. It specializes in slaying human emperors. Wherever the Emperor Slayer halberd passes, star force will be severed and everything will be annihilated. Then, I'll use your bones as nourishment for my advancement. A halberd surrounded by starlight, resentment, death chi, killing intent, and Empyrean chi appeared in the hand of the demon emperor Zhu Yu. With the halberd in hand, he tore through the sky and slashed at Yang Feng. In an instant, the three ominous stars released fearsome star force that intertwined with the literati star, the North Star, and the martial star in the sky, cutting off their assistance to Yang Feng. Without the three stars, Yang Feng can only rely on his own strength to fight. I've blocked the literati star, the martial star, and the North Star. You're just a newly promoted Star Emperor, what makes you think you can fight me? Surging with black star force, the demon emperor Zhu Yu's voice rumbled like thunder, and like a demon monarch, his countenance changed dramatically. Huangpu Qinghe's face fell. The three heavenly stars have been suppressed, the human emperor might really die. Meng Hao sighed faintly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. How ruthless. He chose this time to attack the human emperor, how ruthless and vicious. He's grasped the human emperor's weakness. After all, the time for the human emperor to mature is too short. When the state of Wei was destroyed, Meng Hao did harbor resentment towards Yang Feng. But after Yang Feng unified the three states, the state of Zhao flourished, the people became stable, and a flourishing age began. He didn't want Yang Feng to die. Zhou Tianqi's eyes shimmered with despair and indignation. Curses, we're too weak, we don't even have the qualifications to fight. If I were just a human emperor who had just advanced, I would not be a match for you. Unfortunately, I'm not just the human emperor. Yang Feng looked at the invincible demon emperor Zhu Yu, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he slapped with his hand. A giant star force hand containing eternal force flew out and mercilessly slapped the demon emperor Zhu Yu. The demon emperor Zhu Yu's resistance was crushed in an instant, and he fell from the sky. With a look of incredulity on his face, he roared wildly, "Impossible! How is this possible? I have been a star emperor for 30,000 years, and I have been comprehending countless secret methods in the heavenly star palace. How could I be defeated by you? How could I be defeated by you? Because you found the wrong opponent. I'm an eternal." Yang Feng added in his heart. Countless mysterious devour runes emerged from the giant star force hands and enveloped the demon emperor Zhu Yu. Shrouded by the devour mark, the demon emperor Zhu Yu trembled slightly, and black rays of light left his body and entered Yang Feng. In a breath of time, the demon emperor Zhu Yu was sucked dry, turned into dust, and scattered with the wind. In the sky, the three ominous stars 7 kills, ravenous wolf, an army destroyer radiated resplendent light that shone on Yang Feng, causing his aura to rise steadily. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in the star world, radiated dazzling light, interwove with each other, merged with the soul origin of Yang Feng's body, formed an eternal mark, and flew towards the depths of the universe. If you want to advance to an eternal, then go to hell. In this universe, there can only be one eternal sovereign. In the world of stars, the incomparably terrifying Eternal One awoke. Drawing upon the mighty power of the universe, he clawed out viciously at the eternal mark. For any eternal, once a second eternal appears in the universe, it is equivalent to competing with them for resources and may pose a threat to them. If an eternal appeared in this world of stars, then the owner of the world of stars would not show any mercy and would kill them. With a flash of light, the star concubine appeared, holding the Dominator star's shield and controlling the power of the endless stars, forming a huge barrier in front of the claw. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the star concubine was blasted away by the giant claw, and the huge barrier collapsed. After the star concubine blocked the attack, the eternal mark of Yang Feng's clone entered the universe. The starlight of countless stars in the universe formed a sea of star force, which turned into a beam of light that entered Yang Feng and frantically strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Outsider! How did you sneak into my star world? A furious voice came from the depths of the star world. With a flash of starlight, a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a star robe, holding a star halberd, and surrounded by starlight stepped out and looked at the star concubine with a furious expression. Your star world? From now on, this star world belongs to me. The first human emperor. A cold voice sounded, Light flashed, and Yang Feng appeared in the void and looked at the first human emperor with a sneer on his face. You, a trash who just advanced to the eternal sovereign rank, want to snatch my star world from me? You're overestimating yourself. The first human emperor snorted coldly and willed, and a fearsome repulsive force emerged from the universe and frantically rejected the star concubine's existence. It's no use. You are an eternal, and I am also an eternal. We have the same level of authority. Now it's a competition of strength. With a thought from Yang Feng, the vast repulsive force of the universe disappeared at once. You can go to hell now. Leave the star world to me. Yang Feng's clone smiled coldly, and a figure flew out from behind him. It is Yang Feng's true body. The eyes of Yang Feng's true body flashed fiercely, countless devour runes appeared, and he extended a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the first human emperor. 6 stars unite. The first human emperor's eyes flashed fiercely, and starlight from the 3 heavenly stars and 3 ominous stars shone on him, formed a star force halberd, and slashed towards the devour black hole. The devour black hole erupted with fearsome devour force and swept the star force halberd together with the first human emperor. Fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the first human emperor's eternal origin. An eternal mark appeared. Yang Feng crushed the first human emperor's eternal mark, refined the first human emperor's true spirit force, and poured it into the star concubine. After obtaining the first human emperor's true spirit source, the star concubine spat out countless star threads, turned into a cocoon, and began to evolve. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.